You want to hear the answer?
About that, right?
Yeah, let's talk about it. You want to hear the answer?
I hope so.
Yeah, but promise us you're not going to interrupt again and again as you've been doing.
Because Rahul's been speaking over me as well, so you go ahead, Rahul.
Do not insult.
What do you want to talk about? Let's have a peaceful conversation.
Congressman will be free.
Shameless.
Why is in New Jersey?
Come on.
Don't even know Khalistan. I might have a family there. You don't. So shut up.
I might
This is
have.
not fair, man. You're targeting a woman over nothing.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
not
They
a manly
have to.
thing.
They have
It's not a
to.
manly
They have
thing to do. Whoever you are, you're not a man.
What do you want?
You're targeting a woman is such an unmanly thing to do. He's an unmanly guy. That's all. I mean, you're targeting her over Khalistan. You don't even know who she is. How can you just call her a terrorist? That's such an unmanly things to do, man. That's all, brother.
I like judging.
Now tell me, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about India? About rapes? I'm ready to talk about that.
Let's talk about it.
Okay, now it all started with
What
you
kind
saying
of
that a
rape do you
woman.
want to talk about?
Mariano, can you please?
No, Ace was coming on the top, right?
Yeah. People like Bani Adam, and then you open a room to support Palestine. It's so shameless, honestly.
What do I have to do with Palestine? I am from Khalistan.
He's like, okay, I am.
Disrespectful as fuck. You've been disrespectful multiple times. Can you just please have some
British
calm here?
colonialism is valid. All of these things. Wow.
Okay, so what's the point being made here? I'm confused here. Rahul and Rosa, I'm not lecturing anybody, okay? I'm not saying the US is any good. We know what the US has done. Caused a lot of fucking problems in this world. I'm not sitting here saying any of that shit. But you are deflecting and not speaking on the problems that do exist in India as we speak. Rahul was saying that there was no rape. Hold on, let me finish. Rahul was saying there was no rape that occurred in an ambulance. There's no rape that occurred in the hospital. There's no rape that occurred at police stations. These have come from the US media. This has come from the Indian media. What about the little delete girl? Hold on, one second. What about, let me finish, guys, I'm not finished. When I land my plane, guys, when I land my plane,
Do you even understand the
listen,
difference?
hold on, guys, hold on. You asked me a question, I'm gonna land my plane in 30 seconds, okay? And
We are asking you to ask us
I'll
the
let you
question.
speak.
It's
Hold
never
on,
ending.
1 second.
Your question never
You
ends.
insist
It's the same
guys,
thing.
have some decorum for fuck's sake.
You're talking
Listen.
about decorum. You're
Hold
talking
on.
about decorum.
The delete. How about the little girl that was sexually assaulted and the hospital did not want to operate on her because she was a
Yes,
house?
you're
She had to
talking
go to
about.
different states.
You may be
okay?
talking about
They
me.
put you and she
That's
died.
the problem. You're
Aren't
just
these
reading the
problems
news
of
about me.
in
You're
India?
not even realizing. You're
Go
not.
ahead, tell me.
Yes. Thank you. You're not even realizing that you might be talking about me. You are just reading it as news. We live here. We know what's going on. Much better than you. But the answer will never come on the talking points of comparing US and India. India has nothing. See, you kill 100 people a day, and you're expecting me to tell you that okay, we kill 40 people, we accept it, but you are great. I am seeking gratification or validation from you. No, sir, that's not happening. You need to understand the power play and the power dynamics of where USA places itself and where India places itself. Then, in the sense of comparative politics, whenever you're talking about India, it should be India alone. You cannot compare it with USA and say that hey, things are very hunky dory here. On the what? Oh my God! I heard it by my own. I heard it, and that's why I came up. And you cannot let me talk uninterrupted. Absolutely, yes, you did, and all the wild men sitting on your panel who quote unquote try to save women from India, but doing the same thing. You guys don't even know who you're talking to. You guys don't even know the identity of those people. You guys think that you are talking about the subjects in India. We must be the subject that you're talking to. So let us talk. That this is exactly what happens when you try to, own the Rome more than the Romans. You're talking about India without acknowledging that the person that you're talking to might be the person who might be doing the same research in flesh and blood, might be the subject of that research. If you don't know, right? So do not wait. No, wait. But that means that yes, absolutely. That means you need whenever you're talking to someone from India who are absolutely anti-establishment, we're also anti-establishment. Then you need to listen to them. Being an American or sitting in America, you cannot draw this power politics and say, okay, you have to talk to me in comparison with America. I am never, ever going to talk to you in comparison with America. Also, also. I'm not going to talk to you as per your talking points. Thank you.
Okay, so let me just reply back to this. I had an issue when I brought something up in terms of what's happened in India. First of all, Rahul did acknowledge, and then I gave certain incidents, and he said they did not happen when they clearly have happened. Okay. Number two, again, I'm telling you over and over again, I'm not saying where I live is any better in terms of the atrocities committed. But when you talk about 100 people dying, I'm not even sure what those stats are. Look at the disaster of India. So when you look at the GDP per capita, it is horrific.
I don't want to communicate with the racist.
Wait,
Thank you. Bye.
No, racist? What's racist about the facts? What's racist? Can you tell me? How can I be? So I'm self-racist. I'm Indian. What do you mean by
She left.
Rosa?
She left.
What is wrong with these people? Fuck's sake. Benny Adam, bro, you gotta chill out. Is he still here? Fuck. Amir started this.
So you last Rosa, you bring me up finally, huh? When you get me
I
down.
just saw your
yes.
so
Alright, anyway, Ace. Okay, hold on. Okay, I think, I don't know why whole rape conversation came in first place, I have no idea. But you look at rape statistics by population per country, India is not on top of the list. So, like, that's this thing.
Can't tell you why?
It doesn't matter.
No, I can't tell you why.
Yeah, you would probably assume what
Can't
you
tell me
would
why?
probably say before you say it.
Tell me what.
People don't come and say, report it. Is that what you're gonna say?
Well, that's a fact.
Is that your talking point?
Hold on. I'm Indian. Indian culture.
How
One
is that a
second.
fact?
The person that's been sexually abused and raped, she gets shamed. Okay. You know this whole idea about purity. They hide it. The family's not encouraged going and reporting it. Yes, there is a.
I gave you a fact. Statistics, population-wise, rape statistics that have been reported are more, and India is not even on the top of the list. It's like way below top 5.
Rahul, do you know their stats came out for the most violent men in the world? Number 1 is Indian.
That's conjecture. That's conjecture.
No, I'm just telling you stats.
That's not stats. It's conjecture and assumption.
You're
okay?
bringing up stats.
And the next point. Okay. So the rape thing is done right now. I gave you statistics. You can Google it or what. What's the other thing? Point of conflict you had with the.
Anyways, I apologize. I brought this up because I have this problem, right? I don't know where this nationalism is coming from, right? As a Muslim, let's ask Rahil. Rahil, do you uphold your Indian identity above Islam, or do you believe that you're Muslim first, then you're Indian? Rahil, mic is on you.
See, the question you're asking is whether I like my oranges or mangoes. It doesn't work that way, my friend. Okay?
No.
My
According to Islamic
my
faith.
faith is and my faith is Islam. Okay, so don't try to mix the two. Okay?
Hold on.
And Islam,
I'm
you ask me a question, you don't want to hear the answer.
Yes.
And my religion teaches me, my religion Islam teaches me that I have to be loyal to my motherland, and my motherland is India.
Where does it teach you? Where does it teach you? Do you uphold your Muslim identity above your, this other identity that you have?
They are two different things. They are two different things.
No. I'm asking
My
you.
nationality is Indian. I'm going on correcting you.
Hold on. Because it's a conversation. It's not a monologue. So, Navin,
That doesn't mean you're going to interrupt me every 10 seconds, man.
That's a conversation. Go on.
Yeah, you're asking me a question, I gave you an answer. My country is India, my nationality is Indian, and I'm very proud of it.
It's a
And
Catholic
my
country,
faith
by
is
the way.
Islam, and my country allows me to practice my faith very freely, and I'm very proud to be an Indian Muslim. I'm not a Muslim in any other country.
Hang on. Navin, oh my God. Okay, I'm not to move you down suddenly.
Because I happily
But you haven't
sacrifice
talked
my
about
life for this country.
Hold on, Rahil. Then my question again to you, do you uphold your Muslim identity above your Indian identity? If you do that, that's a kufri statement to say according to the religion. So if you do that, just like the Turks do that, that takes you out of full of Islam. That's all I'm saying. And when we talk about when
you want the answer?
no, your answer is like you're upholding your Indian identity above the other
I
identity,
have to
above
leave
the
in 1
being
minute.
a
I have to
Muslim.
go for the meeting now. So quickly, I'll tell you my answer. As I told you 3 times earlier, but I'll add to that since you asked me earlier. That if I put my Indian identity over my Muslim identity, which are two different things, but if you still insist that as per Islam it is kufr and all, then probably you got your concept of Islam wrong. You don't know what Islam you're talking about is probably a homemade one, because my religion, my faith, what my parents and what my religious teachers have taught me is Islam goes hand in hand with the motherland, okay, with the country. And as I told earlier, I'm very proud to be an Indian Muslim, and this country gives me all the right to get educated, to grow, prosper, make a decent living, look after my family, exercise all my rights which I need as a Muslim. And the people generally are very, very nice to us. There are a few right-wingers who support the Modi government, who don't like us, who hate us, who trouble us, no doubt. But the people of, the number of people from other religions who like and support and treat us as human beings are far, far, far bigger. And that's why even if Modi and his people were 100 times worse than what they are now, still I would live in India, because there are a large number of people who show us a lot of love, respect, and make India a great place to be in. And I'm telling you guys, if you want to have a good life, come and live in India and you'll realize what a beautiful country India is, and especially in Mumbai is. Thank you.
I've been to India. My problem is the nationalism. You know, it's a fucking disease. I don't know where this is coming from, but anyways, yep. I think you should ask your scholar, right, about this nationalism.
No, we are having problems as
Because you're supposed to,
and we are fighting. We are fighting it out.
No, I'm not talking about problems. I'm talking about the holding a Muslim identity, right? You're Muslim first because you're part of the Ummah. You're not Indian first. You see what I'm saying? When it comes down to it, you're Muslim first. You're not Indian first. Because we're all part of the same Ummah. I don't know what you're about. That's a free statement to say.
If I'm an army guy in India and I have to fight a Muslim guy in the Pakistan army, I will fight him for the sake of my country.
Hold on. Do you know that you should only fight for the religion? According to the religion, you don't fight for...
You have your concept of Islam wrong, my brother. You're preaching radical Islam, which is not correct. Why don't you join the ISIS or Al-Qaeda?
Provide me evidence from the Quran.
Are you a member of ISIS? The way you're talking, you sound like ISIS.
Oh my God. Seriously, man, this guy doesn't have any knowledge.
What kind of rubbish are you talking? That we have to fight for our religion? Of course, some of the Muslims are the worst people on this planet Earth. You know that, my friend. I'm going to fight for those creeps. I'm going to fight against people who are going to spoil the name of my religion, and I'm going to cause harm to innocent non-Muslims. I'm going to fight people like Muslims like you who are going to harm non-Muslims, okay? Because you're a black spot on Islam. You guys are a black spot on Islam, my fucking life.
What is the concept of Ummah according to Islam? Can you please tell the room?
My concept is that you people like you are a black spot on Islam and you need to be fought everywhere. You're like the ISIS, okay? Bye-bye.
Wow, that's a fucking kufri statement to say.
Amir,
Oh my God.
Amir, do you see how it would be problematic to say what you're saying if you replace the word Islam with Jew?
Okay, look, you're a Jew hater. You are a Jew hater, and you're still a fucking Jew hater. Okay?
That
I think you. That's in your blood. That's in your blood. You were born as a Jew hater. You just didn't know it until somehow you became a Christian. That's when you found out. Oh, I'm the biggest Jew hater of this fucking app.
Yeah, that has no relevance to what I'm saying.
No.
The problem is, Amir, that Jews say the same exact thing to other Jews. They say that if you don't support us, the Jewish states, or the
There's no state. There's no Islamic state. What the fuck is it?
there traditionally has been, yes.
Look at this guy. Look at this.
It is only very recently that the Khilafah was abolished and there is no Islamic state. Traditionally speaking, throughout the vast majority of the history of Islam, there was an Islamic state.
Okay,
And you weren't allowed to fight against it as a Muslim.
okay.
Right? So the same exact thing applies. So replace the word Islam or Muslim with Jew or Jewish. Right? You see how that can be problematic?
No, it's not problematic. Because that's your opinion. That's why you left Islam. I know you want to eat pork and drink the wine.
Stop personalizing.
That's why you left.
Amir, I'm having a serious conversation. Stop personalizing. I'm not talking about you personally. Don't talk about me personally. I'm talking in terms of concepts and theories and ideologies. So, for Jews, a lot of them would say to other Jews that if you don't support Jewish people, or you are willing to fight against Jews, that would make you a heretic, that would make you a traitor. And that silences Jews when the Jewish state is perpetrating atrocities or making mistakes. What you're suggesting is the same thing. What they are telling Jews is you are Jew first and American last, or British last. That your Jewish identity supersedes any other national identity. And that puts Jews in peril if they actually adopt this ideology in those countries. When you have Jews living in America who prioritize their Jewish identity over their American identity, that makes them traitors again.
So Banian, according to the belief system I have, according to Islam, if there was an oppressor, let's say if the table was turned, the state called Israel, let's call it a Muslim land. A Muslim land was oppressing non-Muslims. Do you know what I would do? I would stand with the non-Muslims. Because according to my religion, we cannot be oppressors. It's like it goes against a belief system. You see the difference there? I know you're trying to come up with whatever you can. Try to, I want to use this today. I'm going to use this today. So if I was, if I were, if it was a Muslim land, and if they were oppressive and they were oppressing other people that are non-Muslims, I would stand with the non-oppressive people that are non-Muslims because they're being oppressed. It's oppressed by the Muslims. I would call out those fucking Muslims. You see what I'm saying?
So
that's my position.
You would fight with non-Muslims against Muslims.
I would, first of all, okay, let's say if it was a Muslim land, how can I get there? Let's call this Israel, let's turn it into a Muslim land. How would I get there in the first place? Can I go and tell me?
What does that have to do with anything?
No, it has to do with it.
Amir, speak in the abstract, right? So what you're saying is, you are in accordance with your belief system.
Mm-hmm.
You are willing to stand and fight with non-Muslims against Muslims.
Yes, because if you're an oppressor, which goes against the Islam, I would actually fight against, one of those people. It doesn't matter your background, Muslim, non-Muslim. The reason why, according to the religion, you're violating the Sharia law. And you don't do that. If you do that, and this is the problem with the Jewish people. They see the fucking people are getting oppressed and suppressed. They're not standing up against it. They get shut down by being called self-hating Jew. You see what I'm saying? And this is my problem. You stand up against your fucking oppressor, regardless of who's on the other side.
Okay, so your identity is not necessarily that of Muslim. Your priority, or you prioritize the identity of being against injustice.
Okay, can he be a Muslim? Can he be a Muslim and be an oppressor?
Yes.
Well, bro.
You can't be a Muslim and be an oppressive person.
So if you become an oppressor, like what the Zionists are doing over there, right? And you're oppressing non-Muslims or whatever, right? Just like the way butchering, slaughtering, and this and that. Your actions, I can only judge based on what's apparent to me, and I would look at you as a kafir. I would be like, fucking biggest kafir, get lost. I would actually do a takfir on that person. I would be happy to do a takfir because what's apparent to me, your actions are, that's how I can judge.
So you're telling me no Muslims have been oppressors?
No, I'm not talking about historical. I'm talking about right now. Let's say if I was in this situation right now.
That are oppressive?
Right now, I would have to look into it.
So you're telling me there are no Muslims that are oppressive?
I would have to look into it.
So Benny's right on this. It could be a Muslim and be an oppressor. I mean, you're committing a sin as being an oppressor, right? So you can be Muslim and commit a number of sins. You're still Muslim. It depends. I mean, like if you think it's completely, for example, somebody who's doing some sin and they think it's completely okay and they say it's not a sin. I don't believe it. I think the Quran is wrong on this. I think you gotta. That person may not be a Muslim because if they believe that what Allah is commanded, they believe they're exempt from it, or that they just completely disagree with it. They disbelieve in the Quran. They're rejecting the Quran. Right? So that's one thing. Versus somebody who is committing sins and they are aware it's a sin, but they continue to do it. Even if they just slightly have some type of, awareness that it's a sin, but they don't completely reject the notion that it's a sin. You can still be a Muslim, but
I would do it. I would happy to do it takfir. I don't care because I can only judge what's apparent to me. And if you're going against the Sharia law, there are certain things that I don't tolerate it. I would be happy to fight from the other side because I do not want any Muslims out there oppressing the other people, whether they're Muslim or not.
I should point from that standpoint. I did do, but it hasn't said.
Because I believe in human rights and all of this. This is part of the deen.
Of course, it is. But there are Muslims who don't practice. They will violate the deen. They'll commit sins essentially. That's what I'm trying to say. And that could be. They could be a boss who's abusive to their employees or steals from their wages. That person's committing sins, but they could still be a Muslim. So
I got you, Dean. I got you.
yeah. And the weird point is, this guy who was here. The weird point here is that nationalism, he did, especially defending a country like India, which has a terrible track record against Muslims and other religious minorities and their caste system and so forth, to say that he would fight a Muslim country, if India was fighting a Muslim country, he would fight with India against that Muslim country. I think that guy is quite naive, or has a blind eye, or is afraid to speak out against his own country, the BJP. He doesn't fully equal rights. Just saying, oh, come on, man.
But it says nationalism. See, so do you remember I told you about this nationalism? I don't know where it started from. We had somebody that used to tell me, his name was Abdullah from Turkey. Very nationalistic, right? And I came across a lot of people, even from Pakistan, nationalistic. I came across people that are from Bangladesh, nationalistic. I just don't get it. Like, where is this concept of nationalism coming from? Because as far as I know, these lands were drawn up by the kuffar, by the people, by the British or whatever, And if you look at the partition with India and Pakistan, a whole bunch of people got genocided. That's how this was created, So I just don't get it, man. This concept of nationalism, I have a big problem with that.
He's got a problem with nationalism, but he's the biggest nationalist on stage.
Yeah, 100%.
I wonder who Atman is. Atman, do you want to say something? Crystal, do you guys want to say something? Al? No. I think Shape is sleeping. By the way, did you did you see the clip, Dean, about they weren't allowed to record anything from up above when they were dropping the 8?
They weren't able to control.
They were not allowed. They were told by Israel, if you're doing the airdrops, you can't record anything from the airplane. They were doing the airdrops.
Oh, yeah.
Jordan. So there's that, and then the countries are going to recognize Palestine as a state, but then Trump came out with a threat to Canada. He said, if you recognize Palestine, I'm going to apply tariffs. We're going to have tariff war. So I don't know what they have on Trump. Do you think they have some sort of dirt on him?
Yeah. Why did this guy get into power? And this guy is one of the worst human beings in America. I mean, look, many of us know at least 5 people who have better, who are more intelligent, have better character than this man in our own social circles, our own families, perhaps a professor of ours. We know people who would be better capable of being a president than Trump. Right? I agree you should be out, be able to make tough decisions. You have to maybe have to strong arm
other countries at times. That's the nature of presidency. You got to be tough and make you can't have to be decisive. So that's a good quality, right? But when somebody who's has such terrible character, who is hypocritical, who says one thing then does another, who's bigoted, who's supporting a genocide. Come on, man. This guy's. I don't respect him. I mean, it's sad. So I think that there are definitely Zionists who wanted him in power. His son-in-law and all his, cronies associated with them, Jared Kushner. They're talking. They have a plan. It's in the family. I mean, they got Jared Kushner has a beachfront properties. Doesn't show remorse. What's happening there?
I think you just listed all the qualifications needed to be a president of America.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's pretty much the way it is now, right? It's sad, man. It's sad. It is sad. We each know, all of us probably in this room, 3, 4, 5 people who would be better presidents by far than Trump.
You're repeating yourself,
Dean. Biden with senile dementia, who doesn't know what country he's in, doesn't know the capitals, forgets things. These old men, right, with difficulty walking, can't pull up their pants right. I mean, come on, this is just, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This is not the best the country has to offer. Not Trump, not Biden, not Kamala. But yeah, I think there probably is some dirt on
Do
it.
you think if Kamala would have been elected, she would have done a little bit better job than Trump?
No, I mean, as far as what? As far as what happened in Israel?
Releasing Epstein files, and because they're both funding. His daughter actually, she's been raising funds for the Pro-Pali protest in Atlanta.
Yeah, but no, I don't think so, because these guys they're bought out. They have pressures. They may have dirt that's been used against them as leverage to strong arm them, to bend them, to make them acquiesce to their demands, the Zionists. So, when people say, "Oh, well, I'm not voting for the Democrats," to send a message, they're the ones who are responsible for the genocide, and we're vote for Trump or some third party because we're not going to give our votes to the Democrats. Man, I knew that when Trump was going to be president, I'm pretty certain this is going to happen. Nothing's going to change. It's going to be, because it doesn't matter. Both sides of the fence, Democrat, Republicans, are far too many of them are bought out by Zionists. They will. When Netanyahu visited, remember Trump when Obama was president, and the proper thing to do when a foreign prime minister or president visits a country, they are invited by the president of that country. They notify the president. They get permission from that president. No, he didn't. They didn't even meet. He went straight to Congress. In Congress, I think I counted 34 standing ovations. You would think this guy was the greatest president of America, Netanyahu, and then they clapped for 2 minutes nonstop, standing and clapping, and people were screaming and shouting like they want to get attention. Woo, woo, woo! You just look up Netanyahu speech from Congress, both the Obama speech and also when he came just a couple weeks ago. They're basically crawling over aisles to shake his hands, groveling. You'll just see it. It's so nauseating, it's so sickening. Like, why? Why are they jumping at the helm just to shake this man's hand? It's like posing with them, trying to get his attention. They're leaning over not their pews, but the benches. They're leaning over just to wave at him and get his attention. They want to be seen with them, by him. It is sickening. I've never seen that happen with any president. I've never seen 34 standing ovations for any president. Democrats, or Republicans, even for their own party's president, they won't even stand that many times for their president. 34 times it was, something like that. Why? This war criminal coming to our, how? Why does he have so much influence in the U.S.? Why do these politicians? Why do they Israel? Man, it is just so. Thank God, Americans are waking up. We're waking up, a lot of us, and seeing the reality of the Zionist-influenced this foreign lobby group, AIPAC, and a number of other foreign lobby groups that serve Israel. Their influence on American politicians.
How do you think we should solve this problem? I mean, first we need to clean up the house, right? The house needs to be cleaned up like Congress.
Do you think that's even possible?
So, I was thinking, Crystal, if, I don't know, if Iran or somebody was able to, I don't know, get hold of the documentation related to Epstein files. Because Alan Dershowitz, he said he knows that he has, but he's not allowed to release it. Right?
Say it again?
Alan Dershowitz, the guy. He said he has the list, but he's not allowed to release it.
And then they said there's no list after that.
Yep. And DOJ came out and they said his name is on it like 41 times or 71 times or something.
Crazy.
Trump's name on there. And then he was kept on challenging DOJ. Oh, no, that's not true. DOJ just makes up whatever. So I'm just thinking if anybody can get hold of that list, then, we could find out who's involved with Epstein, and I think that's how we can clean the house. Anybody that was involved with Epstein, for sure, they need to be cleaned up. Like they need to get rid of those people. And it's connected to Israel because Ehud Barak, who was a former Israeli prime minister, he visited Epstein Island or whatever more than 30 times, according to Times of Israel. And then there's Dean, I don't know if you were able to do a deep dive into it. I tried looking into where, Epstein was able to, if he visited Israel, he was Jewish, right? But maybe he could be a non-practicing one. How is it possible that this person never been to Israel, but then former Israeli prime minister goes to visit it? Why would he not come to the Holy Land? Just don't get it. You think he came through a ship or something? Or on water?
Private jet. He probably, doesn't have to disclose.
And they kept him off the record because it's impossible for him not to visit there. It's a holy land for these.
What's interesting is what Trump has done recently. He's come out and talked about, I think Virginia, one of the girls, I know who committed suicide. She came out as a victim of what Epstein did. And what's interesting is I think Trump knows something's coming, so he's kind of leaving little tidbits here. He said that one of the reasons why he had a falling out with Epstein is because he would steal his staff from Mar-a-Lago. And he said that Virginia was one of his staff members, that he stole these young girls from his, I think she worked at a spa or something. What's interesting is at that time she would have been around 15 or 16. So Trump saying this or bringing this out, even making any connection of any sort, and Virginia was very well known as one of the victims that came out and eventually committed suicide, unfortunately. So there is something coming, and he's trying to already build a narrative before it.
I think that's the only way we can clean the house. We need Epstein files released. Otherwise, they're going to release it probably 15 years from now. Everybody's dead.
Epstein, but even more important is 9/11. in JFK, 9/11. Why were the Israeli spies who were captured in 9/11? Why were their answers to questions redacted? Particularly, do you have? I think the question was, do you have foreknowledge or involved in the 9/11 attacks? That the answer to that question is redacted, blacked out, not accessible to us. But other questions are asked are they're able to see the answers to those questions, what the spies' answers were. Why, when it's asked, did they have any involvement or foreknowledge in 9/11 attacks? Why is that blacked out? Let us know. We need to know more about this potential Israeli Zionist involvement. Larry Silverstein, spies who were caught, the moving company cheering with the first plane hitting, ready with their cameras, somehow knowing something's going to happen. They got a video of the first plane striking the building, and they're happy about it. They're cheering. Like they shot a child, a Palestinian Christian or Jewish Christian or Muslim child.
But he had his documentary.
Yeah, sorry, 9/11.
Yeah, but with my problem is, that's all fine and dandy, but is it going to really move the dial and enrage enough Americans on both sides of the aisle? I think
Yes.
Epstein thing will, because there's a big moral conundrum.
No, this is even, okay. If it comes out that Israel, their spies and Mossad, whoever was orchestrating 9/11 and attack, that will upset America. All of America will be upset about that. They're going to be
Yeah,
pissed
but
off
is
at
it going to
Israel.
remove Trump? It doesn't
Will
do
it
anything with
remove
Trump.
Trump? That I don't know. I don't think that in itself. I don't think it would remove Trump, but Americans, politicians, face so much pressure against the by the populace is that don't send any more money to Israel. We need to get these bastards convicted of crimes. The crimes, they must pay us back. They will be so upset Israel Americans. That will piss off more Americans. Also, the JFK assassination, I think, than having that some politicians
Some
were
of it,
caught up in.
a lot of it was redacted for JFK.
Yeah. The good parts, the important parts are
I
redacted.
think there is a connection between, I think JFK at that time did not want Israel to build a nuclear program.
Oh, yeah,
That's one of the
yeah.
things, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a nuclear base, and also AIPAC, which was the American Science Council. He wanted them to register as as it probably should be, a foreign lobby group, and JFK was adamant about not allowing them to do so because that's not according to American law and policy. They're supposed to be a foreign lobby group, but he resisted. JFK put his foot down and said, no, we're not doing that. We're not allowing you to do that. And then months later, he was assassinated. And also months later, after insisting that Israel must allow U.S. inspectors to inspect their military or their nuclear program to make sure they're not building weapons. Israel denied. And months later, he was assassinated. So and this is at a time when Israel wasn't as strong as it was, as it is now.
And that's all proven, right? It's not even now conspiracy.
Oh, that's proven, yeah. The fact that JFK, are you talking about JFK insisting on, inspecting
Yeah,
U.S.
he had
inspectors?
to register it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, those are facts.
Did you have fun?
Oh, it's great. It was wonderful. It was beautiful.
I know I started it, but apologize
No,
again.
don't apologize. It was great. I love putting
It
these
stimulated
things
your
in
brain
place.
cells, right? It stimulated your brain cells, arguing
No,
with
it
them.
just got, just let me.
They wouldn't let you speak. I don't know what the deal was, man. It's like they were here to dominate the fucking conversation.
No, that's a problem. Because then the weird thing is, don't compare. It's like nobody compare the U.S. to, and then to assume white. Racist.
We weren't even comparing the America thing,
Yeah.
right? America is on a different side. We're talking about the amount of rape cases that take place in India. It's just too much. It's to the next level.
It is.
And I actually every time I bring up the moral character of Modi and his goons or whatever, I actually looked at this one case, Bilkis Bano. You heard
Yeah,
about
of
it, right?
course.
It's the 11 rapists.
Yeah.
That was a famous case, right? Oh, but this right winger, Modi supporters, right? They not only gang raped her, they killed a whole bunch of family members.
Yeah, well, it's disgusting. What happened recently, and they're denying it. It's in the U.S. media. A girl was transported for fainting from school in an ambulance, and she was raped.
Yeah, it was. I heard that it's a 13 or 15-year-old girl.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
right.
Yeah, ridiculous. You can't trust anybody at all. Like, anyways, what the issue with them is they feel like they can't talk about the ills of their country because they feel like they're somehow, putting themselves down, which is not true at all. And Benny Adam really fucked up. That fucking guy.
Yeah, I moved him down. He's a racist piece of shit. I moved him down. So next time if he does it, just move him down.
Yeah, I was going to. He was really annoying.
Yeah, I walked away to eat some ice cream. I'm like, okay, you're engaging with them, and then I went to go grab some ice cream. I was gonna get some popcorn and soda.
That was a show for you.
I'm like, what's going on?
Did you guys? There's more videos of see the more videos of Israelis, the IDF or the Israeli Genocide Forces, also known as IGF. I've seen that coined at other places on social media.
Yep, Israeli genocide.
Sniping and kill children and cheering about it. Look how much body through. These baby killers, they're relishing in killing babies, shooting people. The Green Beret, who American, I think his name is Anthony Aguilar. He was part of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. He basically exposed how the U.S. this organization is a client of the IDF. Right? They serve the IDF. They do what IDF tells them to do. They're not to disobey orders of the IDF. And they said they were going to shoot children. And Anthony Aguilar did not want them to shoot these kids. They were just simply trying to get food. And they're on top of like think a small little hill, and people are starving. And they had a command to shoot these kids if they don't get down.
91 just yesterday, by the way, were killed trying to get aid.
Yeah, it's a slaughterhouse. So the Holocaust is happening again. The same people who survived the Holocaust, the children that survived the Holocaust.
They're not even connected to the Holocaust. Most of these people.
Yeah. Well, there are a lot of them survivors. They say this is a Holocaust. These people are committing the most atrocious of crimes: concentration camps, starving people to death. The skin and bones that we saw of the Jews back in the Holocaust years. We're seeing those images now. We're seeing that the kids, Israel's intentionally starving. It's not as a lie.
On purpose.
Yeah, they're doing it on purpose. Yeah, it's part of the strategy.
And the women don't have the nutrients to produce milk, so what's gonna?
Yeah. They're shooting children for sport. They're posting on social media. They're laughing about it. They're cheering it. They're having a great time shooting children. They're laughing, and it's a sport to them. And
do you have links? Sorry, do you have links for that? The video you were just talking about?
yeah, so I could point to the video. Yeah, sure. There's a video that came out. This person Hannah said Hamas propaganda. No, everybody in the world now is Hamas propaganda to them.
U.S. mercenaries too? Interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Hamas propaganda. Even a U.S. mercenary is speaking out against Israel and saying they're trying to shoot and kill children and so forth. And they have luring children to their death, luring men to their death. They're trying to get food for their families. Everybody's Hamas propaganda.
And they won't let them fish. Did you hear that? They said if you go into the waters to fish, you'll be shot on sight.
Yep.
Yeah.
They won't let me go. See, nobody's falling for this Hamas propaganda. No, they know that these are the most wicked, vilest, evil people on earth, committing these crimes of genocide, shooting children for sport, sniping them in the heart, sniping the children in the chest, drones attacking children. They'll bomb a building, and the drone will go back, right after the bombing, and shoot more people who survived, kids, and they love to kill children, apparently. All right, we see the Israelis on social media bragging about how many they killed and mocking the Palestinians and suffering and the women getting killed. They bloodthirsty, right? This is not a statement on Jews. This is about Israeli Zionists, the IDF. These people are murderous, right? And there's many Jews against this. Jewish organizations like B'Tselem, and I think it was Physicians for Human Rights Israel. These two organizations came out a week ago saying this is a genocide. Genocide is horrific. It's essentially a Holocaust. And are these also Hamas propaganda? Are Israelis who are part of a human rights organization also Hamas propaganda? Nobody's falling for this crap.
I was reading the report. How they came up with the whole thing about the sexual violence or whatever? I came across this article. Hey, what's up? I think anybody want to come on up? Just unmute, come on up. I have the hand raising thing off. I was going over, I was reading up the thing, and it was two volunteers, right? It talks about the Zaka, the 7th of October, those claims. There was two Zaka volunteer reports were debunked. One of the name was Chaim Otzmaskin, a Zaka commander believed he found a teenage girl who had been raped because her pants were pulled down. He shared the account widely, but months later, Zaka learned soldiers had dragged the body during booby trap checks, causing the pants to fall while the teen had not been sexually assaulted. It was reported at AP News. And then another volunteer, Yoshi Lando, claimed to find a pregnant woman with her fetus removed from her body. That claim was also disproven, and the United Nations deemed it false. Right? And operating amidst mass casualties, chaotic scenes, some Zaka volunteers drew rush conclusions. Their mistaken assumptions spread quickly and fueled heated international debate. Though not forensic investigators, the Zaka's preliminary testimonies became central in early reporting and political discourse. And Israel emphasized Hamas' use of sexual violence to underline the brutality of the October 7 attack, justify its military. Critiques pointed to these false reports as evidence of propaganda and used them to question the credibility of broader atrocities claims. So a lot of this crap was debunked, right? And I just don't get it, man. These people are still living up this claim that there's rape and this and that. Maybe it did happen. Maybe there was some sexual violence. I mean, what do you expect? It was a rape party. The people are high up drugs. They took some pills, But according to the Zaka report, the volunteers, they made a mistake, and that actually spread it all over the world with the bullshit, what's it called? Bullshit statement where people just took it, especially the Zionists, and they went with it. They started spreading all over mainstream media and whatnot. It's crazy.
What Crystal, you mentioned about Christians defending Israel is so strange. Yeah, it's strange. It's not, these evangelical Christians, many of them who hate Jews, they'll even openly say it that they hate Jews, but they want Jews to construct their temples so that Jesus can come, and that's their belief. That's their motivation for supporting Palestine, for supporting Israel, and the genocide, and their denial of it, just convenient denial, spraying from their eyes. But it's do these Christians matter less to you because they're brown? They're not white Christians. They speak the Arabic language. Is that why you don't see them as equally Christian? Do their words not matter to you when they're saying, "Oh, they're killing us. They're out to kill us. They're committing genocide. That we stand with our Muslim brothers and sisters. as Christians against the shared enemy, Israel? Does that matter to Christians? Come on. They bombed and they bombed the church and murdered third oldest church in the region. It was actually third oldest church in history, I believe. In Gaza, and murdered the Christian families who lived next to the church. Way back, I think the third month into the genocide.
Did they get recently?
And they did recently, yeah, of course. Well, what happened back then? I mean, was that enough back then to galvanize Christians and unite against Israel? But apparently not, because they were brown Christians. And the ministers in Palestine, the priests who spoke, they were not white enough to you. Is that why?
It has to do with white supremacy as well. Just keep that in mind. They feel like Israel aligns with Western values, and all these Christians are, of course, in the West. They tend to side with them, and also the propaganda within the countries. And of course, when they look at Palestine, like I said, what you're saying, they see him as brown, Arab, Muslim, before anything else. They just completely ignore the other population that's also should be very important to them. So it is odd. Even when the Pope, both the popes, have said what's happening is egregious, right? They've come out and said it over and over again. And still, the Christian population seems to not shift.
Yeah.
We have Hannah in the audience. Denying.
That's the same Hannah.
It's not the same?
No. This one is a new Hannah. That's what I tried to send me an invite. Hannah, would you like to come up and just say hello? Introduce yourself? I'll give you a follow back. I just need to know if you're not an AI or something.
No, Hannah left.
No, she's down there. She's back.
Oh, but this is a different profile.
Yeah, this is a different Hannah. This is not the same. This is the profile Hannah.
But if you look at the comments, Hannah left. The other one, Hannah H. That's the Israeli one. If you see,
that's Israeli one.
Yeah, Hannah. Yeah. Before I add you back to Hannah, who's zero friends, you'd have to come up, I think, and speak for people would be comfortable adding you back. It was zero friends, no account. But yeah, if you want to come.
Just say hello, Hannah. You can go back down. I don't mind you sitting in the audience. It's a good room. People like to listen to this stuff, and they get educated on a lot of these things. Even yesterday or day before yesterday, somebody told me. They said I learned a lot from this room. Even Scotty was telling me the other day. That's good. That's good. Everybody comes in, contributes, and they add value to the conversation. And then sometimes we have fights as well related to politics. We had some earlier. That guy is very controversial. Is that guy Giz? No, that guy not Giz. That guy called Gil or whatever the hell that guy's name is. And Ace, if you were to open a room on India, your account will get clipped right away. It has happened to me before.
Oh wow.
I opened a room on rape cases.
Oh wow. Was a big population of Indians was reporting it, mass reporting.
It wasn't the Muslim Indians that came in that much. It was the Hindu Indians. They were, oh my God.
RSS.
And then I had some people from Kashmir, right? The Kashmiri Muslims from the UK. Oh my God. They went back and forth. They were, they were attacking each other, whatever, and then it just went sideways and the account got clipped.
Attacked over again.
I was a burner account, by the way, and I knew how to run this, right? You gotta do it with a burner account. It could be a second or third account. But last time, somebody I know, even their second account got clipped because they opened a room on Indian cases. They clipped his account the second.
Oh, Bima is here. I want to bring Bima up. I was in a room with her the other day. Hey, what's up?
Bima? Hey, what's up, Bima?
Hey guys, Amir, did you see the two Israeli-based reports But yeah, right?
Genocide, yeah.
It's coming down.
You can do it. You know, you're changing. It happened because of you, Bima, on this app. You go into the Zionist room. Yesterday, she was trying to find different talking points, you know?
She knew it. There, she held it down with the Rohan and the whatever Randies or whatever.
So by the way, Bima, did you hear? There was a clip earlier Suki played in this space. Do you know what he said? He wants to put broken glass in my mouth and choke on it.
What?
That's what Rohan said.
Rohan said that?
Yeah, you didn't hear this? You were here.
I didn't hear it.
Do you know what? I think he's like losing. I'm gonna be honest with you. He, what was it? I usually, like, you know, like a year ago, he seemed to be like pretty reasonable. No, maybe less than a year ago. And no, more than a year ago. It was before October 7th, I think. Right. And then I think he like lost his shit. But I still think he like wants to reason, but then even more recently, he's not even reasonable anymore. Do you know what we got in an argument about, like for the past like week, about whether he's been calling me intellectually dishonest because he said to me, was there a war between Israel and, you know, Gaza / Hamas / Palestinians on October 6th, meaning the day before October 7th. And I was like, yeah, of course. And then he's like, you're intellectually dishonest. He's like, it was not. The war started when Hamas, attacked people on October 7th. I'm just like, hold on. I was like, that doesn't make sense. And I said, we can, we could look at it this in so many ways. It's like, why would you think that I would say no? You can ask any historian. You can read Jewish historians that are writing about this. No one is going to say that the war started, on October 7th. And he's been so crazy about this. And then I think, and he's like, I just don't understand where you're getting your, and I'm like, I'm guessing it's semantics because you're considering war something and I'm considering war something. It's like, so let's get a general, a term that we could both like move off of. And so then I started going, I went and I found international law, like jurisprudence, international courts, and I explained how it qualifies as a war, like for years, because it's under the armed conflict, and I was reading it off and explaining, and he got even more mad. And he's like, I still don't understand. I said, I'm just like, I don't know what to tell you at this point. You know what I mean? Like, we don't go off of everything by the UN. You want to go everything back? I'm just like, no, this is just, international court. This is, Geneva Convention stuff. This is, just basic stuff. I think the general world at least uses it as a legality. It's the golden standard for worldwide legal issues, right? We all kind of agree to it to an extent, unless it doesn't suit us at the time, right? But anyway, yeah, I don't think he has not been very reasonable, and it's been very disappointing for me.
He did the starvation yesterday.
He did?
Oh, yeah. Big time.
Do you know what they did, Rohan? And so Edward told me, he said I was in the room about a month ago. And they were like, who has the blockade? It's Egypt that's blocking the aid from coming in. So they were putting the blame on Egypt. Like, Egypt doesn't have to coordinate anything with Israel before anything comes in. So, and then he's like, that's intellectually dishonest, and I left the room. I'm like...
Oh no, he brought another argument up. It was stupid as hell. He said that after he was winning that one, in what war does the other side feed the country they're warring with? I'm like, no one's saying Israel should feed them. It's international aid that's sitting there. No one's saying that Israel needs to do anything. I mean, they haven't done shit all, but they're blocking it in every which way. This guy's like, no, it's because the United Nations won't distribute. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, these international organizations are literally waiting, and pushing for it. Then I brought up Trump. I'm like, shit, even Trump is saying there's full-on starvation and Israel should do more. He's like, no, I don't understand. Well, why is it that there's like fat people there? I'm like, what are you talking about? This is how it's gone crazy.
Yeah, that's another talking point that they've been using. And who was it? There was some girl, I was arguing with a girl named Enigma, today. And she was using that same talking point. She's like, why does Israel have to feed? The literal title of the room was, why why do you accuse Israel of starving Gaza? So of course I'm not gonna just jump on stage and say a bunch of shit because most people, whatever. So I just get a bunch of great articles, just a bunch, and I'm just like shoving them in the chat, talking about the own politicians of Israel talking about the mathematical equations on starving Gaza. I mean, like, and the greatest part about it was this isn't even just after. This isn't after. This is October 7th. This is like circa 2006 when it started. And so our argument, Ace, was similar to that because she's just like, because I was just like, listen, I got all of this information in the chat, check it out, and that's why. And I think if you deny this at this point, I can't even consider you like a reasonable or rational person because it doesn't even make sense to me that there's overwhelming evidence coming from the mouths of the politicians of Israel, part of the Knesset, and you're telling me that no, it's not true. It's not true. Like, come on. Like, is there any credible source that if it comes from them, And she's just like, all she would do was deflect, and she kept using that same argument. She's just like, well, let me ask you this. If she has like this accent, she's just like, I don't want to mock her because I think a lot of people get sidetracked by the illogical arguments and the deflections. But she says, why is it that the UN isn't providing the food, or why is it that Egypt is providing? Why is Israel responsible for providing the food of their enemy? And I'm just like, listen. I was like, logically, okay, first of all, they don't have to provide it, but they can't prevent it, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're preventing aid from. And she's like, oh well, you could get into the inside of Egypt, and like, no. You're all that is a deflection. You could, and we could talk about that, and it's a separate topic. The title of the room is why we're accusing Israel. We're not talking about what Egypt could have done. Now, in logic, most people would think like that's irrelevant, but it's not. It's a red herring. It's a distraction.
I'll tell you quickly. I'll give you the article. Why? This happened recently. I was like, why is the IDF saying if you go into your waters to get fish, we're gonna shoot you on sight? This is recent. I'm like, fine. You close the borders. You can't even access their water. Then you can't even access their ports where they can cook fish. They've said if you go, we'll shoot you on sight. I gave him the article. He wouldn't acknowledge it. They go back to that whole intellectual dishonest shit. So the conversation will shift right away because it's true. What you're saying is 100% true. And then the other part that's true is, okay, fine, all of these provisions you don't want, then what about this factor? They can't even go use natural resources to fish. You'll be shot on sight. And I put the article in the chat.
And what's crazy though is I don't know how they're still arguing this when we have massive reports before October 7th that are all saying and give you all of this information. Do you know, I compiled just between 2021 from a threshold crossed report by the Human Rights Watch accusing Israel of genocide in 2021, okay? From 2021 to September of 2023, right before October 7th, there was about a dozen reports from UN, UNICEF, OSHA, who else? UN, UNICEF, OSHA. There's a whole list, and they're all saying the same thing. Like, what? I don't know. I worry.
You know the next one? How do you guys call it an open air prison when there's a luxury car dealership in Gaza? Do you know how stupid that argument is? That was opened by a Palestinian. That doesn't mean shit because 2007, I believe, is when the blockades were put upon Gaza. I mean, their airport was fucking bombed by Israel, so you can't leave, you can't come. You're in this corner, isolated. You're at the mercy of Israel. You can't do any trade. You can't. Your movement is restricted. You have to get so many permissions just to try to get to the West Bank. So now you're isolated completely. The open air prison is you're living in this space, but you have absolutely no autonomy. You can't do anything. You can't even. They even restricted the bit of money people made through fishing, etc. They restricted so much, and to the point of where when stuff is coming in through truckloads, they're not letting in simple things like chocolate or ingredients that are necessary to make Palestinian dishes. That's ethnic cleansing, actually. Or pencils. It's just simple things. This idiot goes and says, well, how is Hamas still able to get weapons in? I'm like, that's not the argument. Open air because there's one, dealership, luxury dealership, that they're free. That argument they keep using over and over and over again. I don't get how. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add something. So if you guys check the link in the chat, it's from Twitter. This is Mandani, and he tweeted about the video of the amount of rockets that Trump has shipped for to kill more people in Gaza. You should check it out and retweet the video. That way you can get to like a bigger number. He's got about 107,000 followers. And I think this is the same Mamdani, isn't it, running for the mayor?
Yeah, I think so. Let me take a look.
Zoran
Yeah, that's it.
Mamdani, that's it. I put the link in the chat.
I see it.
Anybody else want to come up? Come on up, guys. Let's engage. We have Bima here. Crystal's here. Al is on silent. Al, are you eating, sleeping? No, hasn't said a word. Shape is probably sleeping. Shape spent 4 hours with him, or with Rohan, or 3 hours with him. I think you and Shape went in there together, right?
No, I was there before, and then Shape came in, and Bima was there.
Yep. I mean, so you guys gave a lot of time to Rohan. And then, after he was done with his room, he came into this room and started attacking me in the chat.
No one, who attacked you?
Rohan.
What a loser.
He said, I'm a Jew hater, I'm the biggest Jew hater. I was speaking with facts. I even mentioned his daughter. I'm like, your daughter's pro-Patty. What the fuck are you doing? You're on the Israeli side. You're not even an Israeli citizen. Like, how do you make a decision for the Israelis? Like, these people I don't get. Like, these are American people, Australian, whatever. How the hell do you make a decision on behalf of Israelis? I just don't get it. Like, who the hell are you? Yeah, he has the right, but he doesn't have the citizenship. If you don't have the citizenship, then you don't get the right. There's no right. I mean, what are you gonna say? It's just like a blindly. Like, remember we had people from certain country. They were defending blindly. They didn't want to hear anything about their country. It just makes you want to be like, okay, this is how it is, man.
All his dependency said there's no Jews blowing shit up. I'm like, yeah, we start talking about the Zionist terrorist groups. I think
you should bring up Black Sunday. And
we brought that up. We brought up a lot of shit. Yeah, we brought that up. There's a bunch
of Shape is the one that gave me Black Sunday, and that was good.
And the Marcus, vegetable market.
Booby trapping. This is 1930s. Like, this pager attack, that's not new.
Yeah, but they don't like to admit it. They like to derail and turn to, 90% of all terrorist groups are Muslim. He asked me, is it using the West? I'm like, no, but listen, it's perception. Okay, it's who's in power giving these types of labels? Because if you think about the militaries of these countries, they do heinous terrorist attacks, but they don't get that label. Do you think the West is like anti-Muslim? No, not particularly. And then surprisingly, somebody on his camp came in and said, well, that is true. It depends on who's looking at it. They derail. It is so disgusting that these people today are still saying that there's no genocide, that there's no starvation. How disgusting that is.
Dima, I wanted to ask you, what is your position in relate to, do you believe in two-state solution, one state, or no state?
You're not gonna like my answer. You're not gonna like my answer here.
Is the 60-cent board?
But I'll tell you, hell no. No, no, no. I believe in a pre-1917 friggin' Palestine. Just let it be. let it be.
That's right.
Let it be. Nobody is over anybody, and let's use some courts that we like. If the Jews want to have their courts, go ahead. We can have other Sharia courts, go ahead. Everybody just get along, and no fucking borders. I don't want your laws over somebody else's laws, and let everybody go peacefully. That's what I think. And the moment that somebody wants to initiate aggression, take them the fuck out.
I hear you, but I think we can give them the 6.6% of the land that was purchased legally. That was purchased. But everything else, the UN partition plan, that needs to be thrown, and they can't accept this because the other party did not agree to it. That was issued in 47.
Okay, yeah, no, legal purchasing, yeah, sure. Private property. Sorry, I am an advocate of private property. If it was a legally, fairly, honorable exchange, yeah, I'll uphold that. But were they? I mean, I don't know. But yeah, no, I would agree then. Well, what is this 6% of the? Tell me more about this.
So if you Google it, right, it will tell you the facts. The 6.6% of the land was legally purchased by the Jews, and the rest of it was a purchase. The rest of it is just stolen after the partition plan. And that's the part where because the Palestinian, they had everything to lose, but the Jews had everything to gain. And they didn't agree on it, and that's when you had the Jewish militias, trying to do ethnic cleansing, and they did that in 1947. And when you bring up these facts, it just triggers them. Like I had Yaakov in here. Yaakov was trying to say that it can't be 6.6%. It's included West Bank or this bank or that. I'm like, I don't know, man. We're gonna have to agree to disagree because if you look at the historical facts, it's 6.6%.
Yeah, Cole's becomes all extreme too, by the way.
Jacob, no, he comes in here sometimes. He just wants the facts.
And the Zion groups, he goes a lot.
Yeah, that's how it is, man. That's how they change their position from room to room. It's like shapeshifter. But shapeshifter, he changed his position completely. I think he did a 360 because he found out that these people are demonic. They are different, and then his people got murdered and slaughtered as well by the same Zionists that are supporting the narrative.
I don't think he did it.
I think he did maybe half. Maybe
180 is technically the right term, but 360.
Okay, forget the 180. Maybe he did 90.
45?
90 degree maybe? Half of 180.
9.
And 90. Yeah, Shape, he says he condemns Hamas and whatever. That's everybody's different, man. I think it's like Mahdi Hassan. Mahdi Hassan says he condemns Hamas Ace to get the conversation going. You see what I'm saying? Because the conversation doesn't go anywhere. We get stuck at one point. As soon as you say condemn Hamas, you can move to a next good part where you can talk about other things and address other things. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think that's why Mahdi Hassan, he goes, I condemn the 7th of October, and I do this. But that brother Suleiman Ahmad on Twitter, right, that investigative journalist, he goes, nope, I can only condemn it with certain, yes, there was some crossfire, and I would need evidence to condemn it. and even the rape and whatnot. According to what I just read right now, and what he says on his faces, it's very questionable. It didn't happen. UN came out with it, and UN said it didn't happen at that whatever they're claiming. Look, it might have happened at the rave party because they were all high, not with Hamas. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to point the fingers at Hamas that Hamas did that. And there was one girl, her, I just read it out to you guys. Her pants was, down or whatever, but that wasn't because they forced it down. You see what I'm saying? I'll put the link in the chat. You guys can read up on it. I'll actually read up a small thing again. Let me see.
Do you remember the Zionists that said that once from the nations or whatever, once these hostages come out, they must have been beaten and raped?
They're crazy. One of the hostages actually got raped by her trainer.
Yeah, that girl. Yeah. In Israel.
So I'll read you guys just two very key highlights, right? How they came to this report. So Chaim Otzmazgin, the Zaka commander, believed he found a teenage girl who had been raped because her pants were pulled down. He shared the account widely, but months later, Zaka learned soldiers had dragged the body during booby trap checks, causing the pants to fall while the teen had not been sexually assaulted. Another volunteer, Yoshi Lando, claimed to find a pregnant woman with her fetus removed from her body. That claim was also disproven, and the United Nations deemed it false. Right? And then the misinformation in the aftermath, operation amid mass casualties and chaotic scenes. Some Zaka volunteers drew rushed conclusions. Their mistaken assumptions spread quickly and fueled heated international debate. Though not forensic investigators, Zaka preliminary testimonies became central in early reporting and political discourse. And what verified evidence exists? Independent investigation, including by the UN, special representative on sexual violence and conflict, found reasonable grounds to believe sexual violence occurred during the October 7 assault. However, forensic evidence and survivor testimony remained limited. The witnesses, release of hostages, and some video photographic footage suggests widespread abuse, but the scale and specific remain unclear due to the lack of systematic evidence gathering. They didn't allow the UN to interview or ask questions to the victims. That was another problem. So how do you believe it? You can't believe it. They made a whole bunch of bullshit claims, man. That's why the credibility of this Zionist entity went down the toilet.
Did you see that Border Patrol guy to give testimony that during October 7th he got a message between a certain time to leave his post?
Let me put the link in the chat for you. So you guys can read up on it. And it's a PBS link, by the way. PBS is American TV channel. So you gotta put the link in the chat. You guys can read up on it. Ask ChatGPT to read up on it, summarize it for you, and you guys can read up on it. It's pretty interesting, and I'm finding new stuff in relate to 7th October, which is good, and a lot of this shit is getting debunked. We have Anan down there. He's not an Anan, he's an anus. He likes to record my rooms and streams it on YouTube, this fucker.
Yeah, we know that loser.
Yeah. Loser, why don't you come up and have a girl's picture on there? Why do you act like you're a girl? Do you become a girl at nighttime? A little recording bitch? Yeah, he becomes a girl at nighttime. It's like a demon hour after 12 o'clock.
Everyone.
Walaikum assalam. What's up, yeah? How are you
I
doing?
just woke up. I'm just washing my mouth.
Do you gonna eat anything? You're just brushing your teeth?
Gonna have a cup of tea first.
What What kind of tea do you drink, yeah? You drink black tea?
English tea.
Look at you, man. English man living in English land and drinking English tea.
All the time.
English.
I'm a tea addict. See, I just have a chai, karak, anything.
Why don't you put milk in it? You put milk in it?
Yeah, I put milk in it. Yeah, I put milk.
Oh my god, you drink that Pakistani Indian tea. We had people from India in this room earlier, yeah.
Well, we call it Arabic tea. Without milk. And with mint and without milk.
Oh yeah, mint one is pretty good. The
Yeah,
Moroccan
that's
mint tea.
afternoon. That's normally afternoon. But lunch and have lunch. Or if you are a Palestinian, you eat maramiyah. It's a nice, bad. But in the morning, I have to be like English.
Right, it'll wake you up. It'll wake you up. You need.
Sorry.
In the morning, I don't know tea. If you're immune to tea, I'm actually immune to tea. Even if I drink coffee or tea at nighttime, I can still go to sleep. I have this immunity.
Yeah, me too. It's just like giving some energy.
Ocean, she's immune to it as well. Wow.
Coffee is stronger, of course. If you're immune to tea, you just
Sister, you drink a lot of coffee, sister. You need to drop it. Hey, Ocean, drop it. Drop it. Don't drink coffee.
I don't drink too much coffee.
Okay.
I'm a tea man.
Yeah, you're the tea man, you know. So tea actually came in. I think it was from China or something. So India invented chai. With the milk in it, whatever. So it was invention coming from India. They mixed milk in it and did a whole bunch of spices in there, and it became chai.
I like the chai.
Oh wow, you drink chai as well, Ocean? Wow.
No, I like chai as well. Yeah, chai.
Oh my God, 3 coffee and 5 tea. Oh my Ocean, be careful. Be careful. That's bad. That's bad.
Chai is my best.
I hope you're not that old, Ocean. I hope you're young. Yeah, but it's a good time to leave it. Leave it. Kalas. Finish. Don't touch coffee anymore. Bima, I think he agrees with you. We have the free down in the audience. He's a Palestinian brother. He agrees with you.
Yeah.
Going back to the 1970s.
Called maramiyah. Right now I have a maramiyah with me. I put the chai on the chai maramiyah. Oh, bro, it's really good. Really. Let's go to the shop. Ask them about the maramiyah. Any Palestinians are optional. Ask them if you have a maramiyah. Very good. I mix them.
Yeah, no. Bima, by the way, free. Bima said she agrees to the 1917. Live together. She's not. She doesn't even want the 48. He said she want to go back to the 1917. That's like more than 100 years.
Exactly. Leave them the fuck alone. And I don't understand that arbitrary. Oh, let's go to 1948. 1948, what, 80? What about 1917? Oh, well, we don't want to go back 100 years, 80 years? I mean, like, come on. Fucking retarded. How about we just go back when people were peaceful? And there were Christians and there were Jews and there were Arabs and they were just living peacefully. Just, how about that? Let's do that. Obviously, this is a very contentious piece of land, biblical. All of the religions share a common. It shouldn't be owned. It shouldn't be owned by any particular religion. That is only asking for.
You, Bima, one question he's asking you. He said, "Why do you have Israeli and Palestinian flag?"
That's to show the peaceful unity. You're not going to get, and this is probably where, like, I'll lose you, no problem. Listen, I don't hate Jews. I don't hate Jews. I only hate aggressors that are Jews. If you're aggressing upon somebody and you're harming another peaceful person or their property, you're a problem. okay? And that stands with law. Like, you're not going to use the state, because that's just gang violence, right? A bunch of people get together, they call it law, and then they initiate their or they execute their authority through that. That's bullshit too. I'm saying allow peaceful people to just live in a land, operate consensually, operate voluntarily, and it's very easy to identify who's the aggressor. All you gotta do, are you harming someone? You only have one fucking job, and that's to just not harm another peaceful person. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. And once somebody else gets hurt, but you can't collectivize. You can't say that it's all the Jews' problem, or it's all the Jews' fault, or it's all the Palestinians' fault, or it's all the Gazans' fault. No, listen, if there's going to be one person who's going to initiate violence, you attack them. See, and this is the issue too. So, like, yeah, go ahead.
Question: if you live in Palestine, like I heard that 80% of the Jews in Palestine are racist, fascist. Talking about people really hate the Arab and like trying to kill, or even the liberals. Is this true or not?
So this is the thing.
I see that. Forget about the settlers who are actually mad racist. Talking about people who are actually intelligent and hateful. Talking about the people who are living in what we call 1948. Different. These people, they are also racist toward anyone who's not a Jew. Basically, talking about people like now, I saw also the Jews in Thailand, how they are behaving. These people don't even don't respect the Thai people to be washing in a shop, 7-Eleven. That Jewish lady came in and started shouting at the Thai national people. And it was like, I don't know what, but there's something wrong with Israelis. It's something they haven't really, I'm really fascist. I'm sorry to say that, but I haven't seen anything. I'm really worried. I mean, that some of them look good, some of them are fine, some of them, maybe that's the old generation. Maybe this is the old Jews and Palestine. Maybe they are different. So it's today's one.
Yeah, you're not gonna. So I know most people don't agree with me, but I will radically protect a peaceful person. And when I say what I consider a peaceful person is, you're not trying to force your preferences on somebody else. You're not telling them how to live. You're not telling them what religion they should subscribe to. You're not telling them how they need to operate their culture or anything like that. You can't. Okay, so I will radically protect you. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your religion is. And your only job is to just not harm the next person. Okay, all of this other bullshit, I can't get behind it. I'm not gonna collectivize the people, because I see both. Listen, there's a dude. I mean, like, you could look in the chat. I'm not gonna see, because the recorder's down there, so I'm not gonna say what I read in the chat. But there are some things that, yeah, I don't condone that. I'm not. That's not me, right? I think that there are definitely people who don't want to live peacefully, right? And if that's you, you're the problem. But the thing is you can't be a baby. You can't be a baby. You can't be a whiny baby and think that you're entitled to control what other human beings are going to think in their brains. Okay, that's irrational. It's not logical, and it's immature. Okay, so you have to grow up. You have to accept that your neighbor is going to believe whatever they're going to believe, and the only control that you have as a human being on this planet is what you control, and that is your private property. It begins with you, and then whatever extension of your private property is. If you want to slowly, you know, buy up the land, then you know what? Then you can do whatever the hell you want with it. But you have to get it rightfully. You have to get it peacefully, right? You can't. It can't be awarded to you through some superstitious myth of authority from some foreign land and foreign people. That's just crazy shit. These are all just bullshit ideas that we use to control each other. You know what I mean? So live peacefully, don't bother anybody, and that's it. So and the great thing about it is, the moment that someone begins to tell somebody how to live, they would have to initiate aggression. They're going to have to use force in some way. And it's a very objective thing. It's non-arbitrary, which means you can pinpoint it, right? It's not an idea, it's not a concept. It's something that you can actually visually look at and say, okay, this person has physically harmed me, has physically stopped me from moving freely on the planet, has violated myself or my property, right? And in those moments, those are violators, and like I said, I radically defend you. And so then, defender's choice, take them the fuck out. I don't care how you do it. I don't care. At that point, defender's choice.
Yeah, but I said maybe you don't get me what I'm saying. Like the whole Jewish people in Palestine are radicalized. I'm not talking about any whole generation. I'm talking about the ancients. It's very hard to have a Jew who's not radicalized.
Yeah, they say that about both sides.
About who? About who? Sorry.
So they say that about Palestinians too. So the same
I
thing.
can't justify the Palestinians, they are radicalized because they are oppressed. If you are an oppressed, you can easily be radicalized. But if you are the oppressor, okay, or the oppressors from your side, then why you're siding the oppressor? The other convention. And I see there is no reason to be siding the fascists. Like, you can't say that the German, all of them are radicalized and became Nazis. I condemn those Nazis among the Germans. The entire population became Nazis. I want to ask why. It's the same thing for those sides. Why the Jews, all of them are radicalized to the point that the settlers are really doing what the SAS doing to Jews. Like they go and snatch people from their homes and burning their properties. And why they're doing this? This tells you that the Jews in Palestine are really radicalized, and they are they are actually becoming racist fascists. Let's just go in any we talk to one of them. It's just like we want to kill the Arabs. The Arabs are evil. The good Arab is a dead Arab. They teach in the schools that the Arabs are evil people. I don't know, but this Netanyahu, I don't think it's only a Netanyahu. And I see them everywhere. Like I see them in Thailand. I saw how these people are actually behaving. They're against everyone. Not only against the Palestinians and the Arabs, against everyone. And misbehaving. Who hate the Jews? What's that? And that type of people is actually a Buddhist. He doesn't even believe in any of the Abrahamic religion. No Judaism, no Islam, no Christianity. It's in culture. Because why is he mistreated? Why, for example, a Thai person or a Thai woman hate a Jew? It's because of the mistreatment of the things they are seeing on the street.
So just to address some comments, the reason that I have the flags, because it's visual and I wanted to represent the two people, that's why I just used the two flags. Alright, that's it. I mean, there's nothing else to that. But there is I don't agree in the state aspect of it, but if I remove the two flags, do you think anybody would know what the visual is? No, what I'm trying. So you're representing Zionists with Palestinians. No, I'm trying to represent people of Jewish descent or Jewish people with Palestinian people. That's it. Just the two religions. Maybe I should have done. I could change it to a Jewish star, or I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll use the religious symbols. Would that be better instead of the flags? That might be better. Yeah, I could do that. That's a good point. Yeah, AI did it. I didn't tell it to do the flags. I just I don't remember the prompt I did, but yeah. No, that's a good point. I could change that.
What's up, Layla? Welcome. Assalamu alaikum. Are you driving, Layla?
Hi, no, I'm not driving.
Are you at the house? Or did you make it home safely?
I did, yeah, I'm at my house.
Okay. I'm still thinking about a few days ago when you were driving.
That was yesterday.
Oh, okay, it was yesterday. Okay. You made it home safely, right?
Yep, alhamdulillah.
Okay, good. Yep. I was just saying, we were just talking about, Bima was in the other room, giving them the new points and whatnot, and sort of like debating with them and whatnot. So, and then I think it just went sideways. I think I asked her a question about the idea of Israeli flag, but Bima is representing the Jewish people and Palestinians. So.
Oh, is that Bima's profile picture? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's what Free is addressing in the chat. I think it's they're going back and forth. There's animosity here between the two. I think we need to coexist. You want to come up, Free? Come up and let's coexist.
This is the longest time I've heard Free not speak. He's been quiet for so long.
Do you miss him, Layla?
No, I'm just saying, just really shocking that he goes as long without speaking.
You miss him. Free, do you want to come up for Layla?
No, I don't. Stop it.
Sounds like she misses your voice.
Can you stop him here?
You're
not funny.
Sounds like Black Rabbi misses my voice. Fuck it.
I think Black Rabbi just has a huge crush on you. And his religion doesn't allow him to.
He wants to kill me, and he wants to pull up in Compton. He said he wants to kill me and whatnot. So, what's a better terrorist? Somebody that moves from Los Angeles.
Black Rabbi?
Yeah, he did. And he says everybody, including animals, are terrorists inside Gaza. And he says West Bank is not part of Palestine. West Bank is Judea and Samaria.
That's what they say. Yeah, Black Rabbi is I don't know, but I think he's not very significant person. He's American. He's not even a Jew, not even a straight. So I don't think he's important. I think what he said, he has said to you that if he's you will kill you, that's something it should be taken seriously.
Free. That's a good one, Free. Wow, Layla. Are you gonna do it?
I hate everyone. I hate everything. I hate this room. I hate this app. I hate Amir. I hate Free. I hate everyone.
Look, I respect you, right? Why are you hating on me? What did I do, man? I'm just here, just an innocent soul.
Wait,
I don't know nothing. Me no habla español, please.
No, I do. You two generally, you're like on top of the list. Anyways, guys, can we not talk about my love life? Let's talk about Palestine.
So here's the thing, right? Here's the hypocrisy. Free said, go on his profile, talk live. He'll pick up the live thing, but he does not want to come up and engage. You see the hypocrisy there? So he's giving more importance to somebody in this space. I'm not going to name any names. Everybody can read up in the chat. But that's a crazy part. Ace, are you seeing this?
I'm seeing it. Free.
Everybody's seeing this. Everybody. I'm just kidding, bro. That's your business. That's your business. Anyways, Black Rabbi, should we bring you up? You're gonna give me a headache. You wanna engage with him, Layla? Do you wanna engage with Black Rabbi?
Sure, why not?
Okay, come up, Black Rabbi. Just you and Layla, and come up, man. This idiot, terrorist, Nazi. Such a Nazi.
I love you guys. I come in love. I come in peace.
Shalom.
Hi, Black Rabbi.
Shalom. Who am I speaking to?
You're speaking to me. I want to talk to you
Wednesday,
about...
please refrain from engaging with Black Rabbi. It's between Layla and Black Rabbi. That's it.
I want to talk to you about the Brahimi Mosque being run by the Jewish settler colony. A few weeks ago, my family received word that the Brahimi Mosque, which is near Khalil, or as you guys renamed it, Hebron, there's a mosque there that is very sacred to Muslims. It's a mosque. It's perceived to where Ibrahim alayhi salam, Abraham, and Sarah alayhi salam were buried. And a few weeks ago, the mosque was overtaken by the Israeli occupation and is now being run by a Jewish settler colony. We don't know. I've prayed there multiple times, and people who visit who visit Palestine, who go there on pilgrimage and stuff like that, don't know if they're gonna be able to pray in it anymore, because it's being run, the timings, entering, etc. What you can do inside, when you can go inside, when you can even come onto the property is being decided by a Jewish settler colony. So, what do you have to say about that?
Yeah. So on that point, it's interesting. Hold on, let me go to a better area so you can hear me better. So anyway, so it's interesting. So that place in Hebron, and we call it Marat Metpelach, right? Marat Metpelach. And it's probably, for me, it's one of my favorite places in all of Israel. And I can't even say how many times I've been there. I don't know, maybe 100, I don't know. It's my favorite place. But I think what you're bringing up is probably the most important point, is what does it look like when Jews have control over the Middle East or in particular areas, right? When Jews have control over areas, religious areas, spiritual areas, everyone has access, right? So the Muslims are not going to not have access. They're going to be able to do exactly, there's certain days of the times of the year where Jews are not allowed there, and only Muslims, like Eid, certain times of Ramadan. So those things are going to happen, and that's the benefit of Jewish leadership, is because they don't have this impetus of converting people, or you have to be like us to be here. You know what I'm saying? Because Judaism is a very it's a very introvert, you know what I mean, community. They're not looking to convert people. So when it comes to fair distribution, even when the Jews took over in 1967, just hear me out. When they took over, they had the Temple Mount. They seized the Temple Mount, but they gave the keys to the Jordanians because they don't want to cause problems in that way with religion. You know what I'm saying?
So this is, maybe you weren't listening, but this is completely counterintuitive to what I just mentioned. The Israeli settler colony, one of the reasons why they took it over, number one, was because they believed that it's a mosque, so it's suspicious for terrorist activity, and they need to investigate it, blah, 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 okay? And so they took over the mosque to investigate it and research it. And now the mosque is not open to the public, and we don't know when it's going to be open to the public. There are people, hundreds and hundreds of people, who go to Palestine every single year, every single month. They're entering Palestine in and out. People, Muslims from all over the country, who go to see Al-Quds, who go to see Masjid al-Aqsa, and on the way they visit important places like Nazareth, Bethlehem, so that they can see, these important monuments. And one of the most important places that they stop is Al-Khalil, and they go to this mosque to pray there, and they don't know. Number one, they go there to pray on the safar, like when they're doing tasleeh, and they also go there to pray, as a religious monument. Like it's a historical piece. It's a historical monument, not only for Muslims but also for Christians, also for Jews, and so. But this mosque, being a mosque, is shut down, and we don't know when it's going to be opened again, and again, this is far from Gaza. This is far from the West Bank.
It's in the West Bank.
Sorry. This is far from Gaza. This is in a place where it's a place, it's a tourist attraction. People, Americans, Muslims from all over the world come there. In fact, the area that it is actually like there's marketplaces and stuff like that. Like people know that tourists come there, so it's not like a space where there's necessarily going to be tourist activity. No, let me finish. Like it's like what I'm trying to say. It's a very touristy area, so it's not the most ideal place where quote unquote terrorist activity would happen. Okay, historically, if you look at terrorist, let me finish. Terrorist activity doesn't historically happen in these touristy areas. If you look at even if you look at like terrorist attacks throughout history, it doesn't happen in these places. So what I'm trying to say basically is that there is no reason for the Israeli occupation to take over the Ibrahimi Mosque, unless and until it is only to subjugate Muslims and to oppress them and to take over their places of worship.
It's a really good point you're bringing up, because it's like Hebron, and I feel like you should educate yourself more on the history of that area, right? Because there's been violence, uprisings, all the way from the 1920s with the Hebron massacre, right, where Arabs came in and murdered Jews on Shabbat, inside of the same synagogues.
From the beginning.
Well, I'm just saying, because the point is
The
just
one
saying.
who actually made the murder is the Jews who went there and killed the Arabs.
Okay. Either way, I'm not debating.
Yeah. Please, it's between Layla and Black Rabbi. But Layla, can you ask him what was the reason of the massacre that happened?
What was the reason behind the massacre that took place in Hebron? Or I'm gonna say Khalil, because I don't go by colonizing names.
That's what it's called in the Torah. You're a colonizer. You created a new name for it. It's in the Torah. It's Hebron. That's what it is.
What?
Abraham.
Can you give us the reason? Can we move away from that point? Can you give us?
I just want to be clear.
We're not here to debate religion. I'm just here to ask you.
I'm not debating religion. I'm just saying you said a term. You said we have a colonizing term, and I'm saying that's the term that is in the Torah. You created. You guys came in centuries. You guys came in millenniums later.
It doesn't say
Jahash, but your Torah doesn't reference.
I thought it was just 101.
Doesn't Yeah, but that's not the biblical land in the Torah. That's not.
Hang on. Forget about the term. I want to know what actually happened in Hebron. Go on, tell us, educate us. We don't know. We're just idiots. We're dumbasses. Can you tell me what happened in Hebron?
I think it was either 1927 or 1929. Yeah. So the Jews were having a Shabbat, and out of nowhere they were stormed by thousands.
What was the main reason? Why did they do the attack?
And they murdered all the Jews inside the synagogue.
Why did they do the attack?
Can you answer that?
He's gonna look it up. He's gonna ask.
The point is just saying. No, but the point is.
No. My point is, why did it happen in the first place?
I don't know.
We're talking about your point. I need to know the answer. Can you give me the answer? Why did the Hebron massacre happen?
I'm saying to you that there's been historical violence in the region.
My question again to you. Hold on, Black Rabbi.
Okay, but no.
Such an idiot.
Okay, Amir. Even if you know what? I'll play by your words. Okay, I'll agree with you for the sake. No, let me finish. I'll agree with you for the sake of the argument that there was historical violence in Khalil, that there was, that it's the birthplace of uprisings, even though everybody knows that the birthplace of uprisings is actually in Al-Quds, but anyways, I'll agree with you for the sake of the argument, At the end of the day, a mosque, by international law, is a sanctuary space, It is a place where people seek refuge, the same way that a church is, the same way that a synagogue is, and for the Israeli occupation to justify and to go out and say that okay, there is terrorist activity in a sanctuary space, we are going to go and we're going to take this sanctuary space and we're going to investigate it, thus then creating religious discrimination onto Muslim population that is constantly subjugated and discriminated against by the Israeli Authority. It's insane, and not only to Palestinians living in Palestine, but also to the Muslims that come there for pilgrimage. So this now is not just an issue of Israel and Palestine. This is an international religious authority. This is an international issue now. This is something that is like people are advocating to be brought to the United Nations attention, because it's the same way that, let's say, okay, that there is this one of the oldest churches, some of the oldest churches are in Ethiopia. Like, if anybody were to go and demolish them, or if anybody were to go and to say like, okay, we're going to demolish these, or these are now going to be under this occupation, and like nobody's going to be able to see them anymore, it would be the same way it would be brought to an international court. It would be seen as discrimination under international law. People have the right to go seek pilgrimage the same way that they have the right to go seek refuge. And for Israel's occupation to come and say that we are going to take over this mosque to investigate it, which they have been for 2 to 3 weeks now, and they still have not opened it up for public use.
Well, I think you should be aware that the tribe, the clans the Arab clans that live in the Hebron area are partnered with what you call, fine, but they are partnered with what you call the Jewish settlers, and it was actually the Arabs who educated the Jews on the fact that there is terrorist plots around Hebron, because it's right in the West Bank. I mean, that's where it is. It's like there's 97% of Hebron is Muslim, 3% is Jewish, right? And there's a little small Jewish community right next to the mosque itself, and
Do you have sources for that?
I live it.
Okay, so I'm just supposed to take your personal experience?
I'm not lying to you. Like, I have no reason why you could look it up.
Exactly, so why don't you do your due diligence and give me the source?
I live it. I go there all the time.
So I'm supposed to take your word for it?
Yes.
Ya Jahesh?
Yes.
Yeah, Jahesh came out. The Jahesh came out.
You don't understand the sunset.
Rabbit, you also live the American dream, don't you? You have sources? You have evidence of that? You what? Take whose breath away?
I said the sunset
just realize one thing.
Will take your
Amir asked him about the reason of the massacre. He never gave the answer.
This logically, Rabbi, this does not make any sense. Sorry, Yahoo. Anyways. Okay. So, it's first of all, this doesn't make any sense, because why would an Arab Muslim population educate the same occupation that threatens? This is not only the first mosque that they've shut down. They've completely demolished and shut down the Ahmadi Mosque, which was named after Umar ibn al-Khattab, and also is the same mosque that was one of the oldest standing mosques, like one of the most oldest standing mosques in Palestine, in the world. When that mosque got destroyed, right? It literally shook the entire Muslim Arab population in all of, and for those of us who live in the diaspora, we know that our parents, our grandparents who were talking about it, were crying on the phone, okay? So this doesn't logically make any sense, because why would a subjugated population, that has historically seen places of worship being taken over by the Israeli occupation forces, go and tell the Israeli occupation forces that there's terrorist activity that is happening there? That doesn't make any sense. Even if there is terrorist activity that is happening there, no, listen to me, okay? This is generational trauma that we're talking about. Nobody's gonna go tattletale to the IDF saying that there's no Arab Muslim, no Palestinians gonna go tattletale to the IDF and say that, okay, there's terrorist activity happening there. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how power works in Palestine, okay?
Yeah, they do. And the thing you got to keep in mind too is that there's so many Arab I guess you call them clans or whatever, they have been under the thumb of Hamas for like since 2005. Once Hamas gained power in Gaza, they subjugated all of the Arab tribes, right? And so now that Hamas is out of business, now you're seeing all the different tribes part. But I'm saying that now you see them partnering.
Since 1948.
Okay, but Rabbi, okay.
Hamas.
Rabbi, you know what? I'm gonna frame the argument like this for you, okay? You cannot use international law. If international law, like, I feel like it's a joke at this point when it comes to Palestine and Israel, honestly. Because if international law has any precedent, it is that you cannot bar a people, especially people who go there for pilgrimage, from seeing a place of worship. You cannot do that by international law. If you want, I can pull articles for you. If you want, I can pull articles of international. Let me finish. Don't interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. I'm speaking very calmly, very eloquently. Don't interrupt me, okay? I'm being very respectful to you. I'm probably going to be the most respectful person to you on this whole panel, so please treat me as such, okay? As I was saying, okay, if international law has any precedent, it is going to be that you cannot bar a people from entering their religious places of worship.
I was actually cannot even pronounce the word ha. We call it here. Actually, if you look at it carefully, it's Hebron. That's not even Khalid. But anyway, but you are non-Semitic. I mean, you are a fake Semitic. Los Angeles. Okay, so.
Anyway, I just want to respond.
You cannot even pronounce the word ha.
Don't censor yourself. Don't censor yourself.
Okay, censor.
You cannot bar a people from entering a place of worship. You just cannot do that.
Okay, you're making it. Bro, can I talk to you? I'm not talking to you.
I'm talking to you.
I'm not.
Okay, Amir, ask your questions. What was the cause
to you
of that massacre?
I'm not talking to you.
Why are you mentioning it now?
Let the sisters talk. Respect her femininity. Give her
Well,
space.
respect yourself. Answer the question that Amir asked.
I'm talking to the sister. I want to learn from her.
Doesn't matter, but where is Amir's question?
She does matter.
No, you don't matter. I don't want to say. You not answering back Amir's question.
Yeah, brother, there's no point of getting answered. This idiot doesn't even know what happened at Hebron massacre. They wanted to take down the Masjid al-Aqsa. That's what happened. And by the time the massacres happened on both sides, it wasn't just the Jewish side. On the Arab side, they got killed as well, and some of the Arabs even saved the Jews. All right, you should look into the historical facts. If you're gonna come and take over Masjid al-Aqsa and you're like a colonizer, occupier, somebody like from us. Hold on. This is what ended up happening in Hebron massacre. Go look up the facts instead of talking out of your mouth.
But that's fine.
Don't make bullshit claims. That's why I wanted to ask you, because I wanted to check on you to see if you know the historical facts.
Amir.
Just a dumbass.
Amir,
No, there's no point. No point. Go engage with Layla. I'm not gonna engage. You're an intellectually dishonest piece of.
I want to respond to you. Amir, so the point is, the beautiful point that Amir is bringing up, you guys, the beautiful point, there was a rumor, right? Because there was a Rabbi Cook, who was a big rabbi here.
It wasn't just a rumor. They were going to do it.
No, they weren't. And there was a rumor because of certain things that he said in the speech that the Arabs took that the Jews are going to try to take the temple down, right? So it was a rumor, right? But that's not the main point. The main point, whether maybe it wasn't a rumor, I wasn't there, right? I wasn't even alive at that time, right? So I'm not here to argue that. But what I can show you, when you see 700 checkpoints in the West Bank, what you have to understand is that
it's 920 checkpoints, not 700.
Total.
Yeah, total. 920
I said in the West Bank.
Yeah, in the West Bank. I'm talking about West Bank. 920, not 700.
You know what's crazy? When, like, in the West Bank, right? Like, in order to get from, like, one of my family friends' house to the house where they live, it's only like a few kilometers. It should only take like 15-20 minutes. It could take 4 to 5 hours just because of the amount of checkpoints that are in the West Bank. Like, that is actually insane. And Black Rabbi, you can misconstrue whatever historical piece of information you law. I'm talking to you about international law. I'm talking to you about the articles that Israel is supposed to follow as a nation state, as a member of the United Nations, as a member that, as somebody who is a GPC in the Middle East. I'm talking to you about that. Okay, I'm talking to you not even, again, I'm not even talking to you as a Palestinian. I'm talking to you as an international relations student, somebody who studies this. You cannot bar a people, you cannot bar a group of people from entering their religious spaces when they are on pilgrimage. Okay? In fact, when you apply for your visa and when you enter a nation state, the visa officers and the people who work in immigration are complied to tell you that you are not allowed or you are not able to visit thus and thus place, and you are able to cancel your trip because of that and return back home safely. Again, Israel is the only place in the entire world that does that. That doesn't follow that. Okay? That doesn't do that. Israel is the only place in the world where you can go, you can apply for a quote-unquote Israeli visa, or you can go into Israel and you can visit, you can, listen, let me finish, you can go and you can visit Israel. And the immigration officers will not tell you what places you can and cannot visit. You will find out when you enter Al-Quds that you cannot enter it for whatever reason, why or why not. It is the only place in the entire world that does that, by the way.
Do you have any sources in that?
So this is the thing that, and right now I'm just speaking as an American, right? I'm not like, going Jews and Arabs and Torah and all this. I'm just speaking as an American who grew up in Los Angeles and just came to a different part of the world and observed, right? And the challenge with international law, and this should be your thesis, right? The challenge with international law as it relates to this conflict is that there's a different type of militarization that has happened here that we've never seen before in history, right? We've never seen the idea that, okay, 1967, Israel, defeats its enemies and starts expanding with the support of the United States, and then all of a sudden you say, hey, there's a people here that were Jordanian Egyptian, and now we're going to call them Palestinian, and they're going to be a resistance movement. And then you go back to the international courts and say, hey, these people who live in these particular areas, these should be considered Palestinian territories because they are a people, and this is the mechanism to stop the West's improvement on what they.
That does not make any sense. That's wrong. No, that's wrong because you're literally lying, bro. Palestinians have had representation in the United Nations since they've had representation prior to the Nakba. They've had representation for as long as the League of Nations has been around. What are you
I'm not taking away from that. What I'm saying to you is the concept of Palestine has existed for 2,000 years. That's what the Romans called my ancestors, right? In Israel, they called them Philistine. That's what they called them. It's a Greek word.
You're from Los
right?
Angeles. Stop acting like you're from there. Stop.
And so what I'm saying is that in 1967, there were that were militarized as a resistance movement. That means everyone who defined themselves as Palestinian past 1967 was militarized individuals that were there for resistance movement. So they went to the international courts and they said, hey, you know what? We live in these areas. We are a people. We're indigenous. We need sovereignty. We need support. We're going to lose. And that was the response, was to take certain territories and say, hey, these are Palestinian territories, right? Because the Jews didn't have those territories per se, right? So that's what we're talking about. So now you go even a step further and you look at Gaza and you look at Hamas. Now you're looking at a population of people that are completely militarized, right? Completely militarized and with the focus of destroying Israel, right? So now how does Israel deal with that? How do you deal with that when women are conceiving children to create terrorists, right? That's what their goal is. Their goal is to create children that destroy Israel. That is their goal. Martyrdom is a thing, right? So we don't want to accept that.
Are the IDF and are they martyred now?
All I'm saying is...
Rabbi,
No.
anytime I gave you a warning, Rabbi,
one
if
second,
you talk about the children
one
of Gaza,
second.
I'm going to put your mom's information on my PTR. Check my PTR. Check my
second,
PTR.
one second.
I told you don't speak about the children of Gaza.
Mm.
Check your mom's information on
No,
my
one
PTR.
second.
Look at it.
One second.
There's nothing you can do about it. Look at your mom.
Hold on a second.
Oh my
Hold on.
god.
Hold
Look
on.
at your
I
mom.
got a
Look at your
question.
mom. Look at her. Look at her.
Hang on, brother. Hang on. I was asking a question. Are those IDF soldiers, when they lose their life, are they called martyrdom? Yes or no? It's a yes or no. Don't give me freaking explanation. And the people that died during Holocaust, were they martyrdom? Go on, tell us. When the Jewish brothers, your Jewish brothers and sisters and whatnot, they were working for the Nazis, they were putting them in the oven. Were they sacrificing them? Go on, tell us.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but why?
No. Answer yes or no. Yes or no. Yes or no. Are the IDF soldiers murdered now? Yes or no? Go on. The IDF soldiers, when they lose a life, what does Netanyahu do, or what does the IDF do inside Gaza, inside Israel? Go on, tell us. All right. The Holocaust, right? During the Holocaust, the Nazis, there was a whole bunch of Jews that were working with the Nazis. They were putting the Jews into the ovens and turning them into soap or whatever. Now, question to you is, were they doing it on force? Why were they sacrificing their own Jewish brothers and sisters and kids? No fucking answer. No answer. You just make up shit. I have a lot of talking points that relate to the Nazi, the Warsaw Ghetto, the Warsaw, the uprising. There's a lot of shit. There's a lot of similarities.
What does this have to
But
do with
you're just a deviant. Hold on, you're just a deviant asshole, right? And I called you on it multiple times.
I'm saying to you, right?
Okay. You never answered the question.
I made a simple. She says she studies international law, and I'm saying what we see in Gaza, there's no international. We've never seen people take a population of children and use their deaths as a form of political activism, right? We've never seen.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Look, Black Rabbi. Okay, this is absolutely insane to me because as somebody who has family in Gaza, like nobody, and believe me when I say this with my whole entire heart, nobody would raise their kids to say that, okay, I have no choice. I'm choosing for my kid I'm sacrificing. Nobody would go. No woman. Let me finish. No woman would carry a child for 9 months in her stomach. No woman would feed her kids every single day. No woman would want to send her kids. No woman would want to send her kids to a rebellious camp rather than sending them to school. No woman would want to do that. That's not even my opinion. That's not even my opinion.
Wait, Rabbi, you want more? Buddy? You want more, or you want me to stop, or you're gonna stop? Do you want more?
It's not true.
No,
You want more, you fucking
that's
rabbit.
not even
You want more.
Black Rabbi. That's not even my opinion. That's just a fitra. That's just your nature as a human being.
It's not true.
It is true. It is true.
That's not Islam either. It's not.
Nobody wants to raise their kids. I have family in Gaza. Not once did my aunts and uncles, let me finish, not once did my aunts and uncles, not once did they ever say, okay, we want our kids to be members of the resistance. Not once did my family ever come into my dad and say,
I live here. Who cares about what your family did? I live here.
What do you mean? Who cares about what my family did? How can you sit there and say that in your privileged ass space? You are not from there. You live in your own bubble. You live in an occupied land. You live in your own little bubble. You live in your own little colonized world. You don't look. You don't open the curtains. You don't lift the shades. You don't look out and see the people that you're actually speaking about. I have experienced it. My family has experienced it. I've seen it with my own eyes. What you are saying is complete BS. You grew up in SoCal, bro. You grew up in Southern California. You're out here talking mad shit. You're out here talking this and this and this about the Israeli occupation, but you don't know the first thing. You don't know the first thing about what it means to be a Jew. You don't know the first thing. I would recommend you. literally, you know, it's Wednesday, the other day, she said something beautiful. She said something, the fact that this right now, this month is supposed to be commemorating the fact that you guys endured so much starvation during the Holocaust, and you have the audacity to sit here and tell me that what my family is experiencing doesn't mean anything, and that there's a mass starvation that's being executed on Palestinians right now. That is absolutely insane for you to come on here in your privileged little bubble and to come speak to me about my family that way. It's so you come from your privileged ass has the audacity to come on this app to hide behind a screen and quote unquote try your best to educate and convince and convert people, and instead of talking about the actual truth that you are a traitor to your own race, you're a traitor to your own people, you're coming out here condemning Palestinian resistance when you know damn fact that some of the biggest leaders of black resistance in America actually stood by the Palestinian liberation movement.
Even Angela disowned you, the one on my PTR, Black Rabbit. You know who Angela is? She disowned you. Look at her.
You are a disgrace to your own ethnicity. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? There are so many black.
I know you haven't spoken to her in a very long time. Yeah, Rabbit.
Is anybody even listening to me?
Yes, we're listening to you, but you're wasting your time with
Free is listening to you, Layla. Free is listening.
I'm listening to you. I'm listening, Habibti. I'm listening. It's okay.
Don't call me Habibti. Like, I'm talking about something very serious right now. Like, how can he sit here and with his in your privileged little bubble, and how can you talk about my family that way? You have no shame.
I didn't say that. I asked you what were your experiences.
He is so
You told me nobody cares about what my family is experiencing. How can you say that you are literally sitting in such a privileged space?
You're in America.
He's someone that got chained up and whipped. He got chained up and whipped in Israel.
In a shiny building. And under in somebody's home.
He doesn't. He's lying. He doesn't live in a shiny building. This guy. He lives in a 3-bedroom apartment with 3 other roommates. He's lying. This filthy pig. They literally put him on chains and they whipped him. If Amir wants to put the video in the chat, that would be wonderful. You're a filthy pig, buddy. You're a filthy pig. You're pathetic, man. Look at your mom. I know you haven't talked to her or seen her in a very long time, but this is just a reminder. She still exists. Look at her. Her phone number is there too if you want to give her a call or send her an email or something.
Oh my God!
It depends what you want to do, you fucking filthy pig.
The thing is.
Yeah, if you want more, I can send you more now, buddy.
I'm continuing to.
You want more? Do you want me to send you more, or just leave it there?
I'm continuing to go.
You want me to leave it there, yeah, Rabbit, or do you want more?
I'm writing a letter to my couple.
Write a letter to your mother. Your mother.
And we're gonna
write a letter to your mother.
The Temple Mount is a symbol of racism.
Write a letter to your mother. She's the one who disowned you, not your. I don't know who the fuck you want to send a letter to. Look at your masters and your PTR. Look at them. You're a slave to them. You're a slave to them. You are a slave to these people in your PTR. You're their slave. They don't even pay you, you fucking filthy pig. You're not brother. You're nothing. You have no brothers, man. Your brother disowned you.
Yeah, sure. So anyway,
your brother from your other mother disowned you. You know, your brother from your stepmom disowned you. You know who that is?
Anyway, so
you don't know. There's no point with you.
Black Rabbi, you have failed to refute any of my points. You stand defeated once again. Your face is literally, you're so shameful. Like, if I was you, I would delete this app and I would never come back. You know, the fact that somebody who is literally 1/3 of your age was able to grill you in an argument, Basiani, I would never come back. That's just me personally. You still have not refuted the fact that you cannot bar a people from entering their places of worship. You cannot do that. Even if you do, you have to inform them before they make their trip. But Israel is the only place, is the only occupied entity in the entire world that does not follow international law when it comes to this article. And it is shameful and it is disgusting. It does not matter. Okay, if they're dealing with a different group of people, they are still dealing with an oppressed population, a population where people are considered second-class citizens who are being surveilled, who do not have the simple rights to privacy, which again is granted to every group of people, even groups that are deemed terrorists. They still have right to privacy. You know, you cannot come on here.
The people in Gaza are militarized.
Palestinians, that what their families, especially Palestinians in the diaspora, that what their families are experiencing doesn't matter because you sit in a privileged place, you sit in somebody else's home, you eat from somebody else's dishes, you eat from somebody else's garden, you eat from somebody else's land.
You guys create. This is fake. This is all fake. This is all fake. Bottom line is Israel received its land from the United Nations.
Bro, you're dying.
The Arabs, the Arabs refused to take the land. Now they don't have anything.
Your reality is that you're dying. You're dying. You're isolated. You're being isolated.
So
wants
at
you.
the
That's your reality,
Warsaw
buddy. You're being
uprising,
isolated.
were they militarized?
We take it. As long as
Hold on, were
You
the
you have no choice.
just ask him about the Hitler, the Warsaw uprising. Were they militarized? Were the people militarized? Go on, tell us. No answer like
Yeah,
that.
sure. That's a very good point.
Were they militarized? No, they were militarized.
Answer before I number you, Black Rabbit. Answer.
What I'm saying is that the concept of
The concept of Warsaw uprising. Hold on.
Why do you keep talking about the Holocaust, bro? Like, why?
Concept of Warsaw uprising, right? Were they militarized? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
Were they militarized? No, the Jews in Germany were not militarized.
No. So they were not militarized. They didn't have anything to fight with. They didn't have no weapon. They did not fight anything. Okay. Literally, your Jewish brothers were part of Nazis. Hold on. Your Jewish brothers were actually serving with the Nazi, and they're the one that sacrificed their own brothers and sisters and turned them into martyrdom. Did you not know this?
You know, the concept of Israeli didn't even exist until
that's what they did
years ago.
What's going on in Gaza?
That's what they're doing right now.
Be a man.
About the Palestinians.
You're not even a Jew, you Black Rabbit.
Be a man.
No, but hang on. I'll draw a comparison. This is what they're doing right now. A lot of the Palestinians come from a Jewish lineage, and what the Israelis are doing, the Israeli Jews, they think that they have the upper part or whatever, and they're sacrificing their own brothers on purpose. They're killing their own brothers, sisters, and kids. So what do you have to say to that? There's a lot of similarities when it comes down to Hitler.
The difference is that you say you love Palestinians.
You're not saying you're not.
And I fight for the Palestinians to be liberated.
We don't fight for the Palestinians when it comes to that
you guys support.
You fight for the Palestinians. You don't fight for Palestinians.
Yeah.
You fight for yourself first. You fucking slave for them. Fight for
I,
yourself, bro. They chain you up. They whip you. You fucking faggot. What are you talking about? Fighting for the Palestinians.
The key thing is like this.
Fight for yourself, buddy. They took your soul away from you. Fight for yourself first, buddy. We don't want you to fight for us. Don't fight for us.
You're not a part of this. You're not a part of it. You just have relatives.
You will never be.
You're not picking up a gun. You're not fighting. You're a little bitch talking about my mom.
I might be your next. Yeah, your mom is on my PTR.
You're a little bitch. You're not a man. If you were a man, if my cousins were dying, I would be in Clubhouse.
Nothing you can do about it.
If my cousins were dying, I would be in Clubhouse.
Look at your mom.
You're a bitch.
Nothing you can do about it.
My cousins were dying, I'll be picking up a gun.
I might be your next door neighbor, Rabbit. You never
I don't care.
So you admit,
hold
on guys, hold on. So you admit
Rabbit is triggered, and there is nothing you can do
admit
about
then
it.
that Israel is committing these atrocities to the Palestinians. Thank you for
said
admitting that.
atrocities? They're at war with the people in Gaza.
No,
Rabbit,
you just
I'm
admitted it.
gonna flex with this BTR for a month, Rabbit. I'm gonna make you famous.
Who cares? She's already
I'm gonna put it on my stream too, you faggot.
Great.
Yeah.
The sons are famous, bro. Anyways, the point.
I'm gonna teach you a lesson about the online world. You fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Just watch,
Grow up,
buddy, just
Freak.
watch.
Freak, grow
Just
up,
watch, you
bro.
rabbit.
Grow up.
Rabbit.
You're free. You're
Rabbit.
ruining this app. Stop.
Rabbit. Nothing you can do about it.
It's free idea. Stop. Grow up. Someone give this free a baby bottle. Listen, we're having a discussion as adults. We're having a discussion as adults. You can't act as an adult. I suggest
fucking piece of shit.
Hang on, guys, please. Let's not do this. So, by the way, Bima, what would you do to a person that says 1-year-old Gaza, newborn, and animals, everybody in Gaza is a terrorist? I'll put the link in the chat. Just listen to his testimony. He comes in here says the same thing over and over again. He's a black American. He moved from Los Angeles to Jerusalem, living on a stolen land, right? And then he claimed that the God has promised him this land. So that's where Free's coming from. Free's Palestinian from Gaza.
Who stole what?
So,
There's nothing stolen.
yeah, I'll put the link in the
You
chat.
just keep making a lie up. You just lying.
Hold on, Blaz, let me
Nothing was
ask you.
stolen.
Let me ask you. You said the UN gave the Jews the area of Palestine, right?
It was they gave there was a partition plan and some.
Okay, so pause right there. Okay, where did they get the authority to do that?
International governance.
Oh
and where
my
did
God!
they? Hold on, Layla. Hold on. Where did they get the authority to do that?
America.
Okay, where did Where did America get the authority then to do to America? Where did America get the? Who gave America the authority to do that? God. Okay, so God. What evidence do you have of that? So I could look at that.
I mean, it's a lot of factors.
Hold on. A lot of factors. You do you realize that?
I'll give you one.
Okay.
I'll give you one.
All right.
So for
No. I thought you said you were going to give me the argument. You to say that God gave America the authority to then give the national world the authority to then give the British the authority to then give the Jews the authority to have a nation state in a place where peaceful people were okay. Now explain to me where this authority came from. Go ahead.
No, the authority ultimately comes from the United States, and the authority was given to the United States.
To them by God, you said.
By God, yeah, to have authority over the world.
Okay, first of all, Black,
And make it better.
you just told me that Jews are a type of people who never want to push their religious beliefs. Like, you guys are not universalizing religion. You're not trying to put your beliefs onto any people. So why would you use that as for sake of argument to justify colonizing Palestine? Why are you using your religious beliefs as an excuse? Which, by the way, I'm sure aren't even your religious beliefs, because literally I've talked to multiple rabbis who have told me that one of the reasons why, you guys are cursed for not having a land is because you disobeyed multiple prophets and their commands. That's one of the reasons why you guys were put into slavery multiple times, because you continue as a group of people to deny God's commands and to deny the messengers and the prophets that come. You are a deviant group of people. But anyways, you literally told me that you don't use your religion as a way to justify and to convert people. But then why are you using your religion to justify the genocide and colonization of a group of people that were already occupied there?
Truthfully, many of the Jews that live in Israel, and just like a lot of the people who now define themselves as Palestinian, a lot of them are just kind of like caught in
You
the shuffle.
fucking piece of shit.
Right.
What the fuck do you know about Palestinians?
Right.
You're literally a black person that ran away from the US and you put your ass on the table for the Israelis. You fucking piece of shit. You're not even a Jew, you fucking faggot. You're literally a slave for them.
Okay, great.
You're literally a slave for them. You're their slave.
I enjoy it.
Bro, you're a faggot.
I enjoy it.
This is why your mom disowned you. Look at Angela. Look at her picture. Look at her face. This ugly bitch. Look at her. Look at her.
I enjoy it.
I know you enjoy it. Everybody enjoys looking at her too right now. I'm gonna make you famous, you fucking scumbag piece of shit.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. I got you. And I have you on recording too, calling the 1-year-old that Gaza is a terrorist.
I appreciate it.
I got you, buddy. I got you. Yeah. You will enjoy it. And you know what's the best part about it, you faggot? There is nothing you can do about it.
I want it.
There is nothing you can do about it.
I want it. I'm
giving it to you. I literally just gave it to you.
Yeah.
And there's nothing.
God is making you do it.
Nothing you can do.
God is making you do it.
So just sit down and enjoy the show.
You're serving me. Good point. Yeah, you understand? I'm a Jew.
Don't you wish? You're nothing. You're at the aphis.
God is making you
nothing. God wants nothing to do with you. God didn't tell you to go to the white people and make yourself a slave for them. God didn't tell you to be a slave to the white people, you faggot. He didn't say that.
They're white. Oh, they're white.
Yeah, of course they're white Europeans. You fucking piece of shit.
Why
What
do
the
you
fuck
come
are
in
they?
these rooms rooms. I have a question. Why do you come to these rooms? Why do you come to get degraded? Like, I'm sure you have your own spaces,
the degrading thing,
you know?
it hasn't been this way.
He's used to the degrading thing. They spit on his face and
I just want to make the point.
Spit on your face there when you walk in public.
Amir's room, Amir did show
Go buy yourself a chicken or something, you piece of.
Amir did show a lot of respect, and it was a positive dialogue. And I would say like this: the transition for me in the media is from,
you blew the respect after you said one.
I know you're right. I admit it. Amir, I admit it. I accept
now you
that.
face the consequences. You piece of shit.
I accept it. And you know what? And I truly believe that in my heart, right? But the thing is, it's like this. I have to go into a debate style of dialogue in these podcasts and these different things, right? So the Hasbara type stuff that they have, Israel, with these like people that go out, they don't know what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm a real.
You know what you're talking about?
You know what I'm saying? Of course. And so
you know what you're talking about?
No. It's not that. Amir. Well, hear me out. Amir in his room, they're more current on the day-to-day discourse than any of these other, and that's why the Israeli Hasbara people, they're not successful, because they can adapt the message. So they'll say the same talking points on Pierce Morgan and these different places.
No, see, your mom is a new talking point. She never existed in this room before.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But my parents are going to be in the media with me very soon. So
yeah, we're going to make her current on the Discord.
Yeah, I mean, it's just...
Yeah.
Everyone should know about our family.
Of course.
We are an example of American
I'll help you. You want to be famous. You want to be that person.
I'm already famous.
Yeah, I'm helping you. I'm increasing your followers.
You're serving.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what, Black Rabbi?
But I love the Palestinians.
Yeah, we don't fuck. I live here.
You literally just said you don't care about
I'm talking about the real Palestinians.
Everybody, all Palestinians are real Palestinians.
The real ones.
You're the fakest person on this earth.
Not the refugees.
Bro, you're pathetic. You don't even
Is that supposed to be like a religious perspective? Like I don't understand that. Is that, do you think, but this is what your God, is this the same God that gave America the authority, the same America that currently still oppresses black people?
How does America oppress black people? Just so I know.
Yeah, sure. So let's talk about it. So there are things like the prison to school, the school to prison pipeline. There's things like
hold on. Talk about it. Explain that to me.
Okay. Well, we could get into. You know what? We could let's
because my question is that limited to black people or just poor people in general? Poor white people go to prison. Poor black people. Poor Hispanics. Middle class Hispanics. Middle class blacks.
All right. So you want a black statistic? No, but I'm saying is it a well statistic or black statistic? Hold on. Let's talk about the blacks. Let's talk about the American black. Let's talk about the American black statistics. Okay. Let's talk about how America, indiscriminately, disproportionately sentenced black men by up to what was it? I think it was 20%. You have, for the same exact background, the same exact criminal background or non-background, black men get sentenced up to 20% greater, with greater sentences, with the same exact background. How about 50 to 80% of black Americans are removed from juries? Just because they hold on, right? And these are facts that you're not going to be able to dispute. So what do you think happened, blacks? Yeah. Hold on, black. What do you think happens when 50 to 8? You could go, depending on the region, where 50 to 80% of black Americans are removed from what is supposed to be an unbiased jury of your peers, to then what do you think happens? What do you think happens when that happens? Because I could provide you plenty of evidence.
So the key point is, right now, I'm going to respond to you talking about black people serving on juries in local courts. What I'm saying, you said to me that America oppresses black people. I want to understand how we're oppressed, because I don't see that anywhere. I've never seen it my entire life. Now, I know there's segregation existed. I know Jim Crow existed, but that was almost 100 years ago. You know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with my reality today as a person of melanation.
Yeah, it sounds like your mind's been colonized. Do you understand the difference? Hold on. Do you understand the difference between de jure and de facto?
No, educate.
Okay. So de jure is like legislatively, like, Jim Crow, redlining, all of these things. These were legislative practices where you could read, you could pick up a piece of paper, a document, and you could see it. But what happens is the whites in America got sophisticated with their racism. So then they removed, but they still use the direct targeting to suppress Black Americans through what would be now de facto, just by the system, because they understand where the weaknesses, and just understand exactly how the system works. Okay, so that's what we have right now. We have implicit racism, we have systemic oppression, we have people that are largely victimized on a daily basis, thrown in a cage at gunpoint for victimless crimes, peaceful people that are walking around harming nobody, profiled, killed, murdered indiscriminately, abused psychologically, physically by police. Okay, this isn't, and wait, this is the best part. When do you think Black Americans, men and women, have the same rights as, let's say, the white man in America?
Okay, so this is all really.
How many years? No, I'm just asking you what year. I just want to know what year. What year do you think that happened?
I just want to respond because I don't want to feel controlled by white women. You know what I'm saying? I want to feel like a free Black man to speak. So what?
I reject that title.
He's not white, Black
You're
Rabbi.
you will always be controlled by white people.
Just let me finish.
Look at your PTR. Look at who's controlling you. Look at your PTR. Look at it. Look at it, you filthy pig. Look at it.
Actually, you know what? I forgot to tell you guys. He tweeted that he's no longer Black. Bima, did you hear about his tweet? I'll put the screenshot in there. This is what he tweeted on his Twitter account. There's no white supremacy here. He claims to be white there. Yeah. Okay.
I never. Why would I? What would be the benefit of being white?
Buddy, you can't.
If God controls everything that I experience in reality, why would white help me?
I think I'd rather listen to Chucky than Black Rabbi.
I still like a year when you think Black Americans, men and women, Black men and women, have the same rights as the Black man in America. What year do you think that happened?
I don't believe it ever existed now or then or later. Nothing. No one can give you rights. It's only God. It's all an illusion. It's a game. It's a mind game. I gave you rights. I gave you freedom. No, you didn't. Only God gave me anything.
Well, hold on. So let's talk about that. That's excellent. So let's talk about that. So God gave rights. Okay, now that's interesting. Is God giving? Do people in North Korea have these rights?
Why are we talking about North Korea?
It's just a question, right? It's just a question. Hold on. Are you telling me that God is discriminating? I'm assuming God do you believe that every human being has the same God-given rights, or do we only some of these humans have God-given rights? Does every human being born to the planet have the same God-given rights?
If they live in the way that God is.
No. I'm talking as a baby. When you're born, before you get the first stimuli. Oh, certain rights. Okay, so every human being has, but do some babies have more rights than other babies born on the planet?
I don't know what you mean rights.
Well, you just said that God gives the rights. So I'm asking you.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is rights, meaning that if I evolve as a human being or my family evolves, it's not because some white people or some American government did that. It's because we're blessed, because we follow in the ways of God, the ways of Hashem. Because of that, we will continually to elevate, right?
Okay, so what are the rights? But you said.
I don't know about rights. I'm talking about in terms of rights. I'm talking about my intellectual, spiritual, financial advancement in the world is only determined by God.
Okay, do you believe that people can harm other people and oppress other people?
Not without God's permission.
Not without God's permission. Okay. So if
Hitler
so
had
you're.
God's permission? Did Hitler?
Bima, just take look at the screenshot from his Twitter account. Sorry, Ace. Chucky, do you want to go really quick? Just say it really quick, bro. What you want to say?
Yeah, when are you guys gonna understand that Mordecai, aka the Black Rabbi, is a proud Caucasian man? Like, when are you guys gonna realize that?
Yep. So Viva, check out the this is a screenshot from his Twitter account. I have uploaded. Anybody can watch it. Please share it on this app. And he doesn't think he's black.
So Black Rabbi, did God allow Hitler?
Yeah.
Oh, so God did what he did to the Jews and the other 7 billion.
Always.
Wow.
So why do you mourn it?
Because
Celebrate it if God's did it.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not about celebrating or not celebrating. It's about knowing that there's a connection, right? So we connected to God. Like, we're the only nation that has this relationship with the Creator, right? And
What do you
that's
mean?
what
So
it
the black slavery was also God's?
everything that exists in the world, the fact that you can.
But then why do you have that special connection? Because God put you through the Holocaust?
This special connection happened on Mount Sinai when we presented the laws of the universe to humanity.
Oh, so you told God.
The universe.
No, he
Are
told
you sure it
God
was then
the
the
laws of
connection
the
happened, or
universe.
when you were wrestling with God and one?
Let me give you one of these laws, guys. The things about how you check the woman's virginity, as in Deuteronomy chapter 22, bring the talking sheets, so she's not gonna be stoned.
Oh, let's leave the religious stuff out.
Leave the religious stuff. We're just talking about the God. We're focusing on God.
Yeah, just God. I don't even particularly with the points you're saying. So that's how we understand it. So the fact that when I'm born in North America and they say, hey, you are this and you are that and this is who you are, and they tell me all these things about myself, and then they create these stories in association with these categories. Me as a Jew, I look at that and I'm like, wait, only God determines who I am. I talk to the Creator. That's it. Like, what do you? How are you gonna tell
So
me?
how did you? So God revoked your black card, according to.
No, I'm saying to you is anything that the white man has created is nothing.
Okay, and isn't Israel created by the white man, Ashkenazis?
No, it's created by Jews. But the point is just saying.
Hold on, so Jews can't be
Some
white,
Jews are
black.
like
Hold on, so
that.
Jews can't be black or white or brown?
I'm saying by your non-Jewish terms.
No. Can Jews be white and black and brown?
Only using your non-Jewish terms.
I'm asking you a question.
No.
Can they be?
No.
Oh, so they can only be Jewish. So I guess their skin tone makes a difference. I
It
guess
doesn't
we should
mean,
ask
it only
Ethiopian
means
Jews.
something to the non-Jews. You guys are obsessed with skin tone.
Okay, so when it comes to Israel and
I'm saying
Ashkenazi
like
Jews,
Jews, like not
it doesn't
Europeans.
count.
You're not talking about Yemeni Jew, for
I'm
example.
saying
but
Jews in general. There's all types of
Indian Jews, African Jews. We're talking about which Jews actually created Israel.
People were in diaspora, they native people.
No, diaspora where? From Yemen? Diaspora from Ethiopia?
Either way, the point is saying we're on top and we love you guys and the power of Jews controlling the Middle East.
Black Rabbi, you just insulted children. Okay, you just said that every child born is born. The woman, the people in Palestine have children to sacrifice their whatever Gaza to sacrifice their lives. Do you know how barbaric that is? Do you know how sick that statement is? No, that's not the truth. You psychopath. You're psychotic.
You don't know anything about
I do. Nobody does that. You're psychotic. And you couldn't answer Amir's question about martyrs. You could not answer our idea of someone who died martyrs. You couldn't answer the question. They are martyrs, right?
So why
I'm saying you can't even imagine that.
Why do you use the word black?
That's why you have to say I'm lying to you.
Why you were saying if there's a category called the Jews, so why you call yourself black rabbi? Why is the black
getting pregnant to have a child that she knows is going to die? You can't imagine.
Or you contradict yourself.
So therefore, you think we're lying to you.
It's
not me, it's you. You say that shit. The Nazis say that shit.
Black Jew or white Jews, and you said yourself that there's some category called Jews. And right now you say why?
This is where they're at in Gaza.
You lied to yourself, my rabbi.
They've had 150,000 children since October 7th.
So they can't.
What about the 157,000 Palestinians?
How can they even get erections?
We're talking about occupation. Why don't we talk about the famine right now? I think by you, Palestinian people dying of famine that you causing. We're talking about the genocide right now. Hey, listen, black. Are you a black or are you a rabbi?
That's also.
Are you a black or rabbi? Because you say that there's nothing called. There's a category.
There's no
called
family
Jews.
in Gaza. There's no family in Gaza.
No, there's no family in Gaza. There's nothing called black.
Wait, but Trump said there is. You follow Trump, right, Black Rob?
I'm in line with U.S. policy.
And U.S. policy has said there's famine.
You know, okay, I mean, there is nothing called black Jews. There is either a Jew or not.
I don't care, man. Why are you making a big deal about stuff that
Well, there's nothing called black rabbis. You're just saying, trust.
Lex, I have a question. I have a question about your God. You said that I asked you about oppression, and I said, what was my question? Oh, do you think that people could be oppressed on the planet? And you said only if God, you said allows. God allows it. Can you? Because allow is that's that could mean a lot of things. Do you mean that like permissively, like God doesn't intervene, or prescriptively, like God actually wills it, or observationally? You think that God willed slavery?
Everything that exists in the world, from its creation to now, God has willed it. Everything. That's why we surrender ourselves to Him. That's why we serve Him.
So raping people, so with the idea of soldiers or sodomizing Palestinian prisoners, is that allowed by God? I'm asking a question.
Everything
God allows that?
Everything that exists in the world is allowed because of the Creator, and the universe says so. If it's not for that, it doesn't exist. So the fact that Israel is rising to the top, or Israel's rebuilding Jerusalem, rebuilding that this is God's
It's rising up. I think
if you guys believe in God, you're going to sit back and look at that and say, hey, maybe I should humble myself.
And the Jewish race is in demise. And actually, the same thing as your God is in demise, your ideology is in demise. Okay? You're going down, bro. Your religion, your philosophy, and you so Jewish on people as well.
Yeah, I think he took off in the right time. Is he still here? Because shit was gonna get pretty crazy.
I think you should challenge him. Yeah, I don't think it's worth challenging him on his delusional views. Let him think he's rising.
Well,
Let him think.
He's he can't even wait. He just said that he thinks that God wills oppression. So he's saying that his God, if he actually stayed a minute longer, and we even explored that for a second, he'd see how that all it completely dissolves on it's an absurd moral conclusion.
Yeah, but what he's saying, sister, suits his narrative for this moment. Because he's trying to justify what is going on. It suits his narrative. For example, if you had asked him 20 years ago, 30 years ago, or when Jewish people were being oppressed, he would have changed that narrative. So it depends on who the audience is at the time. These people will change depending on who's listening and the time of day. So there's no point. I mean, we've had these discussions with him. He changes like I was going to say something really bad. Anyway, you get my point.
Yeah, I wish though he could have. He's basically saying that evil is good if God wills it.
Yeah, only if
so there's two options. Okay, we have then God does not will evil, or evil ceases to have any meaning, and thus so does good.
But Bima, you're trying to have this philosophical conversation with a man who literally said that every Gaza child born is a terrorist, and the mothers have these children so they can go martyr them. This is the nonsense he said here. He's also said there's no famine, there's no starvation. This asshole also said the other day that, oh no, these Palestinian mothers are on purpose starving their kids for a while. This is a nonsensical shit he says. You can't use
this is why, Bima, so you have to understand, when Free came up, he was cursing for a reason. Yeah. Because I used to be nice to him. I tried for about 6 months, okay? I've been running these spaces for the past 10 months. I know every single one of these positions, right? And I know where he comes from, what his background is. I know pretty much every Zionist on this app, right? I've debated them too much, right? But the issue is, when Free came up, he's from Gaza, right? Somebody from Gaza listening to his bullshit saying 1-year-old Gazan to be a terrorist and all of that other shit. So, and this guy gave me death threats. He wants to kill me and blah, blah, blah. And, what else did he say? He said a whole bunch of crazy shit.
Yeah, that's where I draw the line.
So all I'm saying is, so with him, there's no respect. I don't allow the racial slurs. That goes against my rule policies. But the other stuff, if you want to curse him out because that does piss you off, then why don't you concede to the point? Even he brought up it related to Hebron massacre, right? I asked him a question. What happened at Hebron massacre? Right? He didn't want to give me the answer. He kept on asking. Yeah, he's such an idiot, and it actually was going to happen. How do you expect the people to react if they're going to take over your Masjid al-Aqsa, which is a holy mosque for the Muslims? You see what I'm saying? You have colonizers coming in from out of country like Poland and Ukraine or whatever, and there was a big, not just a rumor, they actually were going to do it. They were going to take over Masjid al-Aqsa, and the Muslims, it's a holy mosque, and they lost it. But the massacre happened on both sides. The other side, I think, was the Jews were like 70 or 80 people. On the Arab side, it was 110 people. British mandate got involved as well, and you wouldn't believe it. Some of the Arabs had actually saved the Jews. They said, come in, we'll save you.
Yeah, I'm. First of all, I'm sorry that happened. I didn't know that he threatened your life. I wouldn't ever allow anybody in. See, I'm absolute. This is probably going to frustrate a lot of people. I'm an absolute free speechist. I believe that you could say absolutely anything. Where I draw the line is threats of violence, or doxing, or anything like that. That's beyond. Like, you don't get excited because someone is intellectually, you can't keep up with the argument, right? If you can't combat the idiocy, then you're just not doing a good job. And to threaten violence or to dox somebody, I won't ever get behind any of that. That's bullshit, right? Just get a better argument, figure out your position better, right? No, I still stand the same. You cannot.
But if you believe in free
threaten
speech,
somebody.
you should let people speak, without interjecting, right? So if you believe in absolute free speech, and he didn't really threaten his life or anything. He just said something and there's context to it. Because what Black Rabbi was saying was ridiculously heinous, and there was no interjection then.
Yes, it's good to hear from Black rabbis sustainable threat to Amir, but the thing is, I found that Black Rabbi and Shmuel Batesh are actually twins. I put down a link and see what actually Shmuel Batesh was saying. He was saying like he is stronger than God. I'm stronger than you, God. I'm a Jew. I'm stronger than you. I mean, these people, I don't believe that they have any essence of understanding what's religion, what's God is. They believe that they want to be God themselves. And what he's saying is that's basically why God's allowed for it, because justify his purpose, like killing, murdering, and raping is the way that God wants. Who is God? He himself. I think that this is the might of right. It's not the might of right. It's the might for the stronger. It's the survival of the fittest for me. So I do believe that we have to be recognized in this fact. Their philosophy is in demise. Their ideas in demise, religion in demise, and everything is in demise. But what's right now is waiting for the inertia, pull them down. And that's good. Everyone is watching.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I understand that we get frustrated when people, talk about, they have the whole really ill, uninformed, misinformed, bad, even perceivably hard ideologies, right? But the idea is that we as a people, we can't combat them, right? Good ideas don't require force. Just offer the better argumentation. People have a need for connection, for community, for being loved. This is, and I didn't want to go like psychological. It's definitely not my forte. I'm not a professional, but I mean, I don't think anybody, can you not understand that something like that? He clearly has severe identity crisis. This guy's going through a lot of shit. He doesn't even make sense. He literally said God wills oppression, right? So then he just made God an author of evil, rendered morality completely meaningless, contradicted God's nature, denied the reality of human agency. All logical contradictions. He just needs to be called out, right? He just needs to look, you're literally morally bankrupt and completely logically incoherent. Your ideas don't even make sense. Just take a look at your ideas. And because otherwise this guy is going to continue to go into his echo chambers, and then he just gets other people to latch onto these stupid ideas, right? So that's why
These are the type of people that we need to talk to.
We have been.
Oh, sister,
Girl.
he's been here for months. This is not the first time he was in this room. He's exposed himself countless times, and I think that's why Amir allows him to come up every so often to expose his nonsense every day or every so often. Because these are the type of people that will really not help anyone.
Right, and I think obviously we all have our own mental ecosystems. I'm not saying that anybody should tolerate it, absolutely not. If you can't handle, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, because listen, I have to sign off here too sometimes. Definitely take a minute, get your health in order, make sure that you're refreshed. These things are exhausting mentally, physically, emotionally. They affect us physiologically to our core. Sometimes I don't know about you guys, but I get so upset that I start shaking. Does that ever happen to you? When you're thinking about what an idea somebody holds, and the things that they're saying, and you literally start to just shake with frustration and anger and just hurt, right? So those are the times you just gotta sign off. You gotta take a minute, and you gotta realize these are just dumb, stupid humans born to the planet at a particular time, circumstance, location. We're all going through our own shit. We gotta help each other. We gotta stick together. No threats of violence. That's the one thing that you don't do. Allow them to get their shit out or not.
Violence. He never was. But I will say this. You brought up a point earlier saying that, you want the 1917 back to those borders where everyone just lives together, kumbaya. Do you see how that's just a complete and utter, it's just a pipe dream? It's impossible. How do people who are currently being genocided, starved to death, and Black Rabbi is not the only one who has these extremist viewpoints. There's unfortunately many. I think a recent survey came and said over 82% support ethnic cleansing, or over 50% agree with IDF's actions inside of Gaza. So to even have that stance, and then to say that, well, the other side says that, that the Palestinians have done X, Y, Z, it's not even comparable. It's almost through the whole, in the middle, both sides argument. There is no both sides in this. What is happening and has happened is absolutely heinous, and it's been going on since before October 7th. So that's why this whole ideology of, everyone living together, kumbaya, it's not gonna happen. There's no way God's green earth will somebody want to share space when they've actually come out. And you do know the IDF, everyone that pretty much is of age has to join the IDF, and they serve. So they have been militarized. There's been a lot. I have a friend whose ex was actually an IDF soldier. She didn't even know. She might have been in the States. But long story short, he said it took him almost 10 years to have a whole different exposure, to rethink and have different views and opinions, because he had that visceral, that hate when he was seeing Muslim, because it was so deeply ingrained in him. So that whole point, impossible. I could see Free's pushback that he was giving in the chat, because it's like, damn, how do you even, after giving, and you do know that there's a lot of peaceful resistance, a lot of it. Even when they were protesting at the border, the Gazans, and they were what? Shot? Bullet sprayed? There's over 45 resolutions that UN has issued against Israel. And you know this, every time we talk about this, they always say, oh my God, they're anti-Semitic. This organization is anti-Semitic. That organization is anti-Semitic. I mean, shit, in 2000, I believe it was 16, there was an international organization who said, we want to come in and investigate claims of crimes against humanity in both Gaza and Israel. Hamas said, sure, come on in. Do you know what Israel said? Oh my God, investigate us. That's anti-Semitic. So I know you have your right to your own thought process and opinion, but just look at this from this viewpoint, and I can see why people get triggered, right? I know you were kind of getting irritated with him and calling him certain names and calling him a baby and stuff, but just think about it from that perspective. And you heard this ass-white black rabbi come in and say some heinous shit. This is nothing. You have no idea. There's so much of the backstory of what he's done. Even trying to go after Amir and me and these people, those people, threats he's put out, you have no clue. And it's not just him. It's not exclusive to Black Rabbi. You've had conversation with many of these Zionists, and they're not the minority. Unfortunately, they are the majority. Because if they were the minority, oh my God, the Israelis would have been pushing back and getting rid of that government ASAP. But they're not.
Well, I appreciate you guys. You guys did a great job. Minus the doxing and the threats of violence, we don't have to do that. We don't have to go to that low. I think that that's something that we still have the choice to step above that,
By the
rise
way,
above
it
that.
wasn't
Amir,
doxing. He's given that information to everybody here. It's publicly available. He's told everybody about his whole story. There's articles that are out there about his family. So no one actually got doxed.
so I understand that. I still feel like if you're trying to threaten a person outside of the app in some odd way. I'm not. Listen, if there wasn't a threat, then I don't care. I'm only saying, just let these people come on the
Do you know the story of why? Let me tell you briefly. So there was a recording that Amir made, and he said some really crazy shit about little Gazans being terrorists and saying that it's justifiable to kill them. And has said this about children, and you heard some of it today. And I mean, and this guy's from Cali. His parents were Christians, and they became Muslims. He was actually a Sharif. Then he converted to Judaism. Then he went to Israel. Now what's interesting is Amir did this and said, you know what? Maybe do your parents know? These are the crazy things you say. Maybe you're so. He was trying to be like, you're so disconnected. Maybe somebody like your family can put some sense into you. And he has shared everything public. It's all public. There's no searching for any information. All Amir said was, what would happen if I sent this recording to your mom? How would she feel about the crazy things you're saying? And this was again a way to help him maybe rethink it, because we can't get through to him. We've tried for a long time, believe me. He went crazy. I was there. I have the evidence. He sent me a lot of.
See, now that's something. That's something I would be okay with. You want to send something to his
But that's
mom,
exactly what. But that's what I mean. That's when he threatened to kill Amir. He said it 1,000,000 times. He threatened to kill people in this room. He said that, oh yeah, the FBI and these Israelis and whatever, they're spying on you guys. And he tried to find out if Amir was a citizen or not. He wanted to get him deported, which is, he's a citizen for fuck's sake. He went so far to say that he came back. He doubled, tripled down. Many people heard. There's a recording of this shit. I'm an attorney, so I told him, I'm like, listen, stop. I told him multiple times, you're breaking the law. I'm like, you cannot do these threats. You're gonna be in trouble. Stop. He didn't do it. He tried to say that Amir was a terrorist or he was doing something so illegal by potentially sending this recording to his mother. He went batshit crazy. He even said, you know what? I got some gangsters I know, and they'll come for you, and they'll kill you. These are the things he said. So when he puts up his, when he put up his mom's picture, it was like a reminder. Hey, listen, we have that shit. Maybe you should simmer down. And he swore he was never gonna come back here. He came back a month later with a new profile.
Wow, that's crazy.
Crazy. And get this, he used to always try to talk to me on Instagram. He's a freaking dick. I got so much out of him and I screenshot and kept it just in case. I told him, I'm like, you just snitched on yourself, you dumbass. He went and blocked me thinking somehow I wouldn't be able to keep those messages. And I'm like, you messed up. This is the level of psychoticness. So it wasn't trying to threaten in any type of way. It's just, there's a whole context there.
Thank you. I appreciate the context. Yeah, definitely, folks, keep your pseudonyms. Don't give your personal information out. This is a crazy world. But, oh my God, I can't even imagine this guy. Yeah, doesn't seem very well put together.
And Dima, he also threatened me with bodily harm. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I apologize.
I was scared he did.
That's crazy. See, that's something that I don't tolerate. I'm a very peaceful person until I'm not. I will radically defend the innocent. Radically. Listen, maybe I'm not very well hinged, because I'll tell you what, I think I could probably, this is what I dream of. This is how sick I am. Okay, guys? This is how sick I am. I think right before I go to bed, what I could unleash as an unsuspecting person, just put me in Israel. That's really all I want to be. Just put me.
Do you remember?
Just put me in there, and I swear I'll end this shit tomorrow.
You said that.
Okay? I will organize.
Yesterday. Do you remember?
I'm a fucking.
You said that. You said you wanted to kill him. That was, hey, girl, you said kill.
Only the aggressors. Only the
But
aggressors.
still,
Very
that
clearly.
is,
Only aggressors.
I know,
Listen,
but
self-defense.
I know, but again, it's not them coming after you. But do you see what I mean? Where this comes from? I mean, you said it yesterday, and they're all.
Yeah, no. But I think that's different. That's much different. We're talking about self-defense and defender's choice. I will, like I said, I will radically defend the innocent.
But you're not in direct danger, I suppose.
No, just maybe some mental issues from this. No, I'm not. I'm okay. I'm fine. No, seriously. I'm fine. Yeah, it's just I'm sure you guys know. It's exhausting mentally, physically sometimes, but I've been very passionate about this particular topic for maybe about 20 years. I did an entire I used to have my own radio show in college. It was like a talk show radio. And I would talk about this ad nauseum. And I had gotten an entire liberal campus just up in arms. Like everything was, because you'd be surprised how many people support Israel and America just like blindly. And at the time, 20 years ago, it was much different. So anyway, I've for the longest time I thought like maybe I'm supposed to. This is my delusion, guys. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little. This is ammo if you ever want to shut me up. I thought for the longest time I was like, maybe I'm supposed to be here to solve the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Like I would literally dream about it at night. I have pages and pages of ideas that when I did as a kid, I was like 16, 17 years old. Of I love manual typewriters, and I would just type and type and type all of these ideas of all of these schemes that I would come up with to unify and to unify and figure this shit out. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate every one of you. Thank you for giving this guy the time of day. Did not realize the level of
He's back.
insanity.
There you go. He's back. Your friend's back.
I wanted to ask Amima, do you believe in a one-state or two-state solution?
I do not believe in a state solution. I don't believe that. I don't believe in authority granted by might makes right, by gang violence. I don't believe in gang violence. I believe every human being has been placed here, and we all have the same moral inherent authority, and we all need to just be adults and live peacefully. Fuck any type of idea that you could congregate and then use your majority rules as might makes right and force other people to submit to your preferences. If you believe that, you're the problem. Just leave everybody alone. That's your only duty as a human being on this planet. Don't harm other peaceful people or their property. If we have issues, we work it out. We don't need violence.
Those peaceful people resist using violence and nothing else works.
I mean, if private property is violated, so if your person is violated or your private property, then that's self-defense at that point.
What about your rights, your liberty, autonomy?
So rights. I thought that was an interesting topic. So, what are rights? Descriptively, all they are is ideas that human beings agree to. So they're reciprocated mutual agreements between adults. And we say, okay, well, that's why rights aren't the same everywhere on the planet. That's why the life, liberty, and happiness, or life, liberty, and property in America, the rights are much different than they were 30 years ago, and how different than they are on North Korea and in Kenya and in Saudi Arabia and obviously Gaza and Israel, right? So there's no God-given rights is bullshit.
But can't we just I mean, let's just make it clear. There's some things that we just know are right and wrong. You don't need to have laws in place. You don't need to have anything in place to tell us that you don't need to believe in religion or anything of that sort, God-given or not. It is absolutely wrong to rape somebody, whether or not that's a law that's written on a book. It's absolutely wrong to target and kill innocent civilians. It's absolutely wrong to withhold food. It's absolutely wrong to not allow a people to progress. It's wrong to blockade them. It's wrong to violate their liberty as human beings. So I think we don't have to do that whole very semantic way of looking at this. There are just some basic things I think we can all agree on. And with that being said, you're talking about private property. These people are refugees. Their property was taken from them years ago. So they may be living in refugee camps, let's say. They're literally relying on foreign aid. So technically their property isn't being violated, but their self and individual is. Their children they throw a rock at the border and the child gets sniped, killed, taken. There's no, I mean, again, remember Israel is a Western style democracy in the Middle East. When it comes to dealing with Palestinians, all of that goes out the door. So don't you feel like once the peaceful side doesn't work, that the aggressors, they have to be met with resistance that sometimes requires violence?
Oh, absolutely. And that's exactly where that comment from me came yesterday, right? Like I said, I will radically defend the innocent, the people who are being aggressed upon, right? So yeah, once you stop reciprocating rights and you begin to violate a human being, another human being, you then are the aggressor. You are morally accountable for whatever your actions are, and you can't just collectivize. You can't think that you can be, Philip Zimbardo, and I mentioned this, Philip Zimbardo wrote a book called wrote this theory. He was the guy who did the Stanford Prison Experiment, but he also wrote a thing called the Lucifer Effect. And it's basically this idea that once we get into like these collectives and we, a badge or a uniform, we then sort of like our moral accountability is removed, right? And that's what the machines of government use to get people to go to war with each other. Like, oh, don't worry, you're not murdering somebody. You're just doing this, or you're defending this idea or this idea. That's trash. You're still morally held accountable, and that's I think most soldiers, every single soldier who's ever killed somebody, they know this inherently, which is why suicide is so crazy among soldiers. I used to work for the National Purple Heart Museum back many, many years ago, and I would do nothing but speak to veterans. I'm talking, these were the veterans of the last World War II and Vietnam, and these people, all these years later, absolutely terrorized. They're haunted. And it is the saddest thing to sit there and have taken their stories and to have talked to them and to understand. I mean, families have cried to me saying, it's been 30 years and he never would ever talk about it, and I'm so glad you got him to talk about it.
Wait, just on that point, I just want to go back to this. When you said that the other side, the Zionists, they do that talking point of, well, they've been violent towards us. How is that even justifiable? How does that even work? Because remember, at the end of the day, who is the aggressor? Who's defending themselves?
See, and that's the collectivist mentality, Ace, that I'm talking about. They're saying they're not identifying an individual. They're putting a collective stamp and saying these people. And so then that in their mind uses that's how they're justified in doing the things that they're doing. Right? That's how they're justified in starving women and children right now in Gaza, because it's a collectivist. It doesn't matter. All Gazans, they're all participants. They're all a part of it. No, that's bullshit, right? But if we got rid of the euphemisms and we got rid of all that, like, hey, look, actually, let's look at individuals. That's trash, but that's how they justify. With the collectivist mentality is how Israel justifies, and also, and I'm not going to be one-sided about this. This is how we think the same of Israelis. Not every single person who is a Jew condones this, and that's why I wouldn't just indiscriminately bomb every Jew or kill every Jew. Not every Jew needs to die. The only Jews that need to be, taken care of are the ones who are violating other people, and it's just because they're the violent aggressors, and they just happen to be Jews.
All Jews are not being targeted. Even when Iran retaliated, self-defense, quite literally, they were not targeting civilian areas. They were targeting, infrastructure, military infrastructure, Mossad headquarters, etc. So, and again, you know, collateral damage, that's very rare. There weren't that many, first of all. And second of all, it is, again, I just don't see, when has Palestine ever done anything to try to even hurt the collective, all these Israelis? It's never happened. It's always been the other way around. Always been the other way around. There's some isolated incidents that happened decades ago that they keep bringing up, but they don't bring up all the other things that they do. I mean, just before, there's almost 16 incidents before October 7th where the IDF came in and they literally shot and killed people praying. Churches, mosques, did a whole bunch of heinous shit. Kept trying to, you know, kind of poke the bear kind of situation. So, again, it's not both-sided. That's my issue. It's really not both-sided. I wish it was, but it's not. There's no equal footing. If you're under oppression and you're being occupied, you don't even have the means to even properly defend yourself, to be very honest. You don't even have the world support to defend yourself. Israel is backed up by the most powerful country in the world right now. But many countries, actually, for many years. The suffering has only been one-sided, to be very honest with you. And when you look at what happened, it wasn't the Palestinians that were responsible for World War II and all those acts. No. The aggression should have been taken out where they needed to. Instead, they took the kindness of Palestinians and spit in their face multiple times, and then justified it.
Hey, so I have a question. What makes you believe that Iran didn't target civilian areas in its...
By glitching. Because the evidence says so.
The evidence? So if I show you civilians have been killed, if I show you videos of these areas
collateral damage, because if they have the Mossad headquarters in a heavily populated area, Tel Aviv is very small, they have military equipment literally in Tel Aviv. So
they have that in Ramadan?
So I guess they use their civilians as shields, I suppose.
Are you aware that Palestinian Muslims
how many Iranians? One second. Well, that's the thing.
Are you aware of that?
Hold on for a second. How many Iranians were killed versus how many Israelis were killed?
You know how
Let me know how many
that
Iranians were killed versus how many Israelis were killed.
I can tell you how many Iranians were killed. I don't have an issue with that.
Tell me.
But you're not being honest.
And how many were them Jews?
You mean how many Jews have been executed in Iran?
No. How many Jews were killed in that?
Jews or Jews? What are you saying?
Jewish people.
When Israel attacked Iran, or what are you referring to?
When Israel attacked Iran.
Okay, 0, but Iran has executed Jews in Iran. Roughly 1,000 Iranians.
Do you want a testimony from a rabbi that said that we got more than 35 Jews living in Iran? Do you want the testimony?
Look, I'm looking at official.
Hold on. Should I take a rabbi, right, that his testimony holds more weight than your fucking testimony because you're a Pahlavi supporter? What do you want me to do? I'll take the rabbi's opinion. Pahlavi, right? Raza Pahlavi?
No, I'm not.
No? Okay. How did it make
but
you feel?
I don't understand
the
when
church.
these numbers are from the Islamic Republic themselves, okay? Why would they not be interested in saying that Jews have been targeted by Israel?
Samson, are you justifying the killing of the Iranian kids? Are you justifying the killing of the Iranian kids? I've been trying to get you on the stage for a while, for almost a week and 2 weeks.
Not be interested in saying that Jews have been killed by Israel.
I'm asking. Hold on. I have a testimony from a rabbi. He said, more than. I am answering your question. I said they're getting treated good. This is the testimony from a rabbi. Are you going to deny the testimony from a rabbi? Are you gonna deny the testimony from the rabbi?
I don't care about your rabbi's testimony.
Okay. Which one holds more weight? A Jewish rabbi versus you, somebody that lives in fucking Germany, be a Nazi or whatever, right? Should I take your fucking testimony over rabbi's testimony? You're all over the place. Germany, Europe.
You're not thinking.
You do know this, right, Samson? You do know. You told me this a long time ago.
You do realize.
You speak German, right? Don't you speak German?
I speak German. Yes.
There you go. That's it. That's a Nazi language, right? You speak Nazi language.
That's not a Nazi.
That's fine. My question again to you.
Is Arabic a genocidal language then?
No, it's not. It can't be.
Why is it not? If German is a Nazi language, why is Arabic not genocidal?
Who did the Holocaust? Was it the Arabs or was it the Nazis? Did the Arabs do the Holocaust?
with all due respect, you're
With
not
all due respect, who did the Holocaust? Was it the Nazis or was it the Arabs?
Official Iranian numbers for the casualties when Israel strike Iran, right? Why would Iran not be interested in these 35 Jews? It would look super bad for Israel if Iran could actually officially say, hey, Israel, you attack your own people, you attack Jews.
Is this a U.S.
Why haven't they done that then?
Can I share those numbers?
Show which numbers?
Yeah, let's talk about the numbers. Are you justifying the killing of 50 children, or was it more than 50 children that got killed in Iran?
I'm not justifying anything. I'm saying in
Okay.
Iran,
Do you feel bad? Do you condemn the attack?
Only 10% of the civilians.
Do you condemn the attack, the killing of innocent children in Iran?
Look. These attacks.
Do you condemn it? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. I'm not asking you to justify it.
Hey. Israel should not have attacked Iran. Let's get that straight. I'm not.
No. Do you condemn the Israeli attacking Iran? Do you condemn it?
Of course I condemn that.
Then why don't you say it in the fucking Zionist spaces? Why don't you say it? Why do you pussy out in Zionist rooms? Why do you pussy out in Zionist rooms? Why do you fucking pussy out in Zionist rooms?
Quite frankly, this is the first time I'm speaking in a room for months. Okay.
Oh my God! Oh, you don't go into any rooms, right? You don't go into any rooms.
I do, but only.
You don't talk to the Zionists on this app, right? You don't talk to Zionists on Twitter Spaces. You don't talk to
anyone for months.
Okay. Just keep online.
Yeah, sure.
This is the problem. I came across a whole bunch of them, right?
Who's about?
Can you hear me?
Like, who are you referring to? What are you even trying to say? What's your point?
I came across when I opened up a room on Iran, right? I didn't see you up here, right? The room got big, 80 to 90 people.
Yeah,
I had fucking hold on. I had Reza Pahlavi supporters. These motherfuckers were literally justifying the killing of innocent children. They got killed in Iran. You know why? Why did they do that? It was because of what? Because they support Reza Pahlavi. They said the kids were actually from IRGC.
Okay. What does that have to do with me? We're not a monolith. There's more than 90 million.
Because you like to support the killing of the kids. What do you want me to do?
When have I ever supported?
Okay, if they killed the kid of IRGC, do you support it?
I don't support anything that Israel did in Iran. Do you not hear me say
then I never heard you speak up. Why don't you speak up? Why don't you speak up? Why do you pussy out in the rooms?
I don't even know you.
Like such a pussy, man. Such a fucking.
Okay, let me just
stop. This is the first time I'm speaking for months, and you're talking about why haven't you been in these rooms? Like, I'm not even been here on Clubhouse.
Okay. These are.
You think my life revolves?
Hold on.
Yeah, sure.
This number is not coming from. This is actually a U.S.-based organization. Okay, that's reported that 1,190 people were killed by Israel and Iran. Over 4,000 were wounded. Now, Times of Israel themselves reported that 28 Israeli civilians and one off-duty soldier was killed and 3,200 injuries.
Yes.
So can we talk about those numbers there? 28 casualties versus 1,100.
Yeah, Iran doesn't have Iron Dome. Plus, it was a preemptive. Well, they call it preemptive strike, but you know how it is. Like, when you get taken down, when you get taken with your pants down. Obviously, it's hard to defend yourself. So they had air superiority. Yes.
Hold on. But you're telling me though that Iran did go target and they did kill so many.
Yes. Yes.
So many Israelis. The numbers are saying.
No, I said Israel targeted civilian areas. I'm not talking about numbers.
You said Iran themselves did the same thing. You said.
No, I'm saying Iran targeted civilian areas in Israel. Yes.
That's not true.
Well, you can. I don't know if someone's recording. You can just play back. See. Ace, quite honestly, this is quite disrespectful. You know why? I can pull out names of the people who were killed in these civilian areas. I can show you videos of these areas. I have a friend who got injured. I think this is so disrespectful.
1 second, but again, I'm telling you, this does not go along with your whole argument that they targeted civilian areas. If they did, wouldn't the casualties be fucking really high?
No, casualties are low because of the Iron Dome.
Actually, Iron Dome wasn't really doing much at all.
Iron Dome wasn't doming. Did you not know this?
Shit.
I think you forgot about that. There was reports from the U.S. and from the Israeli sources that the Iron Dome wasn't working. Anyways, I think Layla wants to chime in. We have the Layla going.
Yes, salam, Amir. How are you?
Walaikum salam.
I just want to go by his narrative, yeah? Let's say Iran did target civilian areas. So what?
So what? Yeah, I just wanted
Yeah,
to
so
correct
what?
someone who was lying.
Why is that an issue?
Because Ace said it didn't happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you what areas in Israel
So
was
stop
impacted?
glorifying
What
this
areas?
conversation.
Hold on. You seem to know numbers, yeah? What areas in Israel was impacted during that 12-day war?
Several areas.
Such as?
Ramat Gan, for instance.
What about in Haifa?
What do you mean about Haifa?
What, like areas in Haifa? What were they
Everywhere.
targeting? Like, what were the
Everywhere in Israel was
civilian areas? Can you name them? What were they?
I don't know what you're trying to do right now. You expect me to give you names of every single
I'm
settler
trying.
that was attacked?
So Israel attacked a building, apartment building. That's how civilians have died. They bombed streets where cars, civilians. You can see videos in Iran. I can tell you that much.
Oh, you mean that video where we don't know who placed those bombs and those? Oh, okay.
Okay, let's say that's fake. Let's say Iran is the evil one. What areas did they bomb in, like civilian areas that got impacted in Israel?
Later, if you're being genuine about this, like
I'm actually being genuine about it. I want to know the civilian areas.
In that case, you would know these barrages, like Israel, entire area of Israel was attacked.
Is it civilian
it's not just
area?
The city or two. Many civilian areas, yes.
Okay, and
I think it's quite stupid to say that just because there were only 20-something deaths, that
No. So what were the numbers though? What were the numbers? Like, are we comparing apartment buildings that have people in it?
Look, we're not comparing numbers. We're comparing intent. Okay, Israeli intent was not to kill civilians, and I can demonstrate that because if we compare what's going on in Iran to, for instance, other areas, you will see these were very.
Sorry, I just want to clarify what you just said. I just want to clarify so I'm not misunderstanding. Sorry.
They said 1,000-something people have been killed.
Can you pause for
Out
a
of those
second?
1,000, only
Can you pause for a second?
140 were women and children.
I just want to clarify something about what you said. When you say they don't target civilian areas, are you talking about just in Iran or general?
I'm talking about Iran. We're talking specifically about Israel and Iran.
Okay. I just wanted to clear that up. So the first attack was apartment building. Was that not a civilian area?
No, I actually see you living there.
What about the other people that were living there in the apartment?
Other people where? In the other apartment penthouse buildings in the really nice areas of Tehran? All I just
No. That same apartment building, other people that died there.
I don't care.
There you go. You don't care. That's
I don't care. You're not sticking to the point. Israel is not targeting civilians.
They killed people in that apartment building, and you just can't simply admit that.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
so when they killed the members over there in that building, were there any other people that died, or was it just those members?
That doesn't matter. What does that have to do with
No, it does matter. It does matter.
Motherfucker, that does.
That doesn't matter.
Because you have the ability to snipe people. You know this, right, Samson? Okay, how did they assassinate Ismail Haniyeh? Can you tell us how did they assassinate Ismail Haniyeh?
This is your issue. This is the reason you don't.
Samson, B'Tselem, and the Organization for the Physicians that came out from Israel. They're saying it's genocide. Okay.
We're gonna stick to the point here.
Are you denying B'Tselem report? Are you denying the B'Tselem report?
We are gonna.
Are you denying an Israeli source called B'Tselem?
You have to finish the topic in Iran.
Are you denying the Jewish source called B'Tselem? Are you denying the genocide claim from B'Tselem?
The strategy doesn't work on here.
No. I'm asking. This is the new one that just came out. B'Tselem and physicians from Israel. Yes.
No.
Okay, you're denying it. Okay, you're a genocide denier. I didn't know that. Okay. I'll go back to Iran. So, how did they kill Ismail Haniyeh? How did they kill Ismail Haniyeh?
It's Iran.
How did they kill him?
I think they placed something in his air conditioner.
How many people were killed when they killed Ismail Haniyeh?
He doesn't know because he doesn't care.
I didn't.
No. He's Iranian.
Are you
so can you tell the
repeat what you said?
Yeah, he's Iranian.
Oh my God! You could have told me that from the start.
Yes. Can you tell us how many people did they kill?
Layla, are you racist? What's wrong with me being Iranian?
No, she's not racist.
Let me ask a question first.
Yeah. Can you tell us how many people did they kill when they killed Ismail Haniyeh?
Wait, what was that reaction? I don't get it. What was that reaction?
Forget the reaction. Why are you deflecting that?
No, I'm not
I'm
deflecting.
asking
We're
you.
actually talking
Okay.
about this
Can
right
you
now.
can you answer that question? How many people
What's
did
wrong?
they kill?
What's
When
wrong
they?
with being Iranian? And then we can address whatever you're
Sam,
saying.
Sam,
What's wrong with being
Sam,
Iranian?
Hold on, I mean, you want to talk to me? Alright. How many people,
Yeah, what's
how
wrong
many
with being
people
Iranian?
were killed? How many people were killed when they assassinated Ismail Haniyeh?
Wait, are you answering my question or are you moving on to a
We're
different
asking the
topic?
question
What's wrong with
first.
me being Iranian?
You dodged Ace's question. Now you dodged
No.
Amir's 2 questions, and now you're dodging this question.
I'm not gonna dodge
Repeat.
questions, but we have to do
Answer the
something in
question.
the right order, okay? If you want to do
Okay,
something, it
answer
has to
the
be in the right order.
Okay, so
Answer
the
my
order
question.
the question was
What was
asked
that
before your
reaction?
question.
What was that reaction when you realized that was
The
Iranian?
question was asked before your question. So do you mind answering the question first, and then I can answer you?
Yes, can you answer the
It
question?
doesn't matter. You can ask me 10 questions. If they're not related to the topic,
Sam said
I'm
she'll answer the question that you asked about Iran, that you being Iranian, right? My question was, how many people did they kill when they assassinated Ismail Haniyeh?
I don't know exactly how many did they kill.
How many did they kill? Wasn't it less than 2 or 3 people? They sniped it, right? They sniped it.
My understanding, only people in that room then. No, they didn't snipe him.
How did they kill him?
They knew he was going to be in that room. They placed some explosives, from my understanding, in that very room. Air conditioning, I think.
So if they're able to do this, pinpoint and kill 1 or 2 people, why would you attack a whole building?
You do realize there's a big difference between planning an attack for months, right, and then having like a 12-day war.
No, I'm asking you. You made a claim. The intention was not to kill the innocent civilians, right? I'm making the claim that what was the point of attacking the whole building when you have Mossad running around inside Iran?
What do you mean by attacking an entire building? Where did you see that? Where did an entire building get demolished?
You didn't see the whole building getting attacked?
No, I haven't seen a single entire building getting demolished. Can you show me that?
No, not demolished. They got attacked on the side. So people that lived in the building. So what do you mean? So
how do you think attacks are conducted? You said
if the children got hurt, you're justifying right now.
No, see, this is your issue. You're saying
innocent women and children.
Your own people got killed.
Yeah, but your issue is you're not being realistic. You think during warfare no civilians are getting killed. There's obviously a difference between intent here, and you fail to realize that.
Logic for the other side, for both sides then.
I'm saying during this 12-day war, I'm not talking about other areas, mind you, right? I said the Israeli intent versus the Iranian, very different, and you're trying to justify what
exactly. Should I list all the targets?
Which targets?
That Iran targeted and hit? It's all
I don't think you could possibly do that because we're talking about thousands. But yeah.
Wait,
what about it?
There's a whole list. There's thousands of targets.
There was only 2 people that were killed in relation to Ismail Haniyeh and his bodyguard. I actually looked up from multiple sources. Thank you.
Yeah, but how is that relevant to the 12?
It's relevant because you can pinpoint and kill 1 or 2 people that you have a problem with. IRGC leader or member, you don't have to fucking attack the whole building. That's what they believe in collective punishment.
Remember in Syria when they targeted the Iranians in Syria? They only killed them. They didn't kill other people.
I mean, you didn't listen to what I said, Amir. We're talking about a 12-day war when people are moving around, they live in different areas. You're comparing that to Haniyeh, which took months, and they knew exactly on that day, because of what had happened in Gaza, they knew that Haniyeh would be there, and therefore set off.
Did you see, there's one more important thing I think you guys forgot about, Samson, you forgot about this. So, when Iran did the attack, Rabbi Shemuli's dildo shop got attacked as well. You forget? I think you didn't realize that, right?
You realize Iran attacked. So
did you know this? The Rabbi Shemuli dildo shop got attacked as well, right? Rabbi Shemuli's.
What about him?
His dildo shop got attacked as well. Did you see it? It's located in Tel Aviv.
I don't know what you're on about.
He got attacked. And you had a bunch of guys, they wanted to do orgy inside a bunker while, Iran was attacking Israel. So, I think you should be aware of all these incidents that takes place inside Israel.
So again, you're showing your true face here, Amir. Whenever you're getting, hit with these facts, like you just
I'm giving you the facts. You're denying the B'Tselem report. You're denying the physician. These are Israeli sources. They're saying genocide.
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that at all. We're talking about Iran.
And if they can kill Ismail Haniyeh and his bodyguard, 2 people, then it was so easy to kill 5 or 10 IRGC members instead of killing 1,000 people. Yes or no?
I mean,
You cannot compare a 12-day war.
How many officials did they kill? How
One
many
assassination.
IRGC members? How many IRGC members did they kill?
Well, that's the thing. This is really. Thank you for that question because this is really, really interesting. Iran has not said how many of these people are civilians and how many are RGC. So I'm just going to assume that all of them.
12.
No. So I'm gonna. Hey, as long as Iran has not been official in this, I'm gonna say all of them are related to IGC in some way.
Including the kids, women, children, and
exactly. IGC.
Motherfucker, you're justifying the killing of the kids now. There you go. You see?
No, I haven't justified anything.
Yeah. You think the kids are IRGC?
Well, there you go, man.
That's the problem with you, Samson. You know, I wish you were honest, right? You're such an intellectually dishonest person.
Look, which part of me is not?
You're like, okay. I gave you example. Ismail Haniyeh, when they assassinated, it was just two people, him and his bodyguard, right?
Yeah, but this is such a fallacy. I mean, like, it's just.
Okay, can you go look it up? How many people did they kill?
One assassination that was planned, months.
Okay, how many Mossad were inside Iran?
That's dynamic.
Hold on, how many Mossad did they find inside Iran?
How many Mossad? Like, you're taking Iran's perspective on this and saying every Jew is a Mossad agent? What are you trying to say?
No. They didn't say every Jew is a Muslim. They were.
Are you aware of what's going on in Iran right now?
Samson, they were pointing to Afghans. You know, Afghanistan, they're Muslims, right? Did you know this?
You do realize that the largest community of Jews outside of Israel and the Middle East is in Iran, right? Do you understand what's going on in Iran right now?
I have a testimony. Yes, I have a testimony from
so
a
what's
rabbi.
happening?
They even serve in the government. They even serve in the government.
They even serve in the government. Okay, how many seats do Jews have in Iran?
Samson, what's happening with the Jews in Iran right now?
What's happening is they're all getting tried. They're all getting accused, suspected of working with Mossad in one way or another. They're executing Jews falsely.
78 Indians that they took that were working for the Mossad. Indians, not you.
I didn't hear you. What? What about Indians?
78 Indians who came in to so-called work in Iran, and they were secretly working for the Mossad. They were caught. Indians.
And what does that have to do with Jews?
They were Indians, not Jews, who were accused of spying from Israel.
But with what you just said, are you trying to deny that Jews are getting accused of being spies and also getting executed?
Can you give me an article? Because I haven't even read anything about it.
You want an article? I will gladly give you
please.
one right now.
Please
Sure.
do.
Give me a second.
Okay, one sec. Let's say that's true, Samson. So you're saying Jews in Iran are getting accused of being Mossad agents, and what, they're getting executed, like death penalty, or like is
Yeah, so far 5 have already been executed, and there are many on trial right now.
Such a bullshit, Leila. Hang on, such a bullshit.
Hold on. I just wanna,
Since 1994, it's only one. It's only one that got executed. This motherfucker lies every day.
That's fine. I mean, I just want to get a point across to him. Let's say they accused 100 Jews, but they're not Mossad agents. So what? The Palestinians were nice to the Jews, and look what happened. You can't trust a fucking Jew. So what? What do you want?
You're saying you can't trust the Jews?
Leila, what? We didn't talk about the facts, Leila. So what?
No, I'm saying so what? You can't trust them.
Oh my God.
Wait, excuse me.
You can't fucking trust them. The Palestinians were nice to them, and look how they fucking turned. You can't trust them. So what? What's your argument?
Okay, so you're telling me that even prior to this Israeli attack in Iran, because they can't trust their Jews, they should do what with their Jews?
Yes,
you know how many thousand Jews live in Iran?
They can do whatever.
Do whatever. What do you mean by do whatever?
History and what's happening right now proved that Jews basically are what they are right now. Why are you crying?
What are Jews? What are they?
So what? I mean, you're basically...
No, I asked you a question. What are Jews?
You don't mind the killing of innocent kids. So what? Who gives a fuck about the Jews in Iran?
Hey, I can talk about my own people, okay? I'm not talking about your people. But why do you say that we can't trust Jews? What are we supposed to do with our Jews?
Because of Palestine. Because of the history of Palestine.
Hey, Palestine is not my issue. I have no skin in the game, okay? What should I do with my Jews? What should I do with my Jews?
In general, they cannot be trusted. So what?
Okay, you're telling me I can't trust my Jews. Okay, what should I do with my Jews?
Leila, that's Leila's position, respectfully, right? Because there's a rabbi that came out, and rabbi said, we're happy they're living in Iran. We have the largest Jewish community in Iran. And if you want the testimony, I can give it to you. And how many executions did you say? 5?
So far, 5 execution of.
Okay, I'll give you the names. Right, the first since the November 2024, Arvin Garamani, I can't even pronounce
No,
his name.
I'm talking
He's an
about
Iranian
post
Jew.
12-day war. I mean, I don't know what you found. I'm talking about post Israeli strikes. Yes.
Okay, can you provide that data, please?
Yeah, I was about to when I got interrupted by this anti-Semitic lady that says I should do something horrible.
Hold on.
Fuck anti-Semitism and fuck the Jews.
Hold on. So
Okay, I'm glad we got that on the record.
Samson, she's Semitic, by the way, and I'll give you one more
Yeah,
example.
but she can still be anti-Semitic.
Hold on, Samson. The person that coined the term called Vilmar, okay? He coined the term anti-Semitism.
Wait. Are you gonna talk about the origin of anti-Semitic to someone who speaks German? Okay,
Samson.
Right.
The person that coined the term, his name was Vilmar. Anti-Semitism, correct? Do you agree?
Yeah.
Do you know that he married 3 religious Jewish women?
Layla, you hate Jews.
No,
you are
Samson.
I don't care.
You don't have any answer for it. Samson.
If you want to discuss the term anti-Semitic, I don't give a shit. You are anti-Jewish. You
Hang on,
hate Jews.
Samson. My question to you: this Vilmar that coined the term, he married 3 religious Jewish women. Was he a Jew, low key? Why would you marry if you're such a Jew hater? I'm gonna make the claim that he was a Jew. I'm gonna make the claim that he was a Jew.
I don't care.
You know why? Because he married 3 religious Jewish practicing women. 3 of them, not one. So how are you gonna make the claim that he was not a Jew?
Have I made a claim that he's not a Jew?
Yeah. So a Jewish person coins the term anti-Semitism, and then the rest of the Jewish community goes with the term. Okay, it belongs to us now. You see what I'm saying? There's a problem with this person that coined the term in the first place.
Is there such a thing as Jew hatred? Yes or no?
Jew hater, sure, but not the anti-Semitism.
Okay, is Layla a Jew hater? Yes or
no? No, she's not.
I'm proud.
She's not?
From what
I am sure.
Well, there you go. She said herself. Be genuine. I mean, she's saying it herself.
Okay, no, I know Layla. Hold on, Samson. I know Layla for she's just trolling you, okay?
Well, she's a Jew hater. Nice.
No, she don't hate the
Layla.
Jews. According to her religion, she can't hate the Jews, okay? She follows the same religion that I have.
Where in your religion does it say you can't hate Jews? You don't even know anything about Jews.
Lakum dinukum waliyadin. Do you understand
Okay,
that part?
in the same book that says the Jews, they glorify Ezra, the son of God, you got that wrong.
Okay, did you, hold on. So, what did the Jews do according to Quran Karim?
The Quran doesn't know anything about Jews. Go read your Quran, okay?
They spread corruption on the land, correct?
The
Did
Quran
they
doesn't
kill
know anything
multiple
about the
prophets?
Jews.
Yeah, it does talk about it. They killed multiple prophets.
So who was Ezra? Why is Ezra mentioned as the son of God in the Quran? Like, how does that even work?
Son of God, oh my stuff. That's blasphemous.
Yeah, your Quran says
you're an idiot. You don't know. You don't have any knowledge on this.
No, I don't. I don't know about your Quran.
Yeah, you don't have any knowledge. You just, I think you should just read the Nazi book because you sound like a fucking Nazi.
Yeah. Go read
You were justifying the Iranian kids. You were justifying the killing of the Iranian kids. You're just a Nazi. So today we realize he's a Nazi, by the way. And this is a very.
If I'm a Nazi,
hold on, Samson.
I'm not a Nazi. I'm anti-Nazi. I'm anti, all of this shit.
Give me 1 second. Hold on. You said that the Palestinians not by people, not by fight. You're Iranian.
I have not mentioned anything regarding Palestinians so far.
You said that. You said that a second ago. Palestinians not by fight. It doesn't pertain to you.
I have no skin in that game.
I know, you have skin in the game when it comes to your people. Hold on. You said it comes to your people. But you're over here freaking defending the shit out of Israel and justifying their actions on your people in Iran.
No.
So which one are you? Are you Israeli or are you Iranian?
Hey, when did I talk about Israel's actions regarding Palestinians?
No, I'm talking. You said that a second ago. Everyone heard you here.
What have I said so far regarding Israeli actions?
You said no. Israeli actions towards Iran. You said that you care about your own people.
You could tell that congratulations.
Wants to talk over you and is stuttering really bad.
Yeah, I know. Like, what the hell?
Suffers from not knowing who he is.
I don't know what's going on, but okay, so you corrected yourself. So Israeli actions towards Iran, yes, instead of the Palestinians. Okay, go ahead. What do you want to say?
Oh my God! You said that you care more about your people, your cause. Your people are
I've never said
Israeli
I
or
care
Iranian.
more
Which one?
about my people. Why are you putting words into my mouth?
$50 on this.
I've never said I care more.
No, which one are you?
$50 on this.
Which one are you?
Which one are you?
Which one are you?
What matters more to
I mean,
you?
you're putting words into my
I'm
mouth.
asking a question. Iranians, Germans, what is, or is
Okay,
it Israelis?
look, you asked me who I care about the most.
Yeah, whose plight do you care more about? Which one are you connected to?
I don't have a specific group. I don't care.
Okay,
I don't
then
care
why
about your
you have?
nationality
So
or
which
religion, whatever
which
it
group
is.
do you have the skin in the game with? If you don't have skin in the game with Palestine, where do you have skin in the game?
Do you believe in God? How about that, Samson?
Yeah, I believe
And
it's
do you
great.
believe that
Just to
Christ
help
is
you out,
king?
Ace, just to help you out, there's a term called Dayus. He supports Dayus. He's one of them.
Oh wow. Okay.
Okay,
Layla.
so Samson,
Ooh, what
do you
does
believe
that mean?
Christ is king?
Do talk.
Wow.
Let's go there.
Okay, your true colors are really showing now. Okay, and this is your religion of
We
peace.
can. You don't even know what you are.
Islam is a religion of peace.
No,
Well, like I'm getting here.
Islam, bro.
I haven't even brought up Islam, any religion so far, and all of a sudden I'm like, okay, Layla, this is the religion of peace. I see. Yeah.
No, it's religion of justice and truth, Samson. It's all about peace. Peace to the devil. How can we bring peace to the devil? It's the truth and justice.
We're not talking about religion here, guys.
The only devil I see here is Layla.
Samson, you're one of those Iranians that want your grandma house to be blown up so you can wear a bikini, bro. So I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
He's an insecure baby.
Does anyone have an actual point, or is my timer okay?
So look, I think what Layla called him a pimp or something. I don't think he's a pimp. I don't think he looks like a Dayut, by the way. I don't think he's nowhere near the.
Did you just look up that word?
So Samson, I already knew about it. I was just thinking about to tell you. What to tell you is because there's a lot of problems with the way you're looking at things. If the Iran wanted to attack, wanted to kill innocent civilians, they would have done it a long time ago inside Israel, but they didn't. The casualty number was pretty low, like less than, what was it, 50 people or something, or 60 people.
Why is this again?
Hold on. And in Iran, we're looking at over 1,000 people that got killed. Now, let's say about 25 of them were IRGC members. Is it justified to kill the rest of them? Let's say if it's fucking 50 of them. Is it justified to kill 950 innocent people?
I mean, I don't understand what your question is. Are we
That's
doing
my
numbers? Are we
question.
doing
Is it okay to kill 50 or 100 people per each suspected IRGC?
Why do you hypotheticals when we actually had a 12-day war?
Gosh,
We actually have the numbers and we have the
send you an
intent.
olive branch to try and understand where you're coming from so that they can communicate with you better.
Well,
I've already
expressed
expressed my opinion on this. I've already expressed my opinion on this.
Trauma them because you're insecure and you're lonely. They're trying to have a serious conversation with you.
Insecure
Don't
and
waste their
lonely.
time.
That's correct. I was new. Respectfully, I mean, you're deflecting. I've already expressed my opinion on this.
You're
It's not a question of
projecting a
numbers.
trauma
It's a
dump.
question of
This isn't a
intent.
trauma dump.
Your opinion hasn't got any relevance.
Trauma.
It's not going to change the reality.
Yeah. Well, good luck with whatever's going on, down there,
We want peace. That's what everybody wants.
I think you need luck, and I think you need a little bit more than luck.
What do you mean down there? What do you mean by that? Where?
Yeah, exactly. Where are you guys?
Where are you? You said down there.
Talk about these things, right? Where are you?
Your head's in your ass. We know where we're at, though.
So, Sam,
Well, you're
just a
cool.
question.
Why are you here
hold on,
every single
Samson.
day? What is the point of
Samson,
this?
Listen, Samson, I have a quick question. I think we're all seeing what's occurring, the famine, the starvation, the deliberate starvation of Palestinians, Gazans. Do you see the same thing that we're seeing, or do you think that's not happening?
Are you not listening to what I'm saying?
I'm asking
We
you a
need to
question.
finish
Yes or
Iran
no?
first. You
No,
need to
listen,
admit.
we're done Iran. You don't even
admit-
consider yourself Iranian, man. You don't know who you are. Answer right. You have no fucking idea who you are. So
I don't think you know
He's a
what you
German
We're
Nazi,
moving
by
on.
the way. He's a
That's
Nazi.
wow. German.
He's
Lord
a
have mercy.
no.
He speaks
He's
German
a
as well,
boy
by
in
the
his
way.
closet
And
wearing his mom's panties.
Yeah.
yeah, he speaks German language. It's a big thing, When you speak German language, you act like a Nazi. You are a Nazi. You talk like a Nazi. You eat like a Nazi.
Yeah. I also know Arabic, so that makes me a genocidal fuck, right?
Oh, it makes you great. You're so awesome.
Get out of the sewage before the snacks.
Look at your,
Love you then.
So apparently Arabs are genocidal fucks now. Crazy.
Arabic is such a genocidal language, you know how Arabic language spread throughout the world?
Huh?
Yeah.
Bro, what?
How's the language?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, the Arabic language is so fucking
Right,
genocidal.
you know you're speaking English right now. So
Can you
why
break
don't
that down
they
to
This is
Yeah,
why they
about
copied.
Arabic.
How many words did they copy when they were reviving the Hebrew language? The Eliezer ben Yehuda in Israel. Can you tell us?
I don't
When he
know.
was reviving the language, how many words did he copy out of Arabic language? If it
But
was so bad.
why are you talking about Hebrew when
Why,
I talk
why
about
did
this
he?
shitty
No,
language called
Eliezer.
Arabic?
Hold on. You made a claim. Let's talk about Israel. Eliezer ben Yehuda. He was the one that revived the language, and he fucking isolated his kid. He exposed this fucking language that he has revived in 1921, and that's how he became national. And guess what? He approached the Jews in Jerusalem, and they actually excommunicated. They kicked him out because they didn't believe in Zionists or Zionism. They excommunicated, and then he got together with a bunch of his Goonie buddies, Zionist buddies, to convince the British mandate to nationalize the language. That's how this fucking language came to its existence. Otherwise, it's a dying language, the Hebrew language.
And tell me, I mean, how many languages did Arabic kill? How many languages did they exterminate?
So when you made that fallacious statement that the Arabic language is genocidal, can you break down how you got to that conclusion?
Well, this is a language that came from where exactly? The Arabian Peninsula, right? So with the caliphate expanding throughout, large, vast areas, all these languages that were spoken were eradicated. What? Sorry, Daniel?
That when they want, they do have critical thinking and they ask questions.
So under caliphate system, did the caliphate brought the Jews back into Jerusalem?
If the Hamas is
Did the caliphate bring the Jews back to Jerusalem?
If the Israel says something, they look every pixel and prove your point and give me resources, and they go down and down and down. So
let's
they
talk about
are
the
capable of
caliphate.
it.
Did the
They just
caliphate bring the Jews
choose to
back?
be useful
Did the
idiots.
caliphate bring the Jews back to Jerusalem?
Yes, the first Muslim caliphate ended the
Yeah, did the caliphate did it or not?
There was always Jewish. There was only.
No, the Christians kicked you out, by the way. Daniel,
There was always
Christians
Jewish
kicked you out.
existence on the land.
Christians kicked you out of Jerusalem, by the way. Look in.
Jewish people in the Bible. Yeah, you're talking about.
Despite expulsions.
There's not even Jews in the Bible. You know that?
Okay. Okay. You know what's also not in the Bible? There's no Palestine in the Bible. There's no Muhammad in the Bible. There's no clubhouse in the Bible. And there's no Islam in the Bible.
There's
So
no
none of it exists.
Ishmael in the Bible.
Exactly.
There's a
There's no
Palestine
Aziz in the Bible.
There's no Jews in the
There's
Bible.
no-
Boo!
There's no Palestine in the Bible.
There's Ishmael in the Bible. There's Palestinian people in the Bible. But there's no Jewish people
Really?
in the Bible.
Really?
You know,
Give me that verse. Give me the verse.
He's an
There's a
atheist, by
Palestinian
the way.
people.
There's no point of engaging with him. He's an atheist.
Genesis
There's no
chapter
point.
21.
I'm not illiterate. I'm not illiterate like you guys. I can actually read, and even in my school, they teach.
Hang on a second, guys. He's just an atheist. We're not going to engage with him. You're an atheist. I muted everybody, not just you.
Yeah, just when
because
I
I
was
don't want
speaking.
yeah.
I muted
No,
everybody, but you was the only one speaking.
Hold on. You have the other side who are speaking as well.
Yes,
Daniel, when you speak over each other, you can't understand what one person is saying. That's why.
Yeah, but the only way that Zion is speaking is when other people are speaking, because you don't let us speak. You guys go on. If fires now, for example, fire, look what's happening. So I will continue speaking, and while I speak, you guys think that you can speak.
Okay,
if
speak.
fires will now give a
Let him
speech,
speak.
if fires will now give a speak, there will be silence in the room. You will hear
Let him
the
speak,
people, because
hang on a
you will
second,
be
Aziz,
jerking
hang on.
off. You will be jerking off, listening to, oh my God, he's giving me
Let him speak.
Oh, I'm loving it. But when we are trying to
This is not a newborn room, man.
you can't shut the fuck up. And at the end, you will say that we speak over you.
Stop jamming up.
Speak over us.
Shut up, you're a bitch.
And you prove my point.
Shut up. I don't care about your point. I'm gonna prove your point.
You can't handle the reality every time we give you facts. It triggers you.
Yeah, okay, Daniel. The
Now
floor
let's
is
see
yours,
the
Daniel.
silence of the room when fire speaks.
I'm giving
No,
you
fire.
time to speak, Daniel.
I didn't speak
Go ahead,
for
go
1
ahead and
second
speak.
by myself.
Aziz, mute up, please.
I
I'm
didn't
also
speak for
muting
1
up.
second by
We will
myself.
give-
So
we will-
fire,
we will let
go
you-
ahead. You can speak because you are pro.
No, I'm giving you my time to you, Daniel. Go ahead. Oh, you ran away. Oh my goodness.
You know, I don't
Why,
mind him
Daniel?
speaking. He just shouts.
Why,
you know.
Daniel?
You could have spoken. I gave you my time.
You just shout.
You
No, he has a point. You cut him off. You cut him off whenever he's trying to say something.
But Samson, we let you speak because you're not screaming. You know. He's
No,
just.
I also get cut off. Actually.
I think no. I've been silent for a while now, so I'll speak now, Samson. If you would permit me, because you have to permit. Israel has to permit.
God has promised him this room, by the way. But
so yeah, I know, and that was 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago. So what was the debate about? I mean, to be honest, I joined a little while ago. I did not get any of the things.
it was about Iranian attack. That do you condemn it? I told him, do you condemn it? He didn't want to say condemn at first, and then he said, yeah, I condemn the 10% or 20%. I'm like, you're literally justifying what they did.
You're putting words in my mouth again. I said I do not endorse the Israeli attacks. I condemn them. They should not happen, but it did happen. So what do you mean 10 to 20%? Where does that come from?
You condemn it. There you go. He condemns it, Brother
Okay,
Fayaz.
he condemns it. Okay. Good. Okay, Cam Silent. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Go
hello.
ahead to say something.
It's Lucas. Yeah, I was gonna ask, why don't you switch when somebody talks, when he's finished, just take him down so we can understand more, because it's when two people speak at the same time, people will get headaches.
Cam, you can make your point. What do you want to say? Go ahead and speak.
I was missing some Zionists off the chat, but Ace warned me not to do this. I'm sorry, Ace.
It's okay.
Go
on.
Yeah, but what's the topic actually? The starving of Palestine or what?
Yeah,
I don't know what should the what needs the world to more see that when is the world gonna take action? The Muslim world or the other world?
I do want to raise this one question, Cam. We should focus.
Stop the killing. Stop the genocide. Yeah.
Yes. We need to focus on this one thing. Hang on, Samson. Do you agree to the B'Tselem report and the physician report that came out that says it's a genocide? These are Israeli sources. Do you agree to it? It's a genocide.
What's
Hang on, Cam. I am asking Samson now. Samson, do you agree to it? There's two sources that came out that said it's genocide.
So I mean, I told you from the very beginning, I will not proceed to this topic before you correct yourself and admit that Iran did attack civilian areas in Israel, and Israel did not attack civilian areas in Iran. Intent. Intent is important. Don't talk about numbers here.
We could agree to disagree, right? We could agree to disagree. I mean, look. Iran did attack Rabbi Shamuli's dildo shop, right, in Tel Aviv. That was unfortunate, right? They shouldn't have done it. And they did attack, a whole bunch of, gay people inside Tel Aviv, and they ran into freaking bunker, right? They were talking about how they're gonna do, what is it called? What's the word? What did I say earlier? How they were gonna do, huh?
What is it? Do what?
They were gonna do something. What was it?
They did it earlier to Cyprus now.
So this is
So
like
we're
basically
talking
I want to
about the
understand.
Shmuli's daughter's dildo shop.
So the concept of the story is
So
the concept of the room is that you guys are
Daniel,
just
you need
like.
to mute up. Daniel, I'm talking to Samson now. Thank you. He's Iranian.
So the concept of the story is like
Can
you
you
guys
please allow the Iranian to
brainstorming
speak,
ideas,
Daniel?
and you say whatever you just want to say.
Daniel.
And then if the majority
When Brother Fayaz wanted to
agrees with you,
engage with you, when Brother Fayaz wanted to engage with you, you ran away like a little bitch.
I don't give a fuck about Brother Fayaz.
Can you mute up? Thank
Like
you.
he understands that I don't.
Okay, thank you. I warned you before I moved you down. Thank you. When Brother Fayaz wanted to speak, you ran away like a little bitch, like a pussy. So Samson, going back to you, we can agree to disagree, right? I hold this position that it was their intention was to kill civilians. Okay, we can agree to disagree. You're never gonna learn until ICJ comes out with a ruling that it's a genocide. My question again to you: are you denying the B'Tselem report and the other report that came out, the physicians from Israeli source? Are you denying it?
Are we moving on to this topic now? So like what?
Yes. We're moving on to the B'Tselem report. Are you denying the B'Tselem report that says
But I still don't understand. Are you admitting that Iran did attack civilian areas?
No, I'm not admitting that.
You're not admitting that. So how are we gonna agree on anything in the future?
No, the B'Tselem report, Israeli sources.
Yeah, but you're deflecting again. Like I'm asking you a question. How are we gonna agree on anything?
We moved on from Iran.
It doesn't matter if he agrees or not. Okay.
No, it does. Because look, if I let me finish. It does matter because if I intend on engaging with this gentleman regarding a different topic, how are we going to reach a conclusion afterwards?
No, we are not supposed to be reaching
a conclusion. How are we supposed to conduct a debate with like valid arguments when you can't even agree that Iran was attacking civilian areas in Israel? How?
Okay, fine. Agree to it. Go ahead. So I'm going to switch the topic now. I'm going to the relevant topic, which is Gaza. So do you agree that there's a genocide going on now that two Israeli human rights organizations, one is B'Tselem and the other one is Physicians for Human Rights. These two organizations, human rights organizations based in Israel, they have now come out and they have published a report saying that what Israel is doing in Gaza is a genocide. Do you agree to that?
What does it matter what I think?
You're a big shot. It does matter when you. Yeah, you are. Samson, the name itself. Samson. You're bigger than Samsung. So do you agree to that or not? Do you agree or do you? You can say I don't agree. It's not a big deal. You don't have to agree with B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights. You don't have to agree with anybody. You can say I don't agree and we can move on.
But are you going to answer my question? Like, what is the point of all this?
No, I'm asking you. Do you think there's a genocide going on in Gaza?
Well, okay, let me rephrase. If I agree or disagree, irrespective of my answer, right? Mm-hmm. What's going to happen afterwards?
We are going to talk on. If you agree, there's going to be some other discussion. If you don't agree, the discussion's pointed will be towards something else.
Okay, and what is the point of the discussion? Like, my question is, what are you doing here every single day? Talking about different things. What is the ultimate goal?
No, that's because
or you're ignorant. I'm sorry.
I'll tell you, Samson, why we do this.
See more that this is a genocide, Samson.
Samson, I'll tell you. No. Okay. Cam silent. The question is, what are we doing every day in this room? The reason we do this almost every day, okay, is because we cannot bear to see children being purposely starved by Israel and children being sniped by IDF, women and men and old people, everybody being starved purposely, So that's why, yes, and we want to speak out against it. Israel spends about $150 million for Hasbara, for spreading disinformation, for paying to people to spread disinformation. Gaza cannot do that. So some of us volunteer to do it for them. Okay?
Okay, I understand.
You got it. Yeah.
So to answer your question, what I think you're trying to say is you want whatever's going on in Gaza to stop, right?
Yes.
This is not a blame game. This is not like, okay, we want to coin this term and that term, and because that ultimately doesn't do anything, right? Like, you just want it to stop, right?
Yes.
Because here's my question, like, what does it matter if Bibi is like a war criminal, warmongering, he's a genocidal fuck? What does that matter? The thing is still going on, right? So the real question is, how do we stop what's going on down there?
So tell us, how do we stop?
Relevant?
So how?
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us, how do we stop? How do we stop?
Exactly. This is way more relevant. I think it's way more relevant and always has been to talk about how this will stop. Instead of saying, okay, let's look at the past.
We agree with you. Go ahead and tell us, how do we stop?
Okay. It's very, very simple, in my opinion. Okay? Very, very simple, and it hasn't changed a bit these almost 2 years. Okay? Hamas has to acknowledge that what they did was horrible because it has caused another Nakba.
Let's talk about the
Okay?
Palestinians.
No. Hey, you asked for my opinion.
Let them, Yahweh, let him,
Give it back to the Palestinians.
Okay.
Yahweh, let him complete the point. Yahweh, let him complete the point, friend.
Okay.
Samson, make your point. Make your point.
Hamas has to acknowledge that if they wouldn't have done what they did, Israel wouldn't have been inside Gaza. There wouldn't have been 50,000 dead, 100,000 injured, people starving. All these things you're mentioning that are horrible, right?
No.
These things wouldn't have happened. Hey, let me finish. Let me finish.
The right to kill.
Camp silent. So the first thing is Hamas should come out and acknowledge that what they did was wrong. Okay.
They should acknowledge what they did was wrong. Not to the international community. That's not what I'm referring to. They should apologize to the Palestinians. The reason why Palestinians are suffering now. The reason why Palestinians are suffering is because of Hamas, not because of Israel. This was expected. Okay.
So what else?
This was an expected response.
Samson, don't make it long-winded. Make it
I'm not making it long, but like this guy's cutting me off.
So that is point number one. What is point number two?
That's point number one. Point number two, when they've acknowledged that, they need to lay their weapons. They need to get.
Go ahead, Samson. Go ahead.
All right. They need to lay down their weapons, release the hostages, allow PA, international community, whatever it may be, to come up with a transitional thing in Gaza. They cannot stay in power. Okay. That is how you solve this. Because you, as a terrorist organization, knowing what's going on, what the motives are for Israel to being there, not just the hostages, but also control of the territory because of the existential threat to Israel, you need to acknowledge that you are the issue. Hamas is the issue. If they truly care about the Palestinians, let some other Palestinians rule Gaza.
Okay.
Why do you keep doing this? Okay, that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Samson. So number one, Hamas should come out. Camp silent. You want to make a point? Go ahead, Camp silent. Then I'll speak.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What about October 6? What about October 5? What about October 4? What about October 3?
Yeah. Was Israel inside Gaza?
What about September 30? Huh? How many have you killed? Huh?
Zero.
How many have you killed?
There was zero Israelis in Gaza killing people.
For the last I'm sorry for my language, fucking years, you have killed children.
That's not true. Show me. Give me a source on October 6th, on October 5th, on October 4th.
You're deaf to not see the truth. I don't know, you're blind. You say that...
this is the issue. You are part of the issue.
Okay, what Palestinians should rule? There are no fucking Palestinians left.
Okay.
You killed them all, you fucking idiot.
Camp silent. Now I'll speak, okay? Thank you, Camp silent. Yes, you are right. There is October 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You can go back up to 1948. And every day, literally, Israel has been doing something bad for the Palestinians.
Wait,
killing them.
Can I counter that for you?
No, I'm speaking now. I
All
gave
right.
you the time. This is my time. Okay? Thank you. So, first of all, you said Hamas should come out and apologize and acknowledge that they apologize to the Palestinians and acknowledge that they made a mistake or whatever it is that you said. Okay? Now, this is between the Palestinians and Hamas. For them to decide if they want to seek an apology from Hamas, they can. And if Hamas wants to render an apology, Hamas can. There's nothing that you and I can do about it. Okay? That's as far as Hamas and Palestinians go. Number two, you said Hamas should lay down its arms and get out of Gaza or disappear. Somebody else should rule Gaza. Okay, I understand. Hamas itself has said that we are ready not to rule Gaza after the ceasefire, after everything is over. We are ready to give up power. Hamas itself has said. Okay? Even after Hamas said this, Israel is the one that is blocking the ceasefire. It's not Hamas. Israel wants a 60-day ceasefire in which period it wants all the hostages to be released, and after the 60th day, Israel reserves the right to resume the genocide. And I'm going to call it as a genocide. It's not a war for me. It's a genocide. You can call it as a war. I have no issue with that. So Samson, this is the main bone of contention between the two sides now. Okay? Hamas wants a permanent ceasefire. against the release of all the Israeli hostages at once, whereas Israel wants a 60-day ceasefire, and Israel also says that in this 60-day period, there can be phases. In each phase, you will release X number of hostages. Hamas doesn't agree to that. In my opinion, Hamas is right. Why should Israel have the right to resume the genocide after 60 days? It is the very reason that it is asking for a 60-day ceasefire is because after getting the hostages back, they have nothing else to worry about. At least now, even though Israel doesn't really care about the hostages, especially Netanyahu doesn't bother what happens to the hostages. If Israelis had cared about the hostages, they would have had the hostages back long time ago by making a deal with Hamas. No, every time there was a deal. In fact, in March, there was a very good deal on the table. It was being implemented. The first phase was implemented. Before the second phase could take effect, Israel started bombing Gaza again, broke the ceasefire. So it is Israel that doesn't care about its own hostages. Okay? So in my opinion, what ultimately Hamas will do, we don't know. Or what Israel will do, we don't know, and we don't have the power to tell these two sides. But this is what I think should happen. Hamas should not agree, whatever the pressure, because see, Israel is a genocidal, maniacal country. It's not just Netanyahu. The majority of Israelis are nuts, who literally are cannibals, who would even go to the extent of eating up the Palestinians. This is what I think about them. Having watched them for the last 2 years, listened to them, listened to the videos, listened to Channel 12 of Israel, I have come to the conclusion that if they had an opportunity, they would even eat up Palestinian babies. This is what Israelis are. So my beef is not at all with Netanyahu. He's just a symbol. The problem is the Israelis themselves, majority of them. No, there are good people in Israel. I'm not denying that. So if Hamas gives up everything, if they agree for 60 days ceasefire, and if they release all the hostages, after the 60th day, literally the genocide will resume and it will be completed the way Israel wants to do it. And just last week, Heritage Minister Amichai Eliyahu openly said that no, we want to fast forward the ethnic cleansing of Gaza so that we can have Gaza to ourselves as soon as possible. This is what your own heritage minister said. Then 2 days ago, 22 cabinet ministers and lawmakers, Knesset members, signed a letter and gave it to the defense minister Katz, Israel Katz, asking him for permission to allow a group of people, including these 22 Knesset members and ministers, to visit northern Gaza. Sorry? To visit northern.
Is 22 out of 34.
22 out of 34 to visit northern Gaza, to scout for land, to see where they can start creating the new settlements. This is all in the media. It is in the Israeli media. So if you want to come here and say it's Hamas that's doing everything, it is Hamas, 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 I think the day you stop using these two words starting with H, there will be a solution. One is Hamas, the other one is Holocaust. You use the Holocaust to show the sympathy, to brandish the victim card, and then you use Hamas to, not to come to any decision on this. So, and literally, Israel is killing children, starving children, and whatnot. This has never been seen in our lifetime, we haven't seen any country do this to any people. This is the reality.
Okay, did you finish? Okay. First of all, I'm not Israeli, so this you thing doesn't apply to me. Secondly, I'm not Jewish, I'm not Muslim, I'm not part of all of this. I don't agree with what you just said regarding stop using those two words like Hamas. By the way, I have not used the word Holocaust. Again, I'm not part of this, right? But I think we ultimately disagree on what the core of the issue is here. Because I heard someone say, what about October 6th, what about October 5th and 4th and so forth. But you have to remember that Israel, IDF soldiers, nor Israeli civilians were inside Gaza. No one was getting killed. You know, there was none of this going on. This was caused by what happened October 7th. I mean, I don't understand why you're denying this. And whenever I ask for sources, no one is giving me a source on who was getting killed inside Gaza.
I'll give you a source. I'm talking about the West Bank. Nobody got killed in the West Bank.
The West Bank is different. We're talking about Gaza.
So West Bank is not a Palestinian state. It's not part of Palestine.
No, that's not what we're talking about. I mean, you're deflecting that.
No,
We're talking about
it's
Gaza.
part of Palestine. It's part of Palestine.
Okay, but we're not talking about Palestine. We're talking about Gaza. Okay?
Bro, that is part of Palestine. I don't know what you're on about.
Okay, but you first of all, you're calling me off.
Dishonest person.
I let Fayaz speak, and now you're calling me off. I mean, like, why are you calling me off? And I'm trying to give Fayaz an answer, you know, like a comment. Okay? We have to acknowledge this. Okay? We have to acknowledge that Israel was not doing anything inside Gaza prior to October 7th. It's simply not true. When you acknowledge this, you also realize that the casus belli, the reason why Israel was forced to going in, not just for the hostages. I understand you saying that they don't want their hostages. Fine. But that's not the only goal when it comes to Israel. Israel also wants control in Gaza to make sure that what happened on October 7th will not happen again. When you understand these two simple things, you will realize it's not just enough to release the hostages. Israel needs to guarantee, you know, this cannot happen again. It cannot repeat itself. How is this going to be guaranteed if Hamas will still be in power? They can't be in power. There's no way. And it's not...
Samson, so what happens then, what's been happening before the 7th of October, it's been happening for a long, long time. The nightly raids when Israel just go into territory that's not theirs, even in the West Bank, and do nightly raids.
Not in Gaza. You're talking about West Bank, I'm talking about Gaza.
Let me give you the stat. Can I give the stat? I'll put it in the chat, okay? So Palestinian deaths, 5,360 in Gaza. There were before October 7, 20, before October 7, 20, before October 7, 2023.
Yeah, but from when? From when?
Okay, give me a second. I'll put it in the chat for you.
Finish.
Thank you very much.
You are claiming that 5,000 Palestinians got killed between which 2 dates?
Since the time. Can I? Let me put I'll put this in the chat. Give me a moment. Let me read the stats. It's not about when. First, you said there's been no deaths of Gazans. That's the first thing you said. It's
on October 6th.
I said yes, prior to October 7th. This is a collective. This is wrong.
I didn't say prior to October 7th. I said October 6th, October 5th, October 4th, because there was a gentleman in here who mentioned those dates.
Figuratively. Don't you understand what
No, he's not. No. Don't bend his words. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Oh my God. Okay,
no, he's not. I want you to show me October 6th,
so let's just talk about the total.
October 4th.
So 5,360 in Gaza alone. Okay?
Listen, you are referring to civil wars in Gaza in 2008, 2012, 2014, maybe 2018, 19, 20, 21. We are not referring to a continuous war, active war inside Gaza. This is what you're trying to make it sound like.
You said there were no civilian deaths. There are civilian deaths, okay? So stop.
No. How is that? Give me a civilian death in Gaza caused by Israel on October 6th.
It was caused by Israel. Hold on. Do you not know the UN has had 45 sanctions against 45.
What do the sanctions have to do with civilian deaths in Gaza?
No. For crimes against humanity, against the Gazans and the Palestinians, that's what Israel has done before October 7th. Just so you know.
Okay, you're not being coherent now. I'm talking about October 6th, 5th, and 4th. Give me dates. Give me a time frame. Give me a name. Who was killed in Gaza by the Israelis?
Hang on. So do you think the West Bank is not part of Palestine, Samson?
No, that's not what I said. It's part of the Palestinian territories.
I'm asking you a question. Is it part of Palestine? Yes or no?
It's part of the Palestinian territories, yes.
Okay. Do they have the right to fight on behalf of the people that got killed in the West Bank?
Who?
The people that live in Gaza.
Do the people of West Bank have a right to fight for what's going on?
Do the people in Gaza have the right to fight for the rights of the people that live in the West Bank, the Palestinians?
No. They're separate entities because after 2000.
Why is it separate?
Because they decide we can't agree. Hamas wanted Gaza.
It's both of East Jerusalem.
No, they're two separate entities.
It's Palestine. I think this is where the
and it's all Middle East. It's just a term to say Palestine.
It's not Middle East. It's Palestine. According to the UN, according to the it was agreed upon the 67 borders, right? My question to you, what was included in the 67 borders? The West Bank. What else? Gaza and East Jerusalem. That's Palestine.
Okay. What happened
Palestinian territory. I'm not talking about 2005. I'm talking about right now.
Well, I'm talking about 2005 because you're talking about 1967. That's a long time ago.
I'm talking about the 67 borders. What was agreed upon?
What was the latest event?
What was agreed upon? Can you please tell the rules? Can you please tell us what was agreed upon?
Do you not know what chronology
What is the 67 borders? What is 67 borders?
What is 2005 elections?
What is 67 borders?
What is 2005 elections?
He's not going to respond. You see, such an intellectually dishonest.
You're not responding. 67 borders.
And according to the hold on. According to the UN, from October 6th to the fucking 2023 October 6th was the deadliest year for the Palestinians, not only for the adults, even for the kids in the West Bank. And how you go after the people that go to the mosque in Masjid al-Aqsa, and you got more than 900 and fucking.
You're mixing West Bank and Gaza.
It's part of Palestine. It's Palestine. It's Palestine.
I don't give a shit what you call it. Gaza is Gaza. West Bank is West Bank. They're two separate entities ruled by two separate people. Okay.
But let me just say something, right? The problem here is sorry, just quickly. I just want to say something. The problem is selective outrage. Because you sit here and tell us about.
Selective arrogance coming from your side.
Not done, please. I just listened to you speak for like 20
I
minutes.
believe you just said that.
I'm going to land quickly. I'm not going to
Okay, please go.
Just quickly, bro. Problem is selective outrage. Like, we can talk about October 7th for ages, and with how sad you feel about it, and the children that have been kidnapped. The problem is so you're telegraphing the fact that you have a moral code, right? And right, maybe I agree with you. I don't disagree with you when you feel those things. The problem is selective outrage, selective morality. Because when it comes to us, you talking about what Amir just said, those numbers, you seem to just you block it out, and so that tells me something. Because we're not doing that. We're happy to concede maybe children shouldn't die anywhere. We're not laughing in the faces of children dying. We don't do that. We don't if anyone starves anywhere, we're happy to address the fact that it's a problem. But you have selective morality, and this is the truth. You do. There's something about you.
Okay, can I address this now?
It's typically
Before that, I wanted to chime in. Then I gave the space to Aziz.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to just put that out there.
It's okay. Yeah. I understand, and I agree with you, Aziz. I agree with you on that point, Aziz. Okay. When we talk about children, we also feel for the Israeli children. But when they talk about children, they don't feel about the Palestinian children. They will say Hamas is responsible. Irrespective of whether Hamas is responsible or US is responsible or Israel or Saudi Arabia, we feel for the children. We say that children should not be, used in the wars. Children should not be starved. Children should not be sniped. The Zionists never say that. This is something that I have noted time and again, when I have spoken with many of them. They will never say, no, Hamas is responsible. Don't blame Israel. Israel is not, but it is Israel that is controlling Gaza right now. It is Israel that has the power to stop the food from coming in or allow the food to come in. So it is not Hamas. So when it's Israel that's occupying Gaza right now. Then Samson wanted us to talk about, he kept referring back to 2005, 2000. The reason he wanted to refer back to 2005 was when Israel let go of Gaza and the elections took place, 2005, 2006, 2007. What Samson either doesn't know or does not want to say is that Israel retained control of all three routes: air routes, sea routes, and land routes. Nothing could come in, nothing could go out without Israel's permission. Number one. Nobody could come in, nobody could go out without Israel permitting them to do so. And number two, Israel retained even the birth and death registers of Gaza. A child was born in Gaza, he or she, the baby, had to be registered in Israel, not in Gaza. And the death had to be reported to Israel because they wanted to, monitor literally everybody in Gaza, how they did. And then talk about the blockade. When they removed the settlement, illegal settlement in Gaza, illegal Jewish settlement in Gaza was withdrawn. What they did was, as soon as they withdrew, they immediately imposed blockade or siege or sanctions, whatever you call that, on certain products. Like for example, cement was banned from day one of the so-called freedom that Gaza got. Cement, heavy equipment like bulldozers, all these were denied entry because Israel said they could be used to build tunnels or they could be used to build, military structures and so on. And they also denied many instruments, which could be used, which had double uses, which could be used as a weapon. Okay, fine. But then as the days progressed, by the year 2007, when Hamas won the election and took over the power in Gaza, Israel said, as a punishment for electing Hamas, we are going to ban literally almost everything. Food items like cilantro, pasta, then even coffee. Then they banned tea. They banned notebooks for some time. They even banned pencil. Pencil, you know what? They banned all the sharp objects, and they put pencil in the sharp objects list. They said when you sharpen a pencil, it becomes sharp, and it can be used to poke somebody's eye, or it can be used to kill somebody like James Bond style. What James Bond does in his movies. They said a child, a Palestinian child could use this pencil to kill a Jewish child, even though there is no Jewish child in a school, in Gaza schools. And they banned pencils. And as a father, if you are asking me, if somebody said that my child cannot have a pencil, he can go to school, he can carry notebooks, he can do everything, but he cannot have anything to write on because that instrument can be used to kill a Jew. No, I would be really furious. I would be really, really furious for denying my child this little, right. Okay? So literally, Israel banned so many stuff that it became very difficult for Palestinians in Gaza to make a decent living. So much so that at one point in time, Israel said, we will not allow, even amongst the food items that were allowed into Gaza, that were permitted, they said we will only allow 2,000 calories per head. That means if they have, for example, 1 million people in Gaza, that means 1 million into 2,000 calories. Once the 2,000 calorie per day amount of food has been delivered to Gaza, they said, okay, we have delivered you what you need to eat to survive. We will not deliver anything more, even if it is permitted. No, you cannot have more of that. So literally they said that if you had to eat, 2 slices of bread, I will not give you 3 because 2 is enough for you to survive. Now if you do it to my child, again, if my child asks for 3 breads and you're going to tell me that only 2 is enough for him to survive, I am going to come back to you and do whatever I have to do to make you realize that what you're doing to my child is wrong. And that's what Hamas did on October 7. Yes, I stand with Hamas. I think what Hamas did on October 7 should not have been done. I wish they had not done because of all the consequences that we are facing today. But I totally understand why they did what they did on October 7. And the only question that I have for Hamas is, why the hell did you wait for so long to do October 7? Why did you allow your people to suffer for 17 long years of blockade? 17 years of blockade. Imagine, you want to cook something, we all have families, right? Everybody, we all have families, we all cook, our women cook in the house, we cook, I cook sometimes. If I don't have one particular ingredient, you just can't make certain dishes. And Gazans were literally facing this every day. Every meal, they would be cooking without something or the other. Go and ask them. Go and read their, anecdotes. Go and read their history books. Pick up books written by Palestinians. Pick up books written by Israelis about Gaza. Samson. So these are all the things that happened that led to October 7. So if you're going to keep saying that nothing happened on October 6, and incidentally, October 7, there were 5 October 7s perpetrated on Gaza by the Israeli Defense Forces before October 7. Before 2023, there were five major attacks on Gaza. In one attack in 2008, okay, and this is mentioned in the book of Okay, I'm going to share that in a while when I remember. You know what they did? 2008, Israel said, they told their commanders to wait and go and drop 100 tons of bombs on Gaza between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. They said all the bombs need to be dropped in X location only in these 3 hours, between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. Nobody knew why they are giving this time frame. Nobody knew. Within Israel, nobody knew. Then later on, people, and in that attack, 1,400 people were killed in Gaza. Many of them were children, many of them were women. I don't exactly know, I don't remember how many were there. This is called the Operation Cast Lead. And later on, Miko Peled, this is the guy, Miko Peled, who was working with the IDF, who's an IDF soldier. He's won a lot of laurels from the IDF. He personally investigated this matter as to why were IDF told to drop the bombs only from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then it was revealed, he found out that it's 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. is the time when the morning shift of the schools come to an end. They break up for lunch and the second shift starts, and that's when all the children are out on the roads going homes and so on. And that's why they selected a particular area where the school concentration, the number of schools are more, so that maximum children can be killed, maximum number of children can be killed. This is Israel for you. And you are asking us why we come here every day and talk about it. This is why we talk about it, because people don't know what Israel has been doing, and we are educating them. And the last point, I know it's a long monologue. The last point I want to say, if you think, Samson, that Gaza should not be linked with West Bank and East Jerusalem, you are mistaken. It's like saying, okay, two IDF soldiers from Tel Aviv have been killed. Why should somebody living in Beersheba worry about it? Oh, those two were killed in Tel Aviv. Why should you worry about it? You are in Beersheba. This is what you are saying, and we are not accepting it.
Okay, I just want to say,
No.
The problem here
You
is not
don't have to.
Samson,
I just went on a 10-minute thing. Okay.
I'm the moderator and I can do that. I'm now giving the mic to Yahweh because he wanted to speak, and then I'll give the mic to you, Samson.
Who's turn?
What is he gonna?
Yahweh, go ahead. Yahweh.
Well, but just 30 seconds, not more. This is the problem, the mind of the colonizers, that actually is always right and the rest are wrong. So whenever you present them facts, they're not going to accept it. Palestinians are less than them. Okay, they're entitled. The Palestinians are not entitled to anything. Not state, not right to live. That is the problem, Brother Faiz, and you should take it from there.
Okay. Samson, don't try. It's not room for facts, logic, or something. It's fine. I will address everything he said. So first of all, there was a claim by Aziz that I'm selective. I will show to you people how I'm not selective, but that you people are selective, and I will do it this way. When I said I wanted evidence for October 6th, 5th, and 4th, I was given none. Ace gave a number saying 5,000 Palestinians have been killed so far in Gaza. What she fails to mention is that this is a number for the entirety of Gaza, its existence, right? You don't mention that there was a war in 2008. You don't mention that there was a war in Gaza in 2012, in 2014. I think in 2018 there were some clashes. In 2021, all of these, the casus belli being that Hamas either adopted Israeli soldiers or was sending missiles into Israel. You fail to mention this. You fail to mention that when Israel disengaged from Gaza, right, that Hamas not only had control of Gaza, but for some reason decided to still attack Israel, right? They call themselves Liberated Palestine, but for some reason they still have a need to attack Israel. Why? Israel is not present there in Gaza. Subsequently, yes, Israel decides what goes in, what goes out of Gaza. From their side, there is still a border with Egypt. You fail to mention that. You fail to mention that the blockade was because of Hamas's actions, right? You fail to mention that Egypt is also blocking. You never mention Egypt. You fail to mention that because of the elections, Gaza and West Bank, even though we call Palestine, and yes, that may be true, they're separate entities because they're run by different people. They don't believe in the same things when it comes to dealing with Israel. They don't believe in the same ideology. They're not even politically aligned in any way. So they are separate entities and they're not connected in any way. You fail to mention all of these things, and I managed to mention these things in less than 2 minutes.
Okay, so you want to talk about, you talked about three
No,
separate wars?
before that,
What year?
if I may, no, why don't you, Samson, I mentioned about the blockade of foodstuffs, restricting the food quantity to 2,000 calories per Palestinian per day. Why don't you talk about that? What do you have to say?
You want me to address the current war, or are we talking about what?
No,
Because
I'm talking about post 2005 when Israel imposed a severe blockade on Gaza.
And I just explained why that was necessary.
So collective punishment of civilians for war.
It's not collective punishment. It's just one entity, one country dealing with another country.
No, it's everything. You are right. Egypt is also culpable. Okay, I don't deny that. I agree with that. So the question is this: you deny certain things for everybody. When you deny something for everybody because of what your country's government does, then that is what exactly.
That's how the world works, Fayaz. Look at all the countries of the world. Look at sanctions.
Okay,
look at Russia. Look at North Korea. Look at Iran. That's how it works.
Then okay, if that's how it works, then don't blame for picking up the hostages from Israel and keeping them there. That's also a form of collective punishment. If collective punishment is right for punishing, what is collective punishment? You make a mistake and I get punished, or I make a mistake, all the people in the room get punished. That is called collective punishment. Okay? So I think in that respect, since you believe in collective punishment, I believe that Hamas was right to pick up the hostages and keep them there.
Oh, I didn't even address this. This is just wild. You're supporting Hamas and you're even acknowledging that what they did, that you believe in that, and how can you say that and at the same time say that you don't find it indifferent? One baby's life being Israeli life or Palestinian.
No. How can you say that collective punishment is how it works in the world?
No, your definition of collective punishment is different from mine. When one country decides to say, we sanction you because we don't like what you're doing, that's not collective punishment.
So, just 30 seconds.
Sure.
There are close to 10,000 Palestinian hostages in Israeli prisons.
But wait, before you move on to that, are we done with what we talked about?
Listen. It doesn't have to be talked about. Okay, I'm mentioning it to you now. So when you take,
I know all these things. Look, Fayaz, I know all these things that you're mentioning.
Why don't
you have
they
so far
release
not
the
brought out a
hostages?
single thing that was new to me.
You know all these things
Look.
October the 7th.
I have a quick question for Samson.
Scotty, just give me 30 seconds, Scotty, then
I wanted to actually chime in after Brother Faraz, and then I'll pass the mic around because I need to address the whole bunch of
Okay, Amir, just 30 seconds, Amir. Then I'll go out for a while and come back. What I was saying is there are about close to 10,000 Palestinian hostages kept in Israeli prisons in very bad conditions. Okay? If you're going to talk about hostages, Israeli hostages, then also talk about Palestinian hostages, number one. Number two, if you're talking about collective punishment, then talk about collective punishment for both sides. If you accept that collective punishment is justified for the Palestinians, then I will say that any form of collective punishment is also justified for the Israelis. That's my stand. I don't give I don't give a damn about what you think. Oh, you support all these nonsensical diatribes. You can use it somewhere else. I don't get bogged down by all these things. So you can call me Hamas. It doesn't bother me because first of all, in my country, hasn't proscribed Hamas as a terrorist organization. Okay, maybe in your country it is a terrorist organization. So if my country doesn't declare it as a terrorist organization, then it is not a terrorist organization. Anyway, I have to leave for a few minutes now. So Ahmed, go ahead.
Yeah, so can you tell us why did they shoot a rocket into Israel in 2006, Samson? Can you tell the room, please?
Is it my time to
Samson.
talk now? Yeah, I
Yes,
want to
yes,
address
please
it.
tell us.
Okay, but at the same time, I want to address what Fayaz said. So there's a big difference.
He left.
I don't know if you can hear me. There's a big difference between being a hostage and a prisoner, just so people know, okay?
Yeah, but
there
he
are no
left. Can you address him when he
Okay,
comes
but
back?
for the room to know, I will also address your point with all due respect. But first of all, it's important to know that there's a big difference between being a hostage and a prisoner. And it doesn't matter what happened. I mean, we can agree, like if something horrible happens to a Palestinian prisoner in Israel, that's horrible. But why is there a need to change the definition of what a hostage is? Why is there a need to change the definition of what it means to be anti-Semitic? Why is there a need to change the definition of apartheid and genocide? This is something I see constantly from your side.
Okay, you were talking about the hostage. That was it, right? You should have stopped at the hostage. I want to address something
Wait,
you said.
that was the hostage point. The second
Yeah,
point.
it was just one hostage. Why are you going apartheid all over the place?
No, it was just an extra comment.
Yeah, it was just a hostage thing. I want to address something else that you said.
Sure. Second point you brought up, and I will come to your point. Your point is the third one.
Bro, he's not here. I don't know who you're responding to right now.
I'm just responding to everyone.
Because you're saying a whole bunch of bullshit. Because one of your Knesset members recently came out and he's calling the hostages.
What do you mean, your Knesset members? That's multiple times. I'm not Israeli.
Hold on. I can provide you an article from Times of Israel. One of the Knesset members recently came out. He said we're going to change the definition. We're going to call them prisoners. The one that Hamas has. Do you want the article from Times of Israel? Do you want that? Do you want that? No. It's Israelis that are changing the definition, not the fucking Palestinians.
Okay. I'm not talking about an Israeli definition.
No, because we need to freaking have this, instead of being intellectually dishonest, right? We need to have an intellectually honest conversation where you're one of the people that you support in the Knesset has said this.
I don't support anyone in the Knesset.
Okay. You booty clap for Israel all day long. So I want to address something else you said.
Stick to the point. Okay, but let's get to the point. I'm not talking about domestically within Israel what the definition of a hostage is.
Israel changed the definition. They changed the definition.
Okay. But I mean, let's continue. This is not what I'm on about.
Can I please ask you? I asked you a question. Can you respond to the question, please?
I'm also responding to it, but with all due respect,
I need to go on. He's about to come back. When he comes back, you can respond to him. Respect.
No. This is not just only about him.
You already responded about the hostages.
Listen. I mean, if
you've already moved on with the hostages, Samson, focus.
Yeah, focus. You can't cut me off.
Yeah. We already talked about the hostages.
I mean, you can't direct the conversation like this, the supposed dialogue.
Because you made a whole bunch of claims in your previous. Hold on, you made a whole bunch of claims in your previous bullshit that came out of you like a diarrhea that came out of your fucking mouth. Yeah. That's what I wanted to address.
Okay. But you asked me a question, and I want to.
No, I didn't ask. I asked you a question. Why did they do the attack in 2006?
Yes, and I've already answered that. In that short discourse.
No, I haven't. I haven't heard your answer.
Didn't I just say that Hamas, even though Gaza was liberated, decided to fire rockets into Israel and also soldiers?
In 2006, why did they do the attack? The first attack.
Okay, so the reason why it is absurd, quite outrageous to support Hamas, whether it has status of being a terrorist organization or not in your country, that doesn't really matter.
Can you address what I said?
I will get back to you.
Can you address what I said? Can you address what I said, please? Can you address what I said? Can you address what I'm asking you?
I said yes.
Okay, my question to you, it's clear cut. My question to you, why did they do the first attack in 2006?
Okay, but I mean, I said yes. I didn't say I will do it now. I will do it after my point.
No. You made a claim in a previous, you brought up a whole bunch of bullshit when you were responding to Brother Fayaz. I want to address every little thing that you made.
You guys say bullshit all the time, but I patiently wait.
I don't say bullshit. I talk with facts.
I mean, you're a dictator right now. Fayaz spoke for 10 minutes. Not a single person cut him off.
Brother Fayaz is not here right now.
Not a single person cut him off for 10 minutes. Why can't you do me that courtesy, huh?
Bro, you literally gave the mic to Brother Fayaz. He gave you the time to speak. You said, I'm just going to take 2 minutes and that's it. And you were done. It was your...
I didn't give the mic to anyone. He asked politely, I want to speak.
Oh my God. 10 minutes. You literally ended saying that I'm done with 2 minutes.
Are you afraid of the truth? Why am I not allowed to speak?
Oh my God.
So prove me wrong. I mean, prove me wrong. Give me 1 minute.
This guy wants to go on tangent, right? You want to troll. I understand you're here to troll. You're nothing but a fucking troll right now, right? My question was clear cut. Why did they do the first attack in 2006? Why did the Hamas do the attack? Because you brought up Hamas. Oh, Hamas, we withdrew from the fucking Gaza, whatever. I want to address all of those questions. My question to you, why did they do the first attack in 2006? You still don't have a fucking answer. This is the problem.
I've already answered that, but you don't take it for
when
an
did you answer? Okay, let me educate
I
you.
said Hamas fired rockets into Israel and also abducted Israel.
Why did they do it? Why did they do it?
Because they want to destroy Israel.
Okay. I'll educate you today, all right? The first
No,
major
you
attack.
can't educate me.
I'll educate you
You cannot
today.
educate me.
Okay,
because
mute up. Thank you. I'm going to educate you today, okay?
You can't
The
educate.
first major attack.
Mute
up, please.
No.
I'm gonna speak now.
I'm gonna leave.
Speak.
I'm gonna leave.
Okay, leave. Get lost. Leave. I don't care. Get lost. Thank you.
Yeah, just leave.
Yeah. Get lost. Fucking intellectually dishonest piece of shit. The first major attack, right, that took place in 2006, actually was framed as a retaliation for Israeli airstrikes and arrest of Hamas members in the West Bank. But apparently, he didn't address any of this. That was a retaliation for Israeli airstrikes, and they arrested a whole bunch of Hamas members in the West Bank. But apparently, he doesn't want to address that. That's why they retaliated. When they were shoved in and they were kicked out of West Bank, they were shoved into Gaza. But you're not gonna respond to that, right? And then you sit here and you want to talk smack about it. Fucking bullshitter. What a bullshitter, man. Seriously. Doesn't have any knowledge, but you want to come up and have a conversation. Alright. I'll send you an invite, Daniel, if you want to come up. And let's talk about the Hamas. Why was the Hamas in 2006? Why did they do the first attack? If you want to come up. Otherwise, it's okay, no problem, man. And that's how they did the blockade. You want to say something?
You know what I want to know? I want to know that if Netanyahu is convicted of war crimes and corruption, will you still support him? And if so, then we will know your true intention, because ultimately, if he's a convicted war criminal, then when everything that you said and everything that you claimed is just a lie, because we know he's disingenuous, and then we'll know that he got rid of Yoav Gallant, and we'll know why he got rid of Yoav Gallant, and all our suspicions were correct, and that we know that Hamas are not an existential threat to Israel. And so, did you need to flatten more than 60% of the residential buildings? What was the real intention there? Because now you're growing the borders of the state as well. And Netanyahu mentioned this 25 years ago. It's not a coincidence, I mean, maybe it's news to these guys, but it's not news to us. Yeah, but that only lasts so long. I mean, now they think Britain's corrupt. I mean, Britain mandated Palestine and actually created Israel. So, I mean, they're going to call them corrupt? Or they're essentially going to legitimize themselves in the process. So there's no limit to what they'll say and do to justify themselves. I was in a room the other day, and they were defending Jeffrey Epstein, That's how deep it gets, There's no upper limit. And the problem is, we go back and forth, and the reason why I mentioned the selective outrage and selective morality is because they are capable of being upset when children die, but it's only a specific group. The rest they'll make excuses for, and that is the point of contention. That's what exposes their reality. When you address the fact that they're willing to overlook this. Why is that a problem and this isn't? These are the points. That's what makes them run away. They can't control the narrative, when they can't, funnel the answers into like a specific response, then they get riled up and they want to scream and, create a scene, and we know what's going on. We're not idiots, you know. It's like a childish response, you know. And Daniel, he can't control himself. I've been in their rooms, it's like a circle jerk, echo chamber. Everyone shares the same opinion, and they're not saying nice things. Let's not pretend. They are saying terrible things. They will accuse the other side of being hateful, but they never say anything productive or that isn't hateful rhetoric. It's just it's sickening what they say, and they can't even see it. You know, they can't even see it. The lack of self-awareness is alarming. That's the definition of cognitive dissonance. You know. 100%. And, you know, they will try and demonize Palestinians. I mean, it's a natural human response to not trust a group of people that have subjugated you for 70 years. You know, that's not unusual. Like, if you annoy me for 10 minutes, I might think you're a piece of shit. You know, that's not unusual either. You know, you haven't given me any evidence on the contrary. And so for them to act as if the Palestinians are unreasonable in their interpretation of the IDF, that is disingenuous, and they know it as well. They know the brutality, they know the settler violence, they know the illegal occupation. They want to talk about Hamas, but never the West Bank. Why? Because they know that there isn't a sufficient presence of Hamas in the West Bank, and so any of these war crimes that are committed in the West Bank, they don't have a leg to stand on. So they want to hyper focus on Hamas, completely ignoring the fact that Hamas was funded, and Netanyahu knew that what would happen when he funded it would create political instability in the region. This isn't even a coincidence either, you know. But again, like you said, it's their education, and it's a shame, you know. But one day, they will have to pretend that they did not have these views. They will have to pretend that they did, you know, they will hide it, you know. It's almost like, you know, after the Nazis were disbanded and they were defeated, there were a bunch of people that were pro-Nazi that just didn't voice, you know, they kind of acted like as if they weren't Nazis, right? And that's what we'll have. We'll have that. You know, Daniel won't be so loud and proud, and Samson will be quiet because he will realize, okay, you know, we couldn't lie forever. You know?
And that's right, Aziz. And what they were saying about the prisoners and the hostages and arguing about that fact. The fact of the matter is, Hamas is treating their hostages 100 times better than they're treating the detained or the ones they've got in detention themselves. Because I was just reading myself there and I put the link into the chat. This year alone, the amount of people that have died in detention from starvation, beating, torture is gone through the roof from the Israelis. So how they can sit there and say Hamas and argue about hostages or fucking prisoners is a joke. Because if you look at it, just look at
Scotty, you could use the same argument. One of the Knesset members came out. His name is Amichai Eliyahu. I put the link in the chat from Times of Israel. And this is a new talking point that they're going to bring up, right? And you could bash them using their own sources. One of their Knesset members said the Hamas has these people, right? The hostages, they're not hostages, they're prisoners. Okay? So if they're going to call the Palestinian people that are locked up as prisoners, so now you have proof. One of the Knesset members calls them prisoners, not hostages, so they're no longer hostages. You get my point? So now it's an equal footing there. On both sides is the prisoners now. You see what I'm saying? And you use their sources to prove that it's a prison, it's not a hostage anymore. And if the Israeli Knesset member says it, that's it. That's the end of it. That's their government official. And they can't fucking argue against it. And we got to keep an eye out on the news every single day. Their own news is coming out with new bullshit, and you can use it against them. Daniel, how does that make you feel? A new talking point, right? New pro-Pali talking point that will debunk your bullshit, the hostage prisoner, you know, the
Daniel, you're saying I'm talking rubbish, yeah? Just read that there. Read that. That's by independent. The UN. That's by. It's even by your own people. So read that and tell me that I'm lying about how many people you starve to death in detention, how many people you die in detention through torture. The hostages or prisoners, the prisoners that have been held by Hamas have been well fed, they've been well treated, and then when they are being released, you shot 4 of them yourself. You shot 4 of them with their hands in the air, shouting that they were hostages and that they were being freed. Your soldiers are that ineffective that they even shot them. So just have a read of that before you start shouting your mouth off about who's right and who's wrong. And I know what you're going to do, because you always do the same. You're going to read that and you're still going to disagree with it, because it doesn't matter what facts you're given, how many facts you're given. You're so warped in your head. You just will not agree with anything. You can't change your if you're proved wrong, you will not admit it.
Scotty, you're exactly right. You know what's crazy? You're giving facts, right? And he's just replying with, "Oh, you're corrupt," or like, what is the basis of your claim? Please refute the evidence that Scotty has provided. Don't just say hateful rhetoric, because that is essentially what you're doing. Is you're exposing yourself. You have no facts. You are just trying to demonize everybody. You have no figures. You're just lying, basically, right? So where is your evidence on the contrary to what he said? You don't have any. You don't have any, Daniel. And the world isn't. You know, we're not on the wrong side of history. The world is waking up. Half of the countries in Europe are condemning you. You are starving children, Daniel. You can't even see it. Your hatred for Hamas has just got to a point where you're having a blood rage. Your eyes are red. You're on a rampage and you can't even see it, Daniel. You know, when the dust settles, you will not be allowed to be loud and proud about your support for what we've seen. You won't be allowed to. You will be the criminal. Netanyahu will be the criminal. You will be the criminal. You can't even see it. You're in a blood rage. It's insane. Like, countries that don't even have any political ties or economic ties to Palestine have condemned it, because they simply cannot stand for it anymore. They have to save face. Even if they don't want to, they cannot stand on that side of the fence anymore. And you can't even see that. That's how bad your education has been. And it's a shame. It's a shame. You know, I almost feel sorry for you. Genuinely, I almost feel sorry for you.
You're so right, Aziz. You're so right, Aziz. But the thing is, Daniel and people like him are going to have to explain to their kids and their grandkids and their great grandkids exactly what they stood for, how they stood for it, how much of a donkey face they are, because the report I've just put on there is written by Jews themselves. Half of it's an independent panel with Jews from all people from all over the world, and he won't even read it. He won't even bring himself to read it. That's how much of an idiot he is. And I was listening to him the other day in another chat room, and he started, and everything he said. Fair enough, he's a passionate person. Fair enough, he believes in what he believes in. But everybody has to give and take a little bit. I'm learning every day. Everybody's learning every day. He thinks he knows it all, and by thinking he knows it all, he knows absolutely F all. That's all I'm saying about Daniel. And he's got to explain it to his kids, and they will go down in history. Just like you said, just like the Nazis did. They didn't even want to admit they were part of the Nazi party. They didn't even want to, because how many percentage of them voted for them how they were part of killing the Jews. After that, we didn't, in Britain, we'd stopped calling German Shepherds. We called them Alsatians after the Second World War, because we didn't want to call them German Shepherds, because nobody wanted to be associated with anything to do with Germany. That's exactly how they're going to feel when they realise they're on the wrong side of history. It's only now, our generation sees, that we're actually calling German Shepherds again, and not Alsatians.
Yeah.
Because we've progressed, and we've learned from the mistakes of the past, and we've integrated with each other, and we know it was wrong.
100%. You know, this is the problem, though. You know, like, if you just, you know, there's always new headlines coming, there's always new reports coming out, new events, right? We are ready to tackle the facts of a new event every single time, and we're just met with the same old thing. You guys, like, it's just like rhetoric, you know. It's like, oh, you're sick, you support this. No. We are looking at a new situation with new information on the ground, and we are just simply reporting the facts. And that's something you don't have the luxury of doing. You don't have the luxury of looking at what's happening on the ground. You just have to say October 7th, They want to kill us. We have to kill them. Like you're just going. It's a rinse and repeat cycle, and it's happened before. You know, history repeats itself. This is not the first time we've had geopolitical tensions in the globe, and people have tried to demonize a small group of people and in an attempt to ethnically cleanse them. This is not new. You know, I would think a person that's Jewish would know that better than anybody, but apparently you don't have that vision. You can't have that introspection. And it's shameful, to be fair. It's shameful.
You ran away. What's up, Blake?
What's up, Amir? Thank you for having me. Assalamu alaikum to everyone here.
What's up with you? Are you doing everything okay?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Doing okay. So, if you guys engage with the Zionist, Scotty, Aziz, or anybody, I'm about to put one article in here, right? Use this to your, to, debunk their bullshit claim. You know how they make the claim IDF is the most moral army, blah, blah, blah? Give them this article. It's from Times of Israel. Moshe Yaalon, they call him Boogie Yaalon. He was the former Israeli defense minister. He said, IDF is not the most moral army in the world. He said Netanyahu, what he's doing is ethnically cleansing Gazans. And he's an former Israeli defense minister under Likud party in 2016. You see what I'm saying? So you could debunk their bullshit claim by giving them this article, and that's it. That sort of like destroys their argument about the IDF. Oh, IDF is the most moral army. It can't be. According to Moshe Yaalon, it can't be. Amos calls him Boogie Yaalon. I think a lot of the Jewish people, they call him Boogie Yaalon. He became a leftist. He was on the right before.
I'll have to check out the article. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, no problem, man.
The thing is, they just never address the facts, you know. It just always goes back to October 7th, and just let's just keep repeating ourselves. It's just a disingenuous attempt, you know. We keep looking at new pieces of information, new people, aid workers buried, 14 of them. This person was shot. They've been sniped. They've been starved to death. They've been it's new stuff. Where's your new stuff? You're claiming that the Palestinians is all they want to do. Where is the new reports? They are none. It's just a lie. You know, it's overextension of military aggression. You did not need to destroy 60% of residential buildings in Gaza. You did not need to. If you can kill a man in his bedroom in Tehran, we can block beepers in Lebanon. I'm sure you can just be a bit more precise. And fair enough. Let's say you wanted to show them a heavy hand after October 7th. It's 2 years later now. You are now the terrorist, regardless if you thought they were. You are now the terrorist. It's official. You know, you have no excuses. It's over. The fuck? Fucking hate Daniel, man.
There's somebody like him. He's not deal yet.
Are you gonna degrade him as he said who would come in, right?
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, okay, no.
Oh my god, it's so hard to engage him.
Crashes out and starts doing some crazy ass cusses, like the stuff he was saying about your family. Like, this guy is a freaking loser.
I mean, so he's calling everybody Nazi, but then he lives in Germany, he speaks the German language, and he doesn't live in
Samson or Daniel?
Daniel.
Oh, him too.
Oh, Samson, yeah, he speaks German, he's from the Europe, yeah, he lives somewhere in the Europe, and I don't know if he even goes back to Europe. But you see how he was trying to derail the topic case? I kept on asking, why did it do 7th of October, the 2006? Because he's the one that made this claim. Oh, they were shooting rockets. Why did they do that? He could not give me an answer.
I was going to give some facts, because he gave certain incidents. He actually is such an idiot. I could give you, let's say, August 2022, right? So this is obviously before, October 7th. There was Israel launched an attack on the Gaza Strip, killing 33 Palestinians. Many of them were minors. There's so many incidents. There's another one, I think, where a girl was killed in August. That there was a residential building in Rafah that was bombed. killing 7, I think a bunch of them were kids. There was another one where there was a military fire missile at a cemetery where children were playing. They killed a bunch of toddlers and children between the age of 4 and 16. This is August, 1 month, 2022. So if he's going to talk about the collective number I gave, because that's the stat, we can break that number down. Because he's trying to use that number and trying to break it down in accordance to it was in relation to this war or that war, this war. What was August 22? That's just 1 month. And there's many months like that. He just tried to derail the whole damn thing. And he failed at it.
This is what happens when you have a discussion, if you'd like to call it a discussion, with someone that is disingenuous and intellectually dishonest. They want to start the calendar when they want to start it, or they want to discuss some skewed military campaign when they want to start it. Hamas attacked this. Okay, let's go back a day before when Hamas attacked, when the Israelis went in and bombed Gaza and killed civilians. Or even if they kill one person, that's breaking, the calm. So then the other party has a right to respond. But they obviously start the clock when they want to start the clock. They've always done this. It's nothing new. They're beyond sick. I don't even think there's any therapy that is out there that can fix them.
I don't think it's
re-educate these people.
I don't think it's brainwashing. I think
it's beyond brainwashing.
No, it's not brainwashing. They're willful, right? So information has been provided to them. It's given to them. They're here. They're listening. They're seeing. It's not like they're living in like a little dungeon somewhere where they've just been fed misinformation.
No, it's nothing like that. It's more if you ever look into white supremacy and see how they act and how they think, this is very much like that.
It is.
It's a very entitled approach.
It's actually willful. All of this is by choice. It's not by design, to be honest with you. All of this. And many of these people haven't even been brought up in Israel, so you can't even say that they were secluded in a certain society. These people some of them are not even from the country or the faith, and they live all over the world, right? And they still hold on to these white supremacy kind of ideologies, and they stick to it whether or not there's other information. Hey, there's certain things that I've learned, from the Israeli side of things, and I've fixed, my understanding of things, and vice versa. They feel like if they admit to one thing, it's like the entire thing caves, and they refuse to admit to one fact. They freaking refuse to, as if somehow their whole house of cards is going to collapse if one thing gets admitted to.
But that's what it is. It will collapse.
But the irony of it is
come tumbling down on them.
The irony of it is because they refuse to admit anything, it's almost an admission of guilt, because you cannot be innocent of all these things. Because you cannot be. These are individuals. Some person, he's a terrible man, and he wanted to shoot a random woman. You've defended it. Why have you defended that? So it's an admission of guilt. This many charges, you cannot be innocent of all of them. So.
But their own soldiers are coming out with. What's the organization called? Breaking the Silence. Their own organizations are speaking up against them. Their own soldiers speak up against them, and then these scumbags have the audacity to defend it. Like, who do they think? They must really think the world is stupid, or we don't have access to the internet, or we don't have access free-flowing information. They truly think that the world is stupid, or has been brainwashed by the media.
That's giving them.
They're insulting our intelligence, to be fair.
That's giving them too much goddamn credit, to be honest. Some of the things that these Zionists have said, various ones, the ones you've spoken to or come across, they've literally said genocidal things, like, oh, it's a self-inflicted genocide.
Yeah, then they deny it.
Yeah, or they say that it's the parents purposefully starving their children for propaganda. What? That's a Hitler Nazi level.
Yeah, but what I don't understand about this narrative is first they say it's AI, then they say the parents are starving the kids. Okay, what is it? Is it AI or is it actually humans starving their own kids?
I'll tell you why. Because first they say it's AI. Second, there's U.S. mercenaries. There's, the people consider that's an ally, right? They consider the U.S. and what comes out of the U.S.'s mouth and their military personnel truthful. recently we've heard multiple people come from American soldiers who literally said, "I gave this child aid. This kid kissed my hand and said thank you. He started walking, and he was sniped and killed."
Yeah, I read that.
Yes. So this is, and there's others that have. I mean, look at what fucking Trump
Yeah, but I
said
wonder
of all
what the
people.
next excuse is, because there's a phrase in England, and it goes by, you know what they're essentially doing is throwing shit on the ceiling and seeing what sticks.
Yeah, I've heard this. I've used it before.
Yeah, so this is what they're doing. So whenever that doesn't, when it falls down, they'll throw more up to see what sticks again. So the next excuse will come until they are held accountable for being the Nazi white supremacist Zionists they are. And the world is doing that. The world is waking up. I think they're terrified that the world is actually waking up. Because they can't get away with the shit they got away with. For 80 years, most of the world has been unaware of what they've been doing to the Palestinians. The last 2 years has liberated the world with regards to Gaza. We've not liberated Gaza. Gaza has liberated us. Truly, honestly. And I'm a strong believer in that.
That's so true. That is. And then as for the genocide thing you were saying, I'm just reading up on it. Then that it's still to be decided at the court. That South Africa brought the case against Israel. They decided that they had to protect Rafah and stop, minimise civilian deaths. Right. Well, they carried on with the Rafah offensive. They didn't minimise civilian deaths. So to me, they didn't do anything the court found. So the court didn't find them innocent or anything like that. The court was still making a ruling on the actual genocide decision. But they went against everything the court said anyway. So the decision is likely to be that they have committed genocide and they're likely to be found guilty of it in court. So I just can't wait to see what the decision is going to be from the court, which is due. It should be due anytime soon.
See, I think one of the most important things of the genocide is you've got to acknowledge and kind of put a base down, as in what is an authority? Is it your average Zionist who is generally not versed in genocide studies, or is it actual genocide scholars, people that are specialists in the Holocaust, genocides, and making an authoritative decision on genocides? So who is our authority? We look at the genocide scholars, which majority of them, I would probably say, I think it's 95%, if not more, that agree it's a genocide. Some of the Israeli genocide scholars agree it's a genocide. We don't need to listen to these scumbags on Clubhouse to tell us it's not a genocide. They're not an authority. Simple. I'm not going to go to a gynecologist and tell him I've got a headache.
You should go to OBGYN. You should.
No, that's what Daniel needs to do.
Exactly.
It's got something stuck way up his ass.
Yeah, I've got actually, yes. Both of those scumbags need to go to a gynecologist because they're both the biggest pussies I've come across.
Exactly. My issue is when we talk about the genocide, right? It gets so the whole argument goes left because the whole discussion about it, they get into the whole technicalities of it. Like you guys heard Samson, because someone else made it figurative. Like he was speaking figuratively, saying, "Hey, stuff happened October 6th, 5, blah blah." This guy was taking it literally just so that he could, I guess, derail the entire conversation and don't let the facts come out. The problem with it is this is why I don't even get into it. I say, okay, can we agree what's happening is absolutely crimes against humanity, it's heinous, it's wrong, it's disgusting. Can we come to that conclusion? Because forget about the technical definition. Forget about waiting for some court to have that, claim be substantiated. Let's actually talk about, is it just horrible and wrong? Because the minute we get into that, these guys go into, oh God, this hasn't happened, that hasn't happened, this isn't done, that isn't done, to completely deny the suffering of Gazans by not allowing the term genocide be applied to it. But we can surely apply so many other descriptive words of what's happening live on television as we speak, for the past how many years now. This is what they do to kind of deviate. That's why I don't even get into the freaking discussion with these assholes, because I know they're a little stupid.
what I don't understand is why are we, for example, you know when the US always asks Israel to investigate itself, and the Zionists wait on that conclusion. You know, an arsonist can't be a firefighter. But a person guilty, for example, in a civilized court system, you're not going to ask a criminal that is guilty of murder to investigate himself.
Investigate yourself, rapist.
Yeah, what planet are they on? Like what? Give me an example where this has actually occurred, where someone guilty of a crime has investigated themselves.
Well, guilty or not, you know, you've been accused of something.
So not guilty, accused of a crime.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is an interesting thing. I think I brought this up in 2016. I believe it was the ICJ who said that there's claims of, there's enough information to say that there's crimes against humanity occurring, and they wanted to go in to investigate Gaza and Israel. Hamas said, "Come on in, doors wide open." What did the Israeli government say? They're like, this was made to put the Nazis on trial, and this exact court is going to come and do that to us. They're anti-Semitic. Basically, the rules don't apply to us. Somehow we're above and beyond everything. That's why I get so sick of their claim of, oh, this is our land, our property. Exactly. This whole idea of, oh, it's in our scripture, right?
Yeah, but they go beyond that, Ace.
I know, but listen to this. I'm like, okay, fine, that's under scripture. But since then, there's been international law. There's so many things that have taken place that goes and divides borders, etc., etc. But no. The laws don't apply to us. They don't. Somehow we're above them. We're ordained by God. We must conduct ourselves like if we're not of this world. And that goes down to the whole supremacy idea, the greater than idea. That's what you were talking about earlier. This is what's so irritating to me, that using that word anti-Semitic has been so dragged down and dripped and watered down, it means nothing. BB saying free Palestine should be, it should go under an anti-Semitic term. Free Palestine. Like, literally. This man has tried to do this.
Just touching on your court comment, with regards to courts. Now, we've heard Zionists in this very room say that we will not accept it's a genocide until the courts come out and say it. But what they're doing is they're not allowing the courts. Israel and its allies are not allowing international courts and organizations to do their job. Exactly. They're threatening the very courts.
Exactly. They won't let the free press in. First time in history.
What are they scared of?
The truth?
Exactly. They're not going to allow the international courts to do their job, but they're saying, okay, we're going to allow them to do their job. Okay, let them do their job. Wait for the result.
I think about conversations that I've had with members of IDF where they've bragged to me. They've told me what they've done. The most heinous things that a human being could do to other human beings without regret, without any thought of humanity at all. And not even trying to even think of the word genocide or anything else, but just to wipe people out, and with no mercy, with no compassion, with nothing.
The settlers are just as bad. They're exactly the same. Sometimes they're worse than the IDF. They burn children and families in their homes. I've seen 2 instances of that while I've been doing my research. I've seen them kidnapping settlers kidnapping kids, and they target kids because they know they'll get more of a reaction out of the local Palestinians in that area, and I think it is absolutely disgusting. And they're not held to account. There's nobody policing them. So that's a tragedy on its own. When this all does come to a head, they should all the settlers, each and every single one settler that's in that area that's there illegally, as has been decided by the United Nations, they should be dragged into court kicking and screaming. They should be tried themselves.
And so many are Americans, by the way. You know that, right?
Yeah, they're from all around the world.
A lot of Americans.
Yeah, they paid to come in. There's a lot of British there. There's a lot of English, a lot of Scottish. They're from all around the world. They're just
basically
they're
bums.
brainwashed.
They're bums that have nothing. They wouldn't get anything in life,
Exactly.
they're bummed.
Certainly.
I'd love to see them when they come into court and each one of them get tried, and the children are sitting in the back of the court watching them, and they get sentenced throughout. And the biggest sentence they're going to get is from the history that we're going to all judge them. Never mind the sentence that they'll all get.
I really hope they have their day in court.
I think that's inevitable. I think, you know, that some of the people that thought they would never be caught, the Nazis, the white supremacists in South Africa, there's been countless examples where they were tried, where they were held to account, and now where are they? In the history books. Or either they ran off to Latin America, and now they take on a new identity. So these people will go through exactly the same when it falls. It's just a matter of time now.
It will fall. It will most certainly.
Something you were saying earlier. You were saying something earlier about how you've had conversations with IDF, and we've seen them online, where I think I've had some here too, unfortunately, where they're almost prideful, they're boastful, they do these heinous things, and they, you know, even if you look at how Israel and even if you look at their Knesset members, you see the Likud party, they just lay it out flat and say the most ridiculous, disgusting things to the world. Now,
that's what I'm saying.
Well, but what I'm going to say now, I know it's controversial, but if you look at, I hate Hitler, don't get me wrong. What Hitler did with putting, the death camps, he opened 5 of them in Poland. They were never in Germany. Yes, there were concentration camps in Germany. He never announced that they were going to be gassed, ever. They were saying, hey, we're taking them to an area that's going to be their zone for them to live in, okay? Some of those, a lot of Nazis, these soldiers, some of them were actually Jews that joined. And they knew exactly what was happening, and they were rounding up their own people and others and putting them there. He did all this heinous shit, which was wrong, hidden, silently, for the most part. The world did not know. He wasn't advertising it. There were some allies he was speaking to, of course, but not the way in which the IDF speaks. The Nazis were walking around. They were hiding. They were doing disgusting, heinous things and hiding their crimes. Okay? The IDF in Israel is literally boasting about it. They're justifying it. They're celebrating it.
Exactly. I've had conversation with the folks who were in this room at one point, and Amir, like, at one point he's like, and there's no point in even trying to talk to this person. It's like, there's no point. And he said, hey, I know this guy, here's an article, I need you to read this article about this guy. I said, all right. I read, and then I asked the person who I was talking to if what I read was true. And he didn't even try to deny.
Was it Ariel?
Anything. Yeah, it was Ariel.
Yeah, he boasts.
Yeah, of course. He's like, what do you think I would do in that situation? Of course I did that. And since that day, I've thought about that conversation every single day. It is never that I've encountered evil before, but that type of evil is just
and that's widespread throughout the whole of Israel, and that's their way of thinking. So I don't know what the answer is to. I just hope and pray to God that their kids and their grandkids don't listen to them when they're getting brought up, because it's almost a form of child abuse. It's a form of child abuse what they're doing. If they teach their kids like this, it's a form of child abuse as far as I'm concerned.
Have you seen the most recent viral trend that was going around? It was so disgusting. Somebody shared in this room. Shape did, where these Israeli kids are doing a prank on their kids, on their parents, by saying that they donated or they're helping the Gaza children to get a reaction out of their parents, and their parents freak out and they start laughing and joking. Like somehow, yeah, this disease has of course spread to their offspring.
Form of child abuse, that's what that is. Child abuse to teach your children that and their way of life. It's just disgusting. You should take that as well.
It is disgusting, but let me just say this. You know how they keep bringing this talking point saying that, oh yeah, apparently Gazans and the school system and blah blah blah. Is there's some sort of textbook here and there is teaching their kids to apparently hate Jews, and this is their talking point that gets brought up quite a bit. But what I mean, my kind of pushback has always been, well, the entire population of Israel, if you're Jewish, not if you're Arab Christians, you don't have to actually join the IDF. You only have to join the IDF if you're Jewish. Everybody. It is mandatory. If you don't, you go to jail. So when you're putting these, and again, police training, military training, if you know any family, it's very brutal. It is very much like a brainwashing activity. You put them through this when they're very young. You expose them to violence. You tell them that these are your enemies. The chief rabbi for the IDF, this man, I forgot his name now, but if you guys just type it in, he has said that, well, God ordains, according to this psychopath, that if during war fighting their enemy, if the IDF soldier, in order for him to do his job well, he needs to rape a goyim, he can. He's permitted to, as long as he does not take the person as his wife. Okay? This is a type of shit. And this is a rabbi, chief rabbi, for God's sake, that's pushing this. A lot of people tend to, follow authority, believe authority. I mean, some of us have unconditioned ourselves. That part never gets spoken about. The part that it's been drilled into their heads, and I was mentioning this before, one of my friends, this is way before, she brought this up now. She had an ex who was a IDF soldier. He used to be, again, this is before, she knew anything at all, in New York, and she said it, like he would tell her that he had to unlearn, it took him 10 years to kind of relearn, the way that he sees Muslims. And she just didn't understand. She's Buddhist, and she just didn't even click to her how wild that was. Now she's like, holy shit, of the amount of conditioning. He left Israel, and he came to New York City, and it took him 10 years to unlearn. What about that conditioning? No one's going to talk about that.
What a gift that he was able to unlearn. Eventually.
Yeah, no, eventually.
Listen to this. This is what I was just reading. I was trying to explain to Daniel about earlier. Right. Before October 2023, prisoners' deaths were fewer annually, but since the escalation of the conflict in late 2023, at least 73 Palestinian prisoners have died through July 2025, mostly from torture, medical negligence. This recent spike contrasts with the prior decades when deaths are still occurring, where at the lower annual rate, the deaths are part of a broader pattern of violations, including arbitrary detention and ill treatment. And it goes on to give you the list of numbers of how many. This is just deaths of prisoners, Palestinian prisoners in their detention, and it goes from 1967 all the way up till 2020 2020 is 310, and then from there, it's last month, was 54 alone. The month before that was 73. The causes of death: torture, medical neglect, starvation, beatings, harsh conditions. So, what he was saying about the prisoners that they've got, the hostages, the actual prisoners, like Amir said, they're being treated like kings by Hamas compared to the way they treat their prisoners and their kids. Because the youngest one that was detained last year was 12 years of age.
Yeah.
12 years of age.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've got a niece who's 12 years of age, man, and she's tiny. So she was detained, and she was detained last year, and she's still being detained. And how is that even justifiable? Save the Children have tried to go in there, and they won't even let them. The Israelis won't even let them be seen. So what does that say for themselves? It's disgusting.
Well, they're
How can they even sit there?
They're not prisoners, and that's the thing that I've had to. I don't even know how bad it was. So you know how they talk about again Israel being this democratic, this copy of the West, blah blah, having rule of law. Well, you know what? When they take Palestinians as hostages, there's no due process. They sit there sometimes without any formal charges. They're never brought to court, and if they are, the types of laws that they apply to them is vastly different than to Israelis. So that's definitely no.
But it's a liberal democracy.
It's such a great democracy. It copies the West.
Democracy.
Exactly, right? It's a joke.
It applies a military court system to even kids, but it's a liberal democracy.
It's so liberal.
Yeah, and then to go and arrest them, they're going nightly raids. So they go in with nightly raids.
We know. We know exactly what they do. They just don't see it, and they're thinking they literally want to lie to the world.
I don't understand the bulldozers that go in behind them. Yeah, they're supposed to be in and out operation, and then they send in a bulldozer behind them to dig up the roads, destroy the pipework, destroy all the electrics, destroy all the infrastructure on the way out, which is nothing. The only reason to do that is out of pure badness, because the operation's already been done and already successful. So why would they need to do that? Surely that's a crime, General.
It's just being a nuisance of tearing the roads up. You're simply just doing that out of spite.
Isn't that war? That consist of a war crime, would it?
You can argue it's a war crime because you're destroying civilian infrastructure.
They do that on a regular basis. I've just been watching.
There's nothing new for that. They kill civilians, and so destroying civilian infrastructure is a second thing.
So I've had something on my mind, and something I can't get out of my head when I think about this. It's genocide, and that is the generation, and especially I think about the IDF soldiers. I think what they're doing now to the people of Palestine, the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent people, is what the grandparents of these soldiers had to live through.
I think I would disagree with you, Lake. So a lot of these people that live inside Israel, they're not, they don't come from a lineage of Holocaust survivors or whatever. All right, it's less than 300,000 that had to suffer, 300 or 400,000 that had to suffer from Holocaust. The rest of them, I don't know where the fuck they came from. And the other problem I have is this is how much they hate the Holocaust. You had the Israelis. They actually produced Holocaust porn to mock the Holocaust. This is how much they hate the Holocaust. Is that right? It's disgusting. And they have Holocaust jokes as well. This is how they, and I heard from a whole bunch of these people. It's crazy.
There were only 300,000.
No. I'm saying that live inside Israel, right? That these people, it's only less than 300,000 or 500,000 that are, that are connected to the Holocaust. The rest of them are not.
Yeah, after World War II, it's a misconception to say that they all came to Israel. What they actually did is they went to some displaced persons camps in Europe, a lot of them. They also went to the US, Canada, Australia, South Africa. Okay, these are the places, or some of them even went back to their homes that they had, if they still have them, in Western Europe. So it wasn't that they all right away. There was a small group that came, and some of them came from other parts of the world that had nothing to do with the Holocaust. So it is most definitely a minority.
Thank you for
Yeah, no worries.
filling me in on that.
But even then, like, this is the thing I have with this whole taking your ancestral, like, even if your ancestors went through something and trying to use that as if it applies to you, I have an issue with that as well, because you yourself didn't go through those, the Holocaust, or you live in those conditions. You are not a product of that at all. So even the ones that try to use that argument, and they did not even go through it, I think it's selfish. And actual Holocaust survivors have said it. This one grandson of a Holocaust survivor, his grandfather passed. He's like, I'm glad my grandfather passed before what's happening now, because he goes, my grandfather said, if the world knew and there was this access to information like you have now, that would never have occurred. The Holocaust would never have occurred. A lot of the Holocaust survivors, that were even born in that time period, they're all against it. They're against it, 100%. They're not for what's happening in Palestine and what Israel is doing by any means. You see so many statements from family members and from themselves. It's just the others that so many of them are atheists, actually.
But Ace, you know what the irony I find is, all these countries that are booty clapping for the Zionists right now are those very countries that looked the other way when the Holocaust occurred.
The biggest one, United States of freaking America.
They were pushing them away.
Ooh, I know.
They were looking the other way. They were appeasing Hitler.
Oh, I know.
And now they have the audacity to point fingers.
Absolutely fucking did, yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. It's crazy because even those corporations, the clear system, IBM,
they were helping him.
Coca-Cola. Remember they said Fanta was a drink of the Nazis? That was made by Coca-Cola. Oh, these corporations,
they came up with it for the Nazis.
I know. It's insanity. IBM to have built a system that tracks everyone would get branded with a number, which is horrific. A system, you knew exactly what you were doing. It's just a populace didn't know. But
these Europeans are pushing that guilt onto the Palestinians now.
Yeah, but the Palestine had nothing to do with anything.
Of course they didn't. No, it's got nothing to do with the Palestinians.
But the thing is, General, another big thing is that the Zionists say is that, oh, look at us, we were so peaceful after what Hitler did, we didn't try to get revenge. Lies. Right after, there was a group, I'll put the name of a group in the chat, I have my notes, that had a plan to poison the water of Berlin, a few other cities in Germany, to get back 6 billion to exact revenge. Okay, that was literally a plan that was foiled. That was right after World War II. And then this person ended up going to Israel, got a prominent position, and he was honored and given some sort of award. Okay, so yes, there was another plan B that was in place as well, something to do with the bread, poisoning the bread to kind of exact revenge. 6 million Jews were killed. Let's go and kill 6 million Germans. That was in place. So we can't say that they didn't try. They didn't.
Yep. Apparently, I think. Let me see what we have. Do we have any good news? Gazans denounce Whitcomb visit to aid sides as propaganda stunt. Gazans condemn U.S. envoy Steve Whitcomb visit to aid settlers as a propaganda stunt, demanding he witness the starvation and destruction caused by Israel. Palestinian community, tribal, and civil society leaders in Gaza have strongly condemned the visit of U.S. envoy Steve Whitcomb to American-run aid distribution sites, calling them death traps, and demanding he witness the full humanitarian catastrophe caused by Israel's blockade and military assault. Yep, so Slovenia is the first EU state to ban arms trade with Israel. Alright. Alana Hadid on why Palestine is her life's cause. She's a Palestinian. By the way, Alana Hadid was on the SAP a long time ago. I've spoken to her, I think, once or twice before. Let's see. Alright, so she writes as witness, okay. The model, human rights activist, podcaster, soon to be an author and creative director for Watermelon Pictures, has long been using her platform to call for free Palestine. Okay.
Did you read Trump's statement that came out a couple of days ago, where he did say that it was starvation, where he did say that Israel can do a better job, where he did say we're not going to set up food behind a wall like what Israel does and then not distribute it. So he knows, he's fully aware of the shit that's been going on. We're going to go in there, we're going to do a better job, and we're going to distribute it, etc. But then if you ask the MAGAs, the people who say, like, you know, we go with the United States of America, they don't even want to acknowledge the fact that Trump over here, the psycho, is acknowledging it, because he has no choice.
Yep.
Exactly.
Alright. I'm just looking at the Lana Hadid thing. Brothers to the refugee, yep. Her story was one of the famous stories, by the way. How they, they got kicked out of their own homes, out of their own home.
Wait, the daughters of Mohammed Hadid?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a famous story.
I don't think I know that one.
I'll tell you the story in a second. Yep. So her story was actually, so in 19, what was it? I think 48. So her her grandmother was pregnant with her father, right? And suddenly her water broke, so she went to the hospital to give birth to her father, Lana Ali's father. And when they came back, the people that they were, keeping them in their home, because these were like Jews that, they came in through Ukraine, whatever, so they took them in and they gave them refuge or whatever, clothed them, fed them, whatever. When they came back after the delivery of the baby, they weren't even allowed back into their own homes. Like, the Jews, right? They actually took over the house and they didn't let them in, didn't even give them a towel or something for the child, so they had to flee. And I think they went to, I don't know, Jordan or Egypt or somewhere, and then became refugees, and then from refugees, and then they migrated, I think, to America or something. And they became very successful. I mean, Bella Hadid, she's a celebrity. Alana Hadid is one as well.
Well, Muhammad Hadid, I think his grandfather was actually quite successful in Palestine at that time, before everything was taken. Their father was very successful, Muhammad Hadid.
Yep.
I definitely know the last name.
Anyways, does anybody want to come up? You guys are welcome to come on up. Otherwise, this room has served its purpose. They pissed off a lot of Zionists, and I think they ran away and opened up their own rooms.
Yeah. The title is, I think it's, what's his name? Pepe's room. It's Christians Persecution in Israel, question mark.
If Pepe is targeting them from Christian paradigm, I'm targeting from the prophetic paradigm, Christian and Muslim.
It's humanity.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Let me see how long this room is running for. This one is running for. I forget where.
It shows you?
Yeah, like I have to scroll up all the way to the messages, and then it tells me
from there.
when was the first message. Then up to. Fatima for some reason couldn't enter the room. I don't know what happened. So the room has been running for. It's past 13 hours. Let's see.
Fantastic.
It's about, I think it's about 14 hours or something. Yeah, actually 15 hours.
I'm honored I got to be a part of it.
Yep, I think I'll end it because somebody's coming up, Ace.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the room's so. Hey, what's up, Free Palestine? I'm gonna end the room. Inshallah, I'll open a fresh one later today. Alright?
Guys.
I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you for coming, and inshallah, we'll have some different type of people in here, hopefully. Take care, have a good one.
But in the same way that I'm far removed. So, again, my argument is, hey man, my people are 300 years away from the person that probably lived in West
Okay,
Africa.
but the Ashkenazi have a portion.
Thousands of years away from the motherfuckers that lived in Israel.
You cannot just show up, Jimmy, because it's not like that how the dynamic works. But Israel, the government of Israel, the institution, let's say, of Israel, and every single Jew can claim the nationality or the land or whatever. I mean, they have something called Aliyah that they do.
I want to make my full argument, though. My full argument is Israel fought and they won. That was fair game. That's actually my true argument, right? I'm not.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I
think it's just my it's right.
Yeah.
Look, United States, California used to be Mexico.
Look, half of
what I'm doing is trolling. Like I do believe that okay, after the war, or after the two wars, all right, fine, you fucking won the fight. That's the same way America did it. You know, we fucking won our fight. We took the shit. That's fair. I don't like having to pretend that that wasn't the case. That Israel isn't like America or any other country that sort of formed up. That you do have to, you know, kill a lot of the natives. Like that's the part of I guess this discussion that annoys me. But I do believe Israel has the right to
Jimmy.
and even the pale ones.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
You know, that's my argument.
Because it is might makes right. Because you've got a lot of people like the Kurds, or I don't even know how many nationalities. You know, there's the Chinese. I don't know how to say anything. There's a lot of ethnic groups that would like to be, you know, independent. But it's just there is no justice, so to speak, in that sense. It's just who's the strongest and rewrites history. And I could have a lot of empathy for the people that get the shaft for that, but that's just the way the world seems to work.
But Jimmy, if you look at the Sephardic Jews and the and what Marty probably knows more about this, but it's my understanding the Ashkenazi and Sephardic they were in Europe together, and if you were to look at the European contribution of their DNA, it's largely more similar to what you would see in modern day Italy. Now then they split off, and then one stays in goes into Central and Eastern Europe. The other goes, you know, out like primarily to Spain, then North Africa. Some go to, you know, they go to the Netherlands, but they're highly related.
It's really not that complicated. I live in America. Israelis live in Israel. Jews in Europe are still Jews. It really doesn't mean
all of that is fine.
It doesn't change.
Marty, I was just trolling. Look, all of
I
that is
have a question for Marty.
Because you move to different countries.
All of that is fine. Look, all of that is fine. I don't find that as a solid. Look.
Jimmy, can I ask one question?
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Marty, is a Jew a religion, an ethnicity? What is it?
It's an ethno-religion. It's both.
It's both. So you can be a Jew without being religious?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a nation of people. We are a nation of people. We got.
Basically, just think back in the day, they were a nation, and they had a specific belief that they shared in amongst that nation.
No, it's a nation of people, and we have a religion. Okay, so the religion is of our people, but as a nation, not just the religion is our, like we have like a shared language, we have shared holidays, shared culture, whatever. So it's like an ethnicity with its religion.
Can I just say one thing? I find that and correct me if I'm wrong, I find it very difficult for Israelis to accept that, hey man, you've got to be the bad guy in the same way that American settlers were the bad guy. That's the process of creating a nation.
No, I tell you why it's different. There was only one sovereign nation on this land, which is us. The land, even during the British Mandate, was called the land of Israel. It's our heritage. We came back.
That's a talking point.
What is this? No, it's not. Which one? What do you mean a talking point of Jewish supremacy? Those are just buzzwords.
No, but they were people.
I didn't say anything about it. I'm saying that.
Where they go?
I didn't say they need to go anywhere. I don't know if you know, but we have like 2 million Arab Muslims in Israel living with us as equal rights citizens. I'm just saying.
Want to get moved out of their home.
They didn't have to move. Like Tel Aviv, for example. Tel Aviv was dunes. I don't know. You should look at pictures of Tel Aviv. It was dunes. We dried swamps. We created new cities, new towns, new villages, side by side. And this is why, at the end, when they did the partition plan, they said, okay, all the Jewish settlements will be given to the Jewish state, and all the Arab settlements will be given to the Arabs.
This is the argument now.
Tel Aviv is next. It's not takeover. We came.
They
okay, listen, I understand you don't like it, but you cannot compare it. You cannot compare it to like the Americans and say evil. It's not evil. Hold on a second. I'm not. You know the Judean Samara.
I'm not saying that it's evil, but like in the same way that the Americans
traded the land for beads to the Indians that were living in tents.
And then killed
They
the
also,
there.
but it's not the same. But it's not the same because we did the opposite.
To say that it was a swamp and dunes implies that nobody was there, but there were people there. They might have been there.
Again, guys, again, I didn't say that all of it. And again, there were people living there, also Jews that were living there, but a lot of it was with cholera and swamps and places that were uninhabitable and dunes. I didn't say that all of it was like this, but yes, we cultivated the land. And hold on. And we didn't
Everyone knows it.
Hold on. And we didn't buy it with beans. We actually bought land in triple the price from Arab landowners that were absentees, that were not living on the land.
Okay, so
No. 6%. No. Hold on 1 second. Let me just, because Ace kind of just wanted to throw this. 6%. You are comparing privately owned to the entire land, but the rest of the land was not owned by anyone else. It was owned by the British or the Turks or by the state. Like the Negev desert, that is like, I don't know, a third of Israel, which is a desert, is part of your calculation. But you didn't own it. No one owned it.
Okay, so
a lot of it was purchased. Yes.
From who?
By the way, I posted 2 links in the chat because this is how the conversation was originally. So if you look, the Times of Israel, so it says what Huckabee was mad about, and then it goes into the recent things in, I forget if it's Yahweh, or I can't pronounce the fucking Arab town name, but yeah, that's, as far as what's actually happened recently with Christians, that's it, that's in the link.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so
Issa, shush.
The argument, Daniel, then, because then it sort of confirms my analogy here, is there were a couple of transactions which happened in America as well. We gave a couple of these Native American seashells or some whatever bullshit we wanted to take. But we had a couple treaties on lambskin. We ended up breaking those treaties, which I believe also happened because this was all recorded. I don't want to be cast within this room about the Arabs that had Jewish people take their homes. And look, all of that, I don't even say I'm against it. I'll never say I'm against it because motherfuckers won the fight. And if you won the fight, fair game. All right? Because there was a fight. It was a war. That's what the war was about. If it was all peaceful and the counterparty agreed with the deal, there would have been no war.
No, actually, so I think that they are wrong. So, first of all, the difference between the United States and what happened here, I don't know if you noticed the word absentees that I said. What I meant by it, that the landlord owners didn't actually live on the land. They were living in different countries. They just owned the land, so we need to buy it for them. And not for, I don't know what you used for comparison, not for beans and whatever, but for triple the price. And the war, Tel Aviv was created in 1908. The war started in 1948, a day after that Israel declared it, after the partition plan, and we declared independence on our land, and offered all the Arabs in the land inside to be equal right participants in our land, and all the neighboring Arabs to cooperate with us. And their response is like, no, we prefer to drive you to the sea. That is what the war is about.
How could a goy ever have equal rights within the Jewish state? How is that even possible?
Bro,
where's your problem?
When you said these guys were offered equal rights, how could a goy ever have equal rights within the
What do you mean? How? I don't know if you understand. First of all, how do you mean how? In Israel, everyone has equal rights. Yes. Jimmy, are you listening to words that are coming out of my mouth? In Israel, there is equal rights for everyone. If you are Baha'i, if you are Jews, if you are Muslim, if you're Christian, if you're Jewish, if you're atheist, if you're religious, if you're black, if you're white, if you're Chinese, okay? Equal right for everyone. So I'm trying to understand what's in your mind about Israel that you ask such a weird question.
In fact,
using also the word goy that you don't really understand what it is.
In fact, they have more rights because Arab Muslims are not required to join the IDF because it's understood that they would be going against their own interest. And so, but Jews have to join the IDF. It's mandatory.
Not religious.
It's so much worse than that. It's like,
Not the religious one.
Israel has the biggest DEI in colleges. Like, you know how hard it is for a Jew to actually get into these elite Israeli colleges? They'll welcome Arab from the West Bank and educate them and give them the free education.
because they're intelligent.
Arab
It's
Muslims,
the most
Arab
DEI
Muslims can
country
run
in the
for
world.
office. In fact, they are in office. They can get access to the exact same education. It's everything. It's equal, Jimmy.
So I'm interested in Jimmy.
Doctors are Arabs. 40% of
So
Israeli pharmacists are Arabs.
Because they're brilliant, they're intelligent.
No, hold on, guys. Before we deflect and ACS, they're getting all the opportunities so they can also be supreme judges, but I'm still trying to understand Jimmy because he asked, how could a goy have equal rights in Israel? And now, after you heard all this, even Ace, she didn't say that it doesn't happen. Yes, they are participating. Well, I'm trying to understand, how did you get such a twisted view of what Israel is? Like, where are you getting your information?
No, it's not a twisted view. So then Israel is a secular state. Yes.
You asked the question, how can a goy get equal rights citizen in Israel?
Well, this is because you guys said something about, to be Jewish, you're both religious and ethnically Jewish, right? So religious also plays a part in this, right?
No. Hold on. A dog is a type of an animal. It doesn't mean that every animal is a dog, okay? It doesn't go both ways. You can be Jewish and not religion, okay? But you can be also both.
All right, cool. So Israel is a secular state if goys have equal rights.
First of all, I don't think
is a secular state.
They have secular laws.
No, Israel separates church and state. That's the only way.
So it's a secular state. Like America,
it separates it. It has
Yeah, the church is separate from the state. Yes, it's a secular country.
It's a secular state.
Let me say to you.
Israel is the Israel that a lot of the guys that are the Zionists say that they're going back to. Are they referring to a secular state or the religious state of Israel in the Bible?
It's the same thing. Secular religion in Israel.
Wow. So the Israel of the Bible is a secular state?
No, it's a place, okay? Israel is a place. It's a geographic place that all. Jimmy, can you listen to me? So all the places, Jimmy, listening with your ears. So all the places that are mentioned in the Bible, okay, I could go to, okay? I could now go out, go down, and walk to. If it's Bethlehem, or if it's Jerusalem, or if it's like Mount Zion, or whatever, okay? This is the Holy Land. It's called the Holy Land. Now, on the Holy Land, you could be religious. You could be Jewish religious. You could also be Christian religious. You could also be Muslim religious, okay? There's no one way to be in Israel. It's just the Holy Land. So many people see it as holy, and you could be whatever you want. And as an Israeli citizen, you get equal rights. Israel is a Jewish state. It means, for example, just so you will understand, it means that our day off is Saturday. For you guys, I don't know, in many Western countries, it's Sunday. For us, the holidays are Jewish holidays. For us, the language is Hebrew. That is what makes it a Jewish state, and that it's a safe haven for Jews to come.
Well,
I hope this clears it for you.
Right? This is the thing, because I'm trying to get you, and I want to make sure that you guys understand it. I believe that the state of Israel must exist. It must exist, right? Because they fought the war, they won the war, fair game. That's my argument. What I don't buy into is the bullshit arguments that keep being said, like, oh, thousands of years, this is the Holy Land, because the Holy Land can't be a secular state. This is nonsense. This is a very different Israel that was in the Bible. They keep showing us the Bible and say we were always here. But I feel like the rest of us with a brain are being gaslit. Again,
have you been to Israel, Jimmy?
Daniel, come on, man. Let other people ask questions.
Okay, go ahead, questions.
So, Jimmy, do you think Palestine should be recognized and we should start doing
Absolutely not. I would much rather
Jewish people God bless you for saying that.
Jewish people are way better counterparties to deal with. They're way more advanced culturally. I do not want these retarded Mongolian kind of people to have control over that territory. So
God bless you.
Grow terrorism.
Although
stupid.
No,
Asia's kind of hot though. I will admit, Asia's kind of. No, don't do
So to
that.
what Jimmy was saying before, I think that you're right, Jimmy, and I think that a lot of people conflate the two. The Bible story, plus the current political stance, and so it becomes very difficult to just make an argument, a political argument, when they're trying to inject religion in there. But there is kind of like a component when the Palestinian supporters start bringing their religious and their prophecy into the conversation, then you have to go back to that part of the conversation. But I agree with you that in the biblical sense, there is no state. It's just a nation with some land, but it doesn't have like a legal, let's say.
That's not true.
Yeah, they're
No, that's no. Isa, that's not true. We had sovereignty, and just one
sovereignty,
sentence.
but not as a country in the old
As a state in the old sense, actually. But just one sentence. When we talk about the Bible, I'm not a religious person, but it's still an historical text. So like we don't need to many stories there, but they do mention like places, and we can actually see those places. So we don't need to treat it like it's a religion, either you believe it or not. It's historical. You can. It's not all fantasy. I mean, you can actually see those places. We can actually found archaeological evidence. Like it's factual also. It's not just like a belief system.
But this is the issue with that, right? Because a lot of the arguments that I hear, that I come across, is, well, this is Israel because this has always been Israel. It's always been on this land. But I keep pointing out, man, this is Israel by name. This is not the Israel that was here historically. There is no gay pride parade in the Israel of the Bible. It couldn't be. Goys are not equal. This is a whole different country. And I keep saying that because this country is new. It's a brand new country. It's a secular state. It's a secular state.
And what was when it was a kingdom? Do you think it was like a religious, like we understand religion today? No, it wasn't. And it's the same people. It's the same land. I'm not sure why you. Obviously, yes. 2,000, more than 3,000 years passed. So things changed. They didn't have also cars and street lights and internet and stores. They didn't have anything we have today. Not just gay pride parade. Yes, but it's the same people. It's the same land, speaking the same language.
So you really have to understand Judaism to really understand how it can be both. Judaism is one. It's really not about it's not about being perfect. There's no such thing as being perfect or emulating the Jews of thousands of years ago. That's not actually how it works. The idea of you could be in a normal sense, it is a democracy. It is modern day what we would consider not religious, but at the same time, if you want to go anywhere in the world to be a Jew and to learn and to inspire yourself into your Judaism, it is Israel, because that's why there's birthright trips where they send Jews to go there, because every time you're actually there, you feel something, and that ignites what for thousands of years your people were going through. And that's the reason why it's hard for people who aren't Jewish, or maybe just know Jews as a friend, doesn't actually have hard conversations with them, because in reality, any Jew will tell you today, you go to Israel, you still feel Jewish, even if though there's a gay parade, which it's in Tel Aviv. What it is, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. We're not gonna start murdering people for that, and that's what you think should be happening. And yes, you're right. That's not what we do. But at the same time, you still feel Judaism. There's not a kosher McDonald's. There's not even one kosher McDonald's in America, but there's kosher McDonald's in Israel. And just to show you how you can still have the best of both worlds.
Bro, McDonald's is Jewish owned, regardless of kosher or not.
That's not true. McDonald's not Jewish. We own a lot of things, but McDonald's isn't one of them.
You own a shit ton of things. A lot of non-kosher things too.
Why did they boycott Israel Why did they boycott Israel until the late 90s? If they are Jewish, why did they boycott Israel?
That's the psyop, Daniel. Come on.
bro. No, the Palestinians
kosher
crying
McDonald's.
about shit.
Yeah, kosher McDonald's in Israel was giving food to soldiers, so Palestinians went crazy.
Bro,
Even
you
though
guys promote halal
McDonald's is a
meat.
franchise. McDonald's is a franchise. People make decisions in each individual McDonald's. They have the
You
rights.
guys own most of the fast food around the world, and you guys promote halal
Which
meat.
one? Which one? What are you talking about? Which one?
You own KFC too. You own all of them. What are you talking? What are you talking about? Facts. Facts. I'm talking about facts.
Is this an argument against anything? I don't get it.
No, it's not.
Jews
Like,
own fast food.
I'm saying.
Okay, so then why are you bringing that up?
No. We were talking about Israel and the current, like, the issue and who owns the land, and like you cannot just go back to a land because I don't know you're ethnically from there and claim it. It's because you earn it.
Lisa, can I have the floor?
Well, yeah, that's true for all every modern day theory of property rights.
Okay, so I just did your Google facts. Yum is the owner of KFC and other brands as well. Yum is a publicly traded company. It doesn't have a single owner. You mean by stock? You own every stock? Is that what you're saying? That's why you own fucking.
So you guys don't own BlackRock? You guys don't own BlackRock? Like, is that a lie? Is that a?
You guys, when do I get my share? When do I get my share that you guys?
Look. When someone is giving you a positive recommendation, why do you treat that guy like a
What do you mean you? What do you mean you?
Isa, may I have the floor?
Guys.
Yeah, go ahead, Kagan.
It's a publicly traded company. No single person or entity owns
Let
it.
Marty finish.
That's all it is, because that's an answer. Nobody owns it.
Okay. Great. Yeah, this is great. Okay, I'm going to go back to the topic. Thank you, Daniel, for giving me this.
Yeah, we're talking about Jewish ownership of companies.
Excuse me. I was given the floor. Thank you. Do I believe that there is persecution of Christians in Israel? I do, but do I think it's the extent of them in Islamic countries? No, not at all. They have the freedom of religion still in Israel, which is a good thing. But do we? Was once Bethlehem, right, a Christian majority city? Yes. Do they now make up like 10% of the population of Bethlehem? Yes, and that's because of the ongoing insecurities that they feel, pressured by the social norms of that region. So when we look at both the clergy of the Catholic Church have stated, and the Orthodox Church to Jerusalem and Bethlehem under Orthodox Judaism is willing to spit at you, willing to deface your churches. This has happened multiple times the last few years. The Catholic Church issued in 2022. I wouldn't even spit it out. I'm saying multiple things at once. In 2022, the Catholic Church stated that they would advise you not to travel to Israel if you are not a established evangelical there. The holy cities. So those are things I would say. Whether again, persecution is pretty hefty word. But would I say that do they face scrutiny in Israel? Especially if we want to compare it to like Jews coming to like the West. Jews coming to the West don't experience the same scrutiny.
Keegan, to be fair, let's be fair about this. Do you have any Israeli homies?
No, I don't have any Israeli homies, but do I know people who went to Israel as Christians and got spat on? Yeah.
The greater majority of Israeli homies are just like anybody else. They just come in because I went to college with a bunch of them, straight from the IDF. They finished IDF, went to university with me, and they just party, bro. They don't care. They're not religious. They just partied, hooked up with girls, did drugs.
I said the Orthodox. I didn't say Israelis. I said Orthodox Jews.
Even the Orthodox guys are not that crazy. We're talking about
the Orthodox don't party and do drugs and shit like other Jews in America.
I love my Israeli friends, but they all do drugs. All of them.
So for example, in high school, these guys were all smoking weed, especially the boats. Smoking weed. Their father had businesses in the garment district. They would go off, and they would just chill. But you have wide ranges, right? I believe the guys that do the spitting, or they lean more conservative, very, very conservative, and those are the guys that are closest to the religious sites. But I don't think they're representative of everybody else because a lot of other Jews don't like those guys either.
Well, Jimmy, here's my question for you. Do you think that Christians, Catholics, are they going to Israel to visit Tel Aviv and to visit Israel or are they going to the Holy, or are they going to the Holy Lands mostly? But I'm asking,
because those were the girls are at.
But I'm asking you, but most Christians who are going to Israel, they're going to the Holy Land. They're experiencing a
Playboy. They're
They do both. They don't do one or the other. They mostly do both.
Guys, every Christian I know, and I know why, even people in my own family who went to Israel, they all go to Jerusalem and Bethlehem. They don't go to Tel Aviv and party.
Yeah, imagine going to Florida and go to Fort Lauderdale. Bro, go to Miami, Playboy. You know what I mean?
Well, not everyone, Jimmy, not everyone does drugs and drink. I don't do drugs and drink.
They don't do it for a long time, Keegan, but they do it for a good time. They do it for
But again, these are Christians, guys. You're acting like you're saying Christians are going to go do cocaine in Tel Aviv.
Hey,
like, what are we talking about?
Jesus died for
No
my
one said
sins. I'm going to Tel Aviv.
No one said cocaine, right?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you guys are talking about. I'm saying that you guys are really misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting what Christians are doing when they go to Israel. They're going to the Holy Land. They're going to the holy places.
Jimmy, you're not listening to him. He's talking about evangelical Christians who go there to evangelical. Okay, yeah, but these are entirely different from just somebody like myself who just, I guess, I'm technically Christian.
Christians that go there, and they always include at least 1 or 2 nights in Tel Aviv in their itinerary. There's always 1 or 2 nights in Tel Aviv in their travel plan. And that's the fact.
You don't know where people are going, how long they're staying.
No. I know these people. I know these people, Shelly.
You don't know millions of people and their travel plans. That's one of the dumbest things. I've been respectful and enjoyed conversation this morning, but that's just an unintelligent thing to say.
I missed what he said that happens in Tel Aviv.
It's not what's happening there. It's that he's trying to quantify where people are traveling to, that as if he knows where everyone's going.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Where do you think people are? Are people flying straight to Jerusalem? No, they're flying to Tel Aviv. That's the point.
Tel Aviv doesn't have an airport, dude.
That's my whole point.
Some flies to Tel Aviv.
That's my whole goddamn point. Is people fly to Tel Aviv and then fly out.
Can we not use the Lord's name in vain while we're talking about the Lord's people? Thank you.
We don't have we don't have an airport in Tel Aviv.
You do have an airport near Tel Aviv. Near Tel Aviv.
It's in Lod, okay? It's called TLV. Basically, it's the only airport that we have in Israel. It's we have now Meron, but it's like 40 to an hour drive to Tel Aviv.
Shall we open an airport in Gaza?
Well, yeah, my conclusion, again, is that there is not really a persecution where there's life-threatening events going on for Christians in Israel. Just listen, but do Jews treat Christians nice in Israel? Not usually. And again, Orthodox Jews, and again, these are the people who are in the holy cities. And then the final statement again is that Europeans treat Jews better than Jews.
Sound a little anti-Semitic, bro.
Yeah, he is.
What do you mean? What do you mean that Christians are not treated nicely in Israel? How do you think that? I'm just trying to understand. Let's say Isa walks down the. Hold on, let me just finish the question. Let's say Isa walks down the street. Do I know that she's Christian? Does she need to tell me that she's
Hang on.
how would I know?
Hang on. Let's just not skip over this. This kid, your profile says WWJD, and you're saying you're anti-Semitic. That's insane. Let's start. Let's start there.
Let's not be a Karen and chastise him. Okay.
Who said that?
Pepe did.
Okay, I don't know who Pepe is, so that's fine.
Well, we don't know who Shelly is.
If I don't even know who you're talking, it's fine. Yeah, that I just hope you can appreciate that that's an unintelligent thing to say, and that you will be accountable for it. So I'm just here for that humble reminder.
Daniel, you would know that I'm a Christian because I always carry a cross on my neck.
Yeah, but they need to really look at
gaslighting Jews that you're telling us Jews in the Western countries are living like peaches. You're telling me that okay, you want to say that churches in Israel were vandalized? No, Jews house of worship had security guards in America, in Europe, and all around the world. So the idea to really have that brazen statement, oh, Jews in the West are treated better than Jews and Christians in Israel, is false because it could compare it to be the exact same level. And at this point, there's no reason to be arguing because there's actually Christians in Congo that are being killed today, and I'm really hearing one room about it.
And Marty, there's also security in Jewish schools and kindergarten.
I pay $8,000 a year for that. I know.
I agree. You cannot say that because some Jews treat Christians badly or vandalize shit or attack people. That doesn't mean that all Jews do that or that all Israel does that.
Exactly.
But now the question here, just like in the West, right? Just because there are some people like Keegan, that hate the Jews. You cannot, and he claims to be a very good Christian. That doesn't mean that all Christians. That doesn't mean that. Hold on, Kim. That doesn't mean that all Christians hate the Jews, right? But now the important question is what is the country doing to prevent vandalism or to prevent people being aggressive or violent on other people just because they're religious? It's like okay, in the U.S. or in the West. We have a lot of laws that protect Jews from anti-Semitism when it's aggressive or whatever. We have freedom of speech, but you don't have the right to go and attack a Jew or prevent them from having agency or going to the synagogue or whatever. Now, what is Israel doing in regards to this? And I think that's what Jimmy was talking about before, that Huckabee wrote a letter to the White House or something. I need to Google it and read the articles that Pepe kindly put in the chat, but apparently there is not enough being done right now for those few Jews that are being aggressive towards the Christians, and that's the important thing. I mean, we know that there is hatred and people have the right to hate whoever they want, but you don't have the right to act on it.
But Isa, you were talking about what the United States is doing, and they're doing laws. Yes, we have laws that you shouldn't attack people, but laws don't protect. And you need to act more forcibly if there's an issue. Is there an issue here being that those people are being attacked so much, or just the same video that we see for years? Hold on. And what Huckabee wrote was about how they're getting visas. It's not I don't know, people attacking people, that that they're doing too much investigation in the visa process and it takes too long for evangelistic groups. That was what.
That's why I said I need
Huckabee
Look at the second link I showed though, because it did show some of the particularly destruction and vandalism of Christian villages, and Mike Huckabee ended up having very sharp words to say towards Israel, where he demanded not that they just condemn it, but that they actually pursue charges probably similar to our hate crime charges. Because we would not tolerate people desecrating a synagogue here without it being considered serious. So he wants the same to be done to people who target Christians.
I would have to understand a little bit better the context, but you can also need to take into consideration the situation under which Israel is right now, right? I mean, there's a fucking war going there, and there's a lot of hate towards Israel and the Jews around the world from all these pro-Palestinian groups. And so, if you you allow people, I mean, you need to have certain controls as well in your country. It's like, for example, if Iran all of a sudden started complaining about USA not fast tracking the visas of the Iranese, because it's like, okay, you're not gonna let in who looks like your enemy into your state. So I would also take that into consideration, that Israel has to be careful right now on who they let into their country.
It's also
like what they say, months nobody was able to go into Israel as well. Like since war, you guys are nitpicking and making something bigger than it actually is.
Look, Marty. So you have spoken a lot. What I would say, you cannot compare like Jewish discrimination against Christians in Israel to like the Muslim discrimination towards Christians. There's no comparison. Muslims, like, they will rape, abduct the women, behead them, gang rape them, make the Christian women sex slaves, right? Jewish people do none of this, right? Jewish people, like, their discrimination.
Destroy your homes,
Hold on.
Burn it down, There's no problem.
Hello, Jimmy.
I'm not raping.
Can I finish my sentence?
Yeah, just the crusade.
Hey, Jim, just a crusade. Can I finish my sentence?
Crusades were justified.
Can I finish my sentence? So what Jewish people will do, right? They will spit on the Christians, right? They will spit on, especially the evangelical variety of Christians. Yeah, they will spit on them, right? They will.
No. They will not. They will not spit on them. They will spit on the floor when they see one, which I believe it's nasty, but still it's spitting on them. So
I can show
just say it correctly, Summer.
No, I can show you a video.
I am saying it, and if you can shut your fucking mouth while I'm speaking.
Jesus Christ, Summer, control yourself.
Whoa.
Easy now, Tiger.
Shut your Muslim fucking microphone while I'm speaking, Aziz.
Sorry, my business.
No, but you don't need to do it.
It's actually a Jewish microphone, it's just a Muslim using it.
Aziz wouldn't interrupt, but you don't need to select the mouth, like, no.
Okay. Thank you, Aziz, for muting your mic,
motherfucker. Make your point.
Both of you are gonna get kicked out.
No, Isa, don't kick
me. Okay, then control yourself. Don't be a woman.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that you cannot compare the levels of persecution between, of course, I'm just summarizing. So, what Muslims do towards Christians, right? They literally, like, gang rape, like what Aziz's cousins and stuff do. They literally.
Yeah, what your mother done to me.
Yeah, look, your mother's a whore.
Yeah, she got that 1.3,000 double hand twist.
Mother is the cheapest whore in the brothel, motherfucker.
She sucked my soul up.
Okay.
You're Muslim?
None of these arguments. Either shut the fuck up or you're going down.
Jimmy, a question.
Yes, please, Martin.
Jimmy, so let me give you an example since I think we live in the same area. When pro-Palestinians came and marched outside of this Jewish synagogue in America, in New York, how many hours of jail did the people that was causing violence, how many hours were they sitting in jail? Are they still in jail? Or they were released 5 to 20 minutes after being booked?
You tell me, Playboy.
Most of them were let go and told to leave, and then
assembly
just put on some fingerprints, an hour and a half.
Legal assembly, yeah. Legal assembly.
How it's legal to protest outside of a synagogue?
Yes. It's called America.
Yeah,
Why would it not be legal? What the hell? What the?
Marty, so you just
are you a communist, Martin?
Have you read the Constitution, Marty?
So you justify what's happening in
It's called the legal assembly.
We justify freedom. Yes, we absolutely justify freedom. What the fuck?
You're criticizing Israel for the same standards you think.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, because you have all these some people
Marty,
outside of church.
Marty,
so
you're not
means
Marty.
Everybody's bad.
Marty, you can protest outside of church, Marty.
Yes, but the Christians. Okay, first of all, let's not act like this spitting on the ground in front of Christians is a big fucking deal. Like it's not. That's not even what.
No, there's a story. There's a story from 2020. Keegan.
Bonnie, were you born in America?
What Keegan says is incredible, unfortunately.
I was not, no.
Alright.
Where were you born, Martin?
I was born in Syria.
No, that's fine. That's fair. That's why I asked that.
Sorry to hear that.
Just so I can understand his perspective a bit more.
The framework.
A little bit surprised. Yeah. So here in the state, that's super normal. They always do that. In fact, they protest only in the places where you don't want them to be. So usually where they protest.
Yeah, Martin, listen. In the U.S., in the West in general, in theory, you should be able to protest and to say whatever you want. What you're not able to do is to impede someone to go into their synagogue or be in their face and threaten them, because that would prevent them from acting freely. So you're not allowed to do that. So you're allowed to carry a swastika in front of a synagogue.
Yeah, you can do that.
That's okay.
Freedom, let's go, baby.
Yeah, you can say and hate whoever you want.
Yeah, you can say the N-word, you can be in front of a black church, N-word on a poster. You can do all
whatever you want. As long as you're not
Well,
violating,
that's a difference.
as long as you're not violating a person's life, the right to live, the right to private property, and the right to agency, you're good.
Yeah, but
The right to private property?
They did do all
What
that.
the hell?
Everything you said was
Yes.
happening and nothing.
Yeah, that's like the Fourth Amendment.
We're respecting that now. Okay, that's great.
Well, I mean, you can't respect, people who don't respect
You
private
have
property.
the right.
Imagine
Imagine
Muslim building
You
a
have the
state on
right.
the back of not respecting
You have the right to not respect it, but you will be punished for
Right,
it.
but the state
You
was
cannot
built on
vandalize
respect.
or you cannot destroy someone else's private
No,
property.
Aziz, it's precisely because the state respects private property that you have the citizens flourishing at the rates that they do.
Right, but you're forgetting the
Because-
inception.
and if you look
You're
at states-
ignoring the inception. Sorry, you're
The
ignoring-
inception.
Yeah,
The inception, there was no private property.
It doesn't
Then-
matter.
No, but this is a good point. What private property was there for what state at the inception?
Okay, so for the
I mean-
Islamic people, there were children.
Wait, Prometheus, why are you talking? Why are you
Let's not
talking?
move to that, Simon. You
Nearly
want to make it a
50% of the
philosophical.
countries that exist today are younger than Israel. So,
What?
That's not an argument.
Well, so what that means is, are they illegitimate? If anybody lived there before, they just weren't states, so you'd have to respect their land ownership.
You mean the Balkans?
Well, how do you have land ownership if there's no state to recognize it?
Simon, can you lower the microphone volume?
Well, now it's
Yeah,
lower.
we just don't have to respect land ownership.
Hacking.
No, there's no land owners. If you have, anyways, we're not gonna get into this now because it's not the topic. But we can have a discussion on it. But
But
your
if you have-
theory of
you know,
private property is just incorrect.
So is a sovereign state the primary tenant that suggests that you own or don't own a piece of land?
Yes.
Sovereign state.
That is what a state does.
Right. So then.
That is what a state does.
So then, 100-year lease. You don't own the land. You lease the land.
Right. So it's not
That's also wrong. That's also philosophical.
No, Martin, just in some countries.
Oh, but it is. Those 3,000.
Yeah, well, Canada's not like that.
Yeah, Canada, you lease the land. They're on the land.
Yeah, in America, you own the
Oh
land.
yeah, I'm Canadian. Trust me. The vast majority of land is owned
By the crown, right?
by the crown.
Yeah.
But hold on. The areas where the cities actually are actually owned by private citizens. So if you look at the map of Canada, it is massive. Okay, but all along the border, the American border is all private property that is not owned by the crown.
Yeah, but you also
Yeah,
Cities were all
UK is
the largest
the same.
cities.
In the UK, the vast majority is owned by the crown, and you just lease it for 100
Yeah,
years
3,000
or something like
euros.
that, and then you have to renew the lease and so on. But there is some land that is ownership.
Which is another reason why Canada is fucking stupid. But yeah, I mean it's
different. Like, yo, you hit a rock in Israel, you could be hitting something in thousands of years. So there's more. Like, we can't have people be like, oh, I own this now. It's a $10 billion item just because it was. It just
No, you
doesn't
can't.
work
They
that
kind
way.
of did in 1948.
What does that mean?
in 1948 they just established a state to recognize that.
There was always historical context, but in 1948, a group of European secular
It's not Europeans.
I mean, I just Googled that. Zionism
started in
it's a European secular.
1890s. They were jerking off
By
and waiting for
definition.
the Europeans to be nice to them until the Mizrahis came.
Well, something's not true because it's by definition.
Well, by definition, Zionism is a European secular
It's because of the Egyptian, because that's when people actually came up and started to fight the British. It's the Egyptians after 1943. They were like, you know what, that's it. We're not gonna sit idle. We're gonna go back to our homeland. That's what really kick-started what we see today.
Right, but this is the problem.
The Ashkenazi Jews that you guys give them so much credit, actually were just you're jerking them off, doing absolutely nothing from 1922 to 1948 until the Mizrahi Jews actually started making it.
What about the bombing of King David Hotel that was done by the former Prime Minister of Israel?
What about the bombing
That's
of
justified.
Oh, okay, yeah. They just
military.
They killed over 70. Didn't they kill 70 civilians during that bomb?
What about the 40?
It was Israeli civilians. What are you talking about? You haven't done any studies on this.
What about the 44,000 terrorist attacks committed by Islamics since 9/11? 44,000.
I mean, you don't seem to have a problem with terrorists.
What do you have to take for yourself?
You don't seem to have a problem with terrorists.
Your military country in a foreign land, it's not terrorism. I'm sorry to break it to you. Only unarmed.
A foreign land. It was given to them. The British went to Turkish.
Yeah, okay, so
it was given to them.
Agree that, but at that point it wasn't. At that point, it was
I just want to ask the Allah worshiper. He committed 44,000 terrorist attacks. Aziz.
No. Hold on. Don't. I mean, I'm not a fan of Islam.
I mean,
it was not the Muslims. It was the Islamists, which is different. The Islamists are pushing for Islamic State and colonialism and all of that. So yeah,
this is the hypocrisy.
Let's hear the hypocrisy from Islamists.
One second. You don't actually mind people being led by religious doctrine. I mean, half of Congress is trying to fulfill some messianic belief, you know. And you don't mind that. You don't mind terrorists. You don't mind Jelani until he became the bad guy. You don't mind, you don't mind Hamas until they.
Correct. We don't mind about normal people until they become bad guys. Then we have to take
the bad guys until they.
Do you want to see a free Palestine? Aziz, do you want to see a free Palestine?
I want to see free everything.
No, but you can't see a free Palestine.
Okay, all right.
Well, Britain doesn't agree.
Aziz,
neither does France.
I was speaking to somebody that was, Palestinian descent. My family comes from Haiti. I was born in America, but my family comes from Haiti. And Haitians were sort of in the same position that Palestinians were a long time ago, and they won. But I explained to him, I don't want to see a free Palestine because at the end of the day, Haiti is the result of a free Palestine. You don't have anybody that's going to run your education system. You don't have anybody that's going to make sure your health care is good. You don't have anything. You have enough to be violent and to continue to be violent, but when it's all said and done, you're not going to be able to build this country because everybody that was worth anything already left.
Well,
they already fucking left.
Maybe
and
they won't have...
So a free Palestine is just going to lead to more dead Palestinians. It's going to be a warring state, just like how Haiti.
Well, Jimmy, maybe they won't have a Chick-fil-A, right? But if the people just don't want to be starved and bombed to death, who am I to say they're wrong?
Who am I? They're going to starve
exactly.
Maybe the Palestinian dollar isn't that
if you don't want to
Aziz, let's talk about this.
you should not start.
But who am I?
War.
No, but Aziz, if you care about the starving people, I never heard you talking about. Let's talk about Yemen for a second. How do we help the poor Yemenis?
Absolutely terrible. I'm not.
What do we do with it? Forget about it. I understand. What do we do with this? So I actually think
what we need to do is we need to trace back. There's typically a paper trail with these things. There's a money trail. There's prophecy.
so. You're on it, right?
Yeah.
Which organization is on it? So tell me, which organization is now working on helping those poor Yemenis that are dying for like children that are actually dying? Many of the images that you see from Gaza are actually from Yemen. So how
Yeah,
do we
the war
help them?
machine. No, that's not true. But the war machine is turning, right? And it's a shame, you know. So we have to follow the paper trail. Is it
What is the
possible? Of course it is.
Aziz,
So
why
we
do
will
you
continue.
rape children?
This is the reality. Listen. Low IQ imbecile in the corner to shut up speaking. So the reality is, right, we have to follow the paper trail. These wars won't stop as long as they're profitable. I mean, if you guys think there's some kind of moral understanding, and that's why we do what we do around the world, then you need to wake up a little bit. You know, this is all profiteering. Everybody's benefiting from this. This isn't a coincidence. I can probably guess what will happen in the
Yeah,
last.
but that's America.
I can guess
France,
what will happen in the next
Europe,
15 years.
Iran.
I could probably guess, right?
What do you have bad to say about Iran?
What do I? So
you're like,
Iran,
let's follow the money.
I'll tell you. I'll give you.
And Qatar.
So Iran. Listen, I don't have an issue questioning Muslim countries. You know that, right? I think a lot of Muslims actually don't have issue. In fact, ask a Muslim. Okay, you're asking a question.
I don't care about Muslims. I'm not Islamophobic. I really don't care.
Okay, so I respect.
I'm talking about two different countries. Because in reality, they're two different. One's Shia, one's Sunni. So
right, exactly. But you know, people are dumb. They think we're monoliths. So I just want to. I'm glad you're interested.
I know there's a lot of different identities in the Middle East. That's all lumped into one. I know. Yeah.
I respect you for having an IQ, respectable IQ. So go on, carry on.
No, so
you know
the
what I
question
mean?
is, what do you say about those two countries? Because they are the ones who are funding it and creating all this chaos for all of us.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, when you fight a war, you know, typically there's a red team and a blue team. Now, I think typically the narrative in these rooms is that there's only a red team and we're all fighting the red team and ignoring the fact that there's a blue team. I can look at it for what it is. I can see that in order, you know, we're having proxy wars, but you know, these are intentional. I mean, 25 years ago, Netanyahu said that he would fight on these particular fronts. We are here not by coincidence, but by design. And so for me to sit here and say, why are they attacking us? Well, he said it 25 years ago. Why we're attacking each other? Not they are attacking. We're attacking each other, and it's by design. He mentioned it. You know, so forgive me for just listening to the man in charge telling us what he planned to do 20 years ago. I don't blame the Jews. I blame Netanyahu. I think he's hijacked. Yeah, Bibi. I think he's hijacked the Jewish identity.
Iran didn't wake up
He hijacked
in 2025 said, I'm going to build a nuke. You know, they woke up 30 years ago, 40 years ago when they took over.
Right, and he's been saying that...
And they have the nuke... Is the nuke built? I'm sorry.
No,
right, is the nuke built now? Is the nuke built?
It's destroyed now, but why did it take... You know how long it actually takes to build a nuke? Like 7 to 10 years.
Well,
you know why
it's been saying it for
30 years?
25 years, Marty.
Yeah, and we've been hitting it for
That's just how bad the technology is.
It's not.
Well, that's
There's so many. They had so many hiccups from insider Mossad agents over those years that we consistently destroyed it from within. Like there'll be one malfunction and it'll destroy the whole system. And these are the types of things that consistently happen to the point where they're able to regroup. And now they were like weeks away from.
So Marty, I'm not sure if you're aware, right? We've been told on numerous occasions about leaders in the Middle East having weapons of mass destruction, right? But Iran is against Iraq. Iran is a unique case. I'll tell you why Iran is a unique case, and I'll tell you why. Because it goes back to the first Shah. You know, there was a Shah before the Shah, and Mossadegh was in between them. And at that time, Britain controlled the oil of Iran, and they created British Petroleum, and they benefited from all the oil. And when the Iranian people realized that they put the Mossadegh in power, and they nationalized the oil and took back control, and Britain and America have never forgiven Iran for that. And that is essentially the eternal tug of war that we're watching. It isn't about weapons of mass destruction. It was never about weapons of mass destruction with Iraq. It was always about privacy in the region. And if you can't see that, then you need to study geopolitics a little bit more. You know, it's not about morals. This is not about morals. Trust me. There are no morals. There's no morals.
What happened in 1996 when Iraq was shooting chemical weapons into Israel, which is a fact. And that you're taking something that happened years later where Bibi wasn't even in power, and the Israeli government actually was very against Iraq war.
Right, because he's the face of the agenda. He's the current face of the agenda. You know, it goes deeper. Again, I gave you a context much before IRGC, much before the Shah of Iran.
Israelis, economic growth, and Iran.
I like this Marty guy.
Yeah, I'm giving you a context that is much before the first Shah, much before Mossadegh. It goes a long way back.
Excuse me, you think you understand the Middle East because you know one event decades ago in Iran?
No, I gave a number of
Why is Iran enriching uranium to 60%? You only need between 5 to 10 for like nuclear energy. Why are they enriching to 60%?
Well, you know, a bunch of countries are trying to do that. Israel done that. They're the ones accusing
Yeah,
Iran.
but Israel has not signed a proliferation treaty. Iran has.
This is the hypocrisy of the democracy.
No, it's not. It's not a hypocrisy. We're holding Iran accountable. Okay,
Right,
they
so who
signed
holds
this
Israel
treaty decades ago.
Who holds Israel?
Hey, I'm asking you a question. Iran signed this treaty decades ago. Okay.
Israel.
The treaty.
Israel has never signed that. Israel hasn't signed it. India, Pakistan, they don't sign it. They have nuclear weapons. It's fine. We're talking about Iran. Iran has signed this proliferation treaty, which means they cannot have nuclear weapons. So why are they enriching uranium 60%? Why is it not a 5? Why is it not a 10?
Well, the mistake you make is thinking it was about the weapons. It never was.
Hey, I'm asking you a question. If you don't intend on having nuclear weapons, why are you enriching uranium to 60%?
Because obviously you don't have the answers and neither do I. But if I had to speculate, I get the impression that they need it as a bargaining chip against Israel because they constantly, try to destabilize them and have been since the first Shah was here. They've been sanctioning them for God knows how long. They won't let them function autonomously. They've been involved in them. They've been trying to destabilize them since Mossadegh, since the second Shah, since IRGC. It's not about who's in control. It's not about weapons. I'm not stupid. We've seen
Okay, but we're talking about a chicken in the head now. So why is Iran sanctioned?
Because it goes back to the legacy of Iranian oil, right?
No, Iran is not sanctioned because of its oil. Iran is not sanctioned because of its oil. That's not true. Why is Iran sanctioned?
They've never forgiven Iran for nationalizing their own oil.
That's not the reason why Iran is sanctioned. That's such bullcrap. Bullcrap. When did we start to sanction Iran? When did we start to sanction Iran? Hey, you think you're some fucking Middle East expert because you know of some fucking event like 100 years ago?
Care about Iraq anymore. Think about that for a second.
Hey, Iraq is done. We're talking about Iraq.
Exactly. That's all the British
created entity. Remember, Aziz? Isn't that the Arab narrative since 1924?
What's the Arab?
Isn't that the Arab narrative since 1924? Since the abolishment of the caliphate, that everything else is a British creation and should not be taken as legitimate? So why should we care about Iraq or Iran? Please explain.
No,
because
those are completely separate
conspiratorial narrative for the past 100 years now.
Those are completely unrelated.
How is it that the Arabs, who are dominating the region, okay, in terms of population, and the Arab League, which is majorly responsible for everything that's happening to the Palestinians today, majorly responsible.
Right. So
that's
the Arabs
speaking.
The Lebanon who are being
That's Khalid Rashidi speaking, the historian from Gaza. According to him,
the
Arab League
you just said
leaders
Arab,
should
right?
be executed publicly.
Right. So Alfred, you just said Arab. That includes obviously Lebanon, it has a large Christian population that's been destabilized. That includes, Syria that has a Christian. So what are you actually referring to here? Is it a people that are a problem? Is it a people that are a problem? Are the Arabs a problem?
Who killed Rafiq Hariri? Was it Israel?
Alpha, are the Arabs a problem? Are the Arabs a problem, Alpha?
Damn right they're a problem. They've been a problem.
Well, I'm glad you clarified.
Arabs think, listen, Aziz, it's very simple. Arabs think, there's a reason why the
Arabs think they're a monolith, are they?
There's a reason.
Are Iraqi Arabs and Lebanese, are they the same?
Any other person in the region, there's a reason.
So Iraqi Arabs are the same as Lebanese Arabs?
There is a reason. Why Hezbollah was created. Because the Arabs want to dominate. The Arabs want to be God.
So which Arabs?
They cannot
The Iraqis, the
tolerate
Lebanese?
Armenia,
Azerbaijan,
Greece, Cyprus. They can't tolerate nobody.
Which Arab wants to dominate? Which country? Can you tell me?
Your Saudi, your Misr, your Syria, your Kharian. You want me to spell it out for you?
So is there? Do any
you want me to go to their speeches?
Do any European countries want to dominate?
What is that supposed to mean?
Well, I'm trying to see if you're fair in your assessment.
You're trying
to be very critical of Arabs.
Be morally consistent.
Well, you need to be consistent, Alpha. I'm asking you a question. Are any European countries looking to dominate?
No,
that's a lie.
Egypt.
Why is it a lie?
Egypt is trying to help Palestinians right now. They just said Ahmed, who's
what do you call it? He's a Palestinian. He's very pro-Israel, and he just said that Egypt is starting to support now. Just this is new.
What
this
does it
happened.
mean support?
Politics.
What do you mean try to support? In what way?
Because if so
No,
this
in
is
what way?
Ahmed.
They're building a
Hold
water
on.
pipe from Egypt to Gaza so they can have water. That's
No, here's the thing. They cannot. Here's the problem, right? Daniel and right. This is the problem, right? They cannot have a proper state if they have this terrible leadership, right? And so Egypt.
No,
This is
before you
this is
move on,
Ahmed.
Sabina, what,
Yeah.
I understand, but what, you said that they are starting to help the Palestinians.
Yeah.
But what does it mean? In what way? What does it mean? Like they give them money, they open the gate to let them in, they give them food, like what do you mean help?
They're trying to create a new regime. This is literally just Ahmed talking about this week, and he's very pro. You know him, right? Ahmed?
No, but I'm so Egypt wants to create the leadership and for the Palestinian people instead of the Palestinians choosing it. This is what they mean by helping them?
So this is okay. So Ahmed was on Jubilee, right? I'll post a link in the chat, right? So Ahmed was on Jubilee, and I'll just make a point here, right? The professor was Palestinian as well, who was challenging him and all of his students, right? And you know what he was saying? He was saying that, oh, you're trying to use a non-violent way, right? Which is not going to work, right? This is what he was saying, which makes no sense because the professor himself has the whole class and a lot of Americans and so on Palestinian side, and he never used force against them. They used force against Israelis. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't even make sense. If he could get his students to be, compassionate for the Palestinian cause, then why is he saying that violence is the only answer? How? There's so many countries that whatever the hell they talk about. I don't know if it's one state, two state. I don't know. I don't even know anymore.
To understand what is the Palestinian
No, I really. They're not one people
The
though.
Arabs in the region of the Middle East, since the 7th century, they believe that they are God. Simple. We are God. Everybody else is second-class citizen. Everybody.
Right, but you.
I hear you.
Where are you getting
Right.
from?
So don't give me that.
But
You're
where
not
are you
moral
getting that
consistency. You want to talk about moral consistency? Give me one bloody book. Give me one book from your academia. Give me one book. Give me one book that criticizes Islamic imperialism and Arab colonialism. Give me one book.
Sure.
Alpha, if you want to talk about
How dare you talk about imperialism and colonialism in front of me? How dare you?
Alpha, you just sounded really emotional, right?
I'm sick of
Right,
the
I know
hypocrites from the Middle East. I am from that shithole.
I know, it's okay.
If it was
It'll
up
be
to
okay.
me, I'd bombard you with
You'll be fine.
hydrogen bombs.
Oh, everyone knows they're colonized. I never understood. Oh, hello.
Defending a shithole through
I am also from that shithole. I agree with that.
No, but sorry, I just want to say one last thing.
I love you guys.
I just have one last thing to say. Yeah, I just want to say really quick and now land. The only thing I have an issue with is I just seen what was it, amusement park crash in Saudi Arabia, and you have people in the comments say, oh, well, Palestinian people are suffering, so good for them. I'm like, the Gulf needs to start standing up for themselves because they do give back, and it's a lie to say that they don't ever help Palestine. This is a money laundering scheme that they've been pulling off for a long time, right? Where people just put money into it, and to say that the Gulf does not help is bullshit. That's just bullshit, and I'm glad the Gulf countries are becoming aggressive back, because to say that you cheer on little kids because of another country, ridiculous.
Yeah, I just think it's disingenuous to say that. I think it's disingenuous to say that colonialism is exclusive to Arabs.
So-called Arab state that the Palestinians have lived in and now committed a terrorist attack. Look at Kuwait, kidnapping ministers, kidnapping their wives, killing their children. Look at Egypt, bombardments. Ikhwan al-Muslim. Bro, just read the history.
Look at Jordan, look at Lebanon, look at Syria. Yeah, look at all the places they've been.
But there's been a conscious attempt to destabilize this region.
That since the time of Abdel Nasser, the Egyptians
There has
have
been
made
a
one
conscious
decision.
attempt to destabilize this region.
No Palestinians in my house.
There has been a
Say
conscious
something in
attempt.
defense of what you just said.
The oil is a gift and a curse.
I just saw a Palestinian leader who was the head of Al Jazeera Iraq. His name is Wada something. I forget his last name. But I put the link in the chat.
Which country is that?
he was born. He's a Palestinian. He was born in Ramleh or something like this. In I forget which city he was born in like the Palestinian area. But he was the head of Al Jazeera Iraq. He's like the director of Al Jazeera Iraq, and he does a lot of media consulting for the Muslim world. But he's also they consider him a thought leader on the topic. And if you look at the links in the chat, the two of them, he effectively said that the Muslim world needs to think of itself as the Ummah, right? They need to think not in the idea of nation states as we have them today, but in the Ummah, and they should think of themselves as that way, just with passports to different places. And to some extent, he was saying that the Gazan crisis, quote unquote, was to be used as a method of like fulfilling the needs of the Ummah, because no one individual Muslim is greater than the whole of the state of the nation.
You know what's funny, Sam? Has anybody heard about the Ottoman Balfour? Anyone?
Yeah, of course.
I thought so.
But Turkish people are not Arabs, though. This is what people get confused by.
These guys are just disingenuous.
Yeah. They're not even Arabs.
If you really give a damn, right?
They're not all Muslim either?
Yeah, this is intellectually dishonest.
Your comment, Sam, yeah.
You just don't know what you're saying. You're conflating so many ideas with a vision that you have in your mind, and it's clear. I can see your delusion combining these concepts together.
The Ottomans are good for the region.
This is insane, bro. This is insane what you're saying. Like, by the way, colonialism is not exclusive to Arabs. The whole world is benefiting from colonialism.
No, that's the problem.
Right.
We read about Portuguese colonialism and Spanish colonialism.
Right, it's
and
everyone.
Colonialism and American. Where are the books?
I always say this in academia. Yep.
Islamic colonialism. Where is it?
Yeah.
It's common. True. It's common. You won't shut up about it.
Christian civilizing mission.
Well, hold on. Let's not conflate. Let's not conflate like colonialism with like the British.
The guy in the video is saying that like
where is it?
In many ways, they're using the Gazan war to like bring down American colonialism, and the reason is that they're able to do this is through the values and morals of the West, because the West values certain things, and they don't really he doesn't really care.
The West are gullible. They're just dumb, man. Like, they're very, very gullible. Like, they believe in this money. Look, my country has this scheme too, okay? Are you telling me that a country gets billions of dollars, right, of money, and they're telling you that they cannot defeat a small militia? Like, come on, you have to be really dumb. Like, this level of incompetency is a lie, you know. So this is actually a money laundering scheme. I don't understand how people don't notice this, right? Are you telling me a country cannot defeat? You know, they you know how many countries have created these groups now, and they'll say this group exists here, and we need money to take. And guess how much money they're taking from the West? Billions, and the West knows.
Just war theory is.
Yeah.
Okay, well, just war theory. Okay, well, just war theory is exactly why every modern country cannot win a war today. So I mean, like.
I heard the term.
Another country take over it and take over the will of the people. The people vote that government in. If it's a democracy, they vote the government in of the time, and it's only them. Only they should be responsible for changing that government. Not no outside powers and no outside influence.
Oh, you're right. When Saddam Hussein was busy murdering the Kurds, right? People should have said, you know what? Fuck the Kurds. Fuck 182,000 Kurds dying. We'll let them change Saddam. No weapons, no apparatus. Man, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Listen to you, mate.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Just shut your
yeah, let's be. Can we please be respectful?
You need to work on the East, bro.
Can't even have a conversation.
You're an idiot, bro.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, let's calm down.
Screaming at him.
Doesn't know a fucking thing about the Middle East.
Why are you screaming, bro?
No, because there's a lot of people involved in the Middle Eastern affairs, and it's getting annoying to a lot of people that live there. You know what I mean? Like I notice Middle Eastern themselves are really upset about this, right? Because they've even lost the vehicle of this bizarre thing that's going on, and it's a money laundering scheme. Like, come on, like this is not something that I understand why Alpha's mad.
But you need to be careful, right?
Give you guys a proof of what she's saying. Today, in Gaza, the UN is saying we will not deliver the aid unless Hamas is able to get to get a cut of it. It's all connected because that's how they collect and they clean their cash, and that's the reason why UNRWA exists, why they made generations of refugees. And even the numbers of how many people are in Palestinians are inflated just because they make more money per person.
So let me get this
types of scams.
You know what I would do? I would actually flood Gaza with flour. Like do a mountain of flour. So hold on one second.
You know what happened last time?
No, hold on. Can I say one sentence? You guys are talking. I understand. So now I'm mute up. I understand. Great, amazing. So if you would flood Gaza, flood it with flour, like mountains of flour. So yes, also the population will have, and then Hamas will not be able to sell it because it will be worthless because there will be so much.
Yeah, but yesterday I saw a video of them throwing out flowers just because they wanted them to.
That's an amazing idea, Daniel. Run for government.
We did this thing already.
Israel wants to feed the Palestinians and people are stopping them. Is that what we're saying?
That's bullshit, man.
That is.
Look, man.
What happened?
This is bullshit. They're lying.
It's been said, guys. I don't think there's a reasonable person in this room at this point, apart from maybe Scott.
Do you have any proof of it not being true? Did we not
it
tell
just
you
doesn't.
what is
It just doesn't make sense.
What is the Gaza Foundation, humanitarian foundation? Answer that for me.
I mean,
what is it? Answer what it means. What does it mean? Tell me what it means.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
What is foundation? Okay, doing what? You just said that.
Make your point.
Saying Israel's trying to feed Gazans? I just told you, what is JFH? And you're like, what? You said it doesn't exist.
Stop asking questions.
But I'm trying to tell you why even you, what you're saying, you don't believe it, because actually you just proved yourself wrong. Because when you said there's no such thing happening, and then I just told you one organization, you're like, you started flustering. So just to show you what you're saying is actually wrong. Yes, we are trying. We vaccinated them for polio. We vaccinated every child in Gaza for polio. It's a conspiracy. Now we sterilize. Okay.
Hold on.
Even if you get the flower, you have something else to say.
But we saw the video with the
Yeah. Hold on. Guys, let's not do it into Aziz, sweetie. If we talk about a subject, let's, like, if you was talking about the polio, and then you go now to a lie about sterilization, which also never happened.
Proven. Netanyahu apologized for it.
Excuse me, Aziz.
Netanyahu apologized, so you're lying now.
Aziz, sweetie. Okay, hold on. Aziz, let's do this. I'm willing to bet $1,000 that either you give to charity or I give to charity if you are correct or I'm correct. Are you willing to do the bet with me right now? With all the people in the room?
He doesn't have $1,000.
No, okay. So Aziz, how can what can you commit to? Commit, not a wage. Commit that if I'm wrong, that if you're wrong, you will do, and I will do the same if I'm wrong.
Right or wrong, I'll tell you what, right or wrong, I will have empathy for women children being killed.
No. Aziz, you were now arguing with me and Marty, and you Aziz, wait. Aziz, hold on. I cannot listen when every time that I try to talk to you, talk. When I talk and you talk with me, it's really hard to have a conversation. You now had an argument with me and Marty that trying to shift the topic into Israel sterilized Ethiopians, and I told you that never happened. And then you started. Hold on, 1 second. And then you started arguing with me, and you said it was proven. And I'm asking, Because now we have like you say, I say, and I wonder, and we can check it. But before we do this, if you're so like fighting with me about it, give me something that we will both commit to the same thing. That if we are wrong, we will do.
$100. Yeah, let's just
$100.
I don't want you to lose. I want the truth. I don't care about.
Okay. So Aziz, take 2 minutes and go check it.
So I don't need.
Aziz, shut up. Mute up for a second. Take 2 minutes and go check. I would like to ask. I want to share with you something that I heard in a different room, and because the person is here, maybe he can address this, and maybe because it's interesting to me. Hello, Scotty. I want to say something that I heard you say in Amir's room. He said that Hamas is treating the Israeli hostages way better than Israel is treating the Palestinian hostages, he said. And I kind of heard it. And I would like, maybe we can, first of all, maybe Scott, if you can elaborate, and then maybe people, not me, other people, can address this insane. Like I'd rather not answer because for me it's like completely insane. But Scotty, I want to. Yeah, I want to give Scotty I want to give Scotty. Maybe he wants to correct my statement, although I know that what I said, that he said, is absolutely correct. But maybe you can.
No, I'm absolutely stand by what I said.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So you put a link to the chat that says that Hamas is treating the Israeli hostages better than the non-existing hostages that are in Israel.
Scotty, listen, I was not in the room. Can you then correct the statement or say your statement? What was it that you said in Amir's room?
Pardon?
What was it that you said?
I said that Hamas is treating their prisoners a lot better than what the hostages have been treated by the Israelis. And the reason I said that.
So Hamas has prisoners and I will let him speak. But Hamas, I will let him speak. I just want to point out that he said Hamas has prisoners and Israel has hostages.
He got it backwards. Maybe he's nervous. He's a little nervous.
Oh God.
Scotty, you realize that
Are you going to let me
Hamas are not.
Can he speak?
Aziz, if you interrupt again, you're gonna go down.
Yeah, fuck it. Send me down.
If you interrupt again, you're gonna go down.
Send me down. There's no point me being here.
Don't be rude to her. She's a mod. Like, come on.
I'm just asking to let Scotty finish.
Aziz, shut up. Let Scotty speak, please.
I said you were gonna go down.
Scotty, go
ahead.
Right. I put in the link, Daniel. I put a link in the chat, Daniel, that showed you that the Israelis have got twice as many prisoners, hostages, whatever you want to call it. They've got twice as many. I put in there a link of how many since the October the 7th, how many have starved to death, how many have died in detention, what they've died of, and it's all documented by your
Where is the link? I don't see anything in the chat.
I will get the link for you now, and I will put it in this chat. I will get the link now.
Okay, let's go.
Sure. Got it. Scotty, do you own
that's the point I was making.
Okay, got it.
But hostages, the hostages should be released straight away at once.
Which hostages? Hold on, you didn't say that. You didn't say that Hamas has. You said Hamas treats his prisoners better than Israel treats its hostages.
Yeah, that's what I've just told you why.
Even the language, yeah.
Guys, can you give me a second? Guys, can you give me a second, please? Guys, Scotty, 1 second. Scotty, 1 second, please. I'm trying to get to a point with you. Do you know the meaning of a hostage and do you know the meaning of a prisoner? You're using those words. Do you understand them? Can you explain to me and give us a definition? 1 second. 1 second. Can you not talk over me? Let me finish. It will take me like 30 seconds if people will not talk over me. I'm asking you, forget about the entire conversation. Give me, please, the definition of a hostage, regardless of Israel, Gaza, whatever. Just a clear definition of a hostage and of a prisoner. And then we will move on.
They're not prisoners. When you go into an area and kidnap in the middle of the night, people from their houses, They are not prisoners. They are hostages as well. You kidnapped them.
Scotty, please, I ask you, Scotty, I ask you for a definition, and I forgot, I will repeat my question. Hold on, please. Maybe if you don't speak when I speak, you can hear my question. I'm asking you to forget about it. I'm asking you a question, okay? Try to answer my question. I'm asking you, forget about Gaza, forget about Israel. I'm talking about as a clear definition, so we will have like a understanding of language. I want a definition of the word hostage, and I want a definition of the word prisoner. Not like an example of like, if you do this and do this. No, the definition of a hostage. Can you form a definition?
Scotty, can I answer for you?
Well, he's the one using it, so I would like to understand what he thinks. I mean, obviously, we know the definition.
You just will not let me finish. If you do me one favour, just Google yourself. Does your government, not mine, does your government see them as hostages or do they see them as prisoners? Because they changed the definition of what they are only last week. Please just Google it for me and tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong.
I don't think you're wrong.
You're wrong, and you didn't answer my question. Ace. Okay, so I will let Ace. Scotty, I asked you like 3 times. You are unable, and I think that I hope that Ace will give the honest, real definition.
So when you take prisoners, they're charged with some sort of a crime. So if there's no due process and no formal charges,
Who said there's no due process? Who said there's no due process?
There's been multiple cases of how.
Cases that are going to the courts, just like in America, when you get arrested, you see a judge. You see a judge. If there's a criminal case on you, you do not go straight to jail. You go through a detention center before your judgment is called. So how about we get some facts? Because that's actually American laws.
How long do you stay in a detention center?
It could be years. Murderers don't know. Years. It could be years, depending on the case.
That's completely
And you guys don't remember Abu Ghraib? Ace, you don't remember Abu Ghraib?
People see it. People go to jail once.
No. Oh, sorry, Marty. No, I'm just saying, like, Americans that are on this high horse, right? No, I understand.
We're not prepared. I'm trying to answer.
I'm not. No, I know. I understand what you're saying.
I'm going to answer down your question.
Okay.
Essentially, there is difference, right? Hostages are taken against their will. They haven't been accused of a crime. They haven't been charged. Obviously, we know that. But if you take someone
they're innocent. Hostages are innocent.
Of course, they're innocent, but also remember, innocent until you're proven guilty, even if you're charged with a crime. Just keep that in mind. Also.
Well, not on the field of battle. You're allowed to outside of your country.
So when you're 7 years old and you're a kid, when you're 12 years old, you're in battle somehow. Come on.
Yeah, if you throw a rock at a 12-year-old, if you've seen, you do get charged.
Speaking to prior to 2023, okay? So if you take people in as prisoners and they don't have formal due process and are not charged, and you keep them
under the military code of justice.
As prisoners of war. Yeah.
Something for you to learn, Ace. Since you said you wanted to be a lawyer. Well, that seems unlikely now.
Civilians die during war, unfortunately. Yeah.
I'm trying to answer Daniel's question. I have a discourse with him. I'm talking about before 2023, not war, okay? They've been taken in for various reasons. And without proper due process and keeping them for God knows for how long. I put a link in this chat. Now, again, hostages taking them, I'm not for that shit either, okay guys? But what I want to talk about here is what is in the link.
But I asked for a definition, Ace. Ace. But Ace, sweetie, I asked for it. I said, forget about Gaza, forget about Israel. What is a hostage? So let me help you. A hostage is someone that is taken. So to make a third party do or not do something. A prisoner is taken specifically because of a crime that he's planning to commit or is committing or in the process of committing. Now, when you talk about all the Palestinians, okay, so we'll find the definition. But it's
when Russia takes prisoners from the U.S., they then negotiate with the U.S. to return those prisoners to the U.S. in exchange for something else. That's almost.
This is prisoners. Hold on. you're talking about prisoners of war. When you're engaging with another army, so you take those, like a soldier prisoner, this soldier didn't do anything illegal, okay? They are basically, but in order to win the war, you take them and then you exchange it because the other side is also taking prisoners. But you're not using those prisoners to force the other side, for example, to stop the war or to do this or to do that. You just then return each other's people. What Hamas is doing, they went into Israel, they snatched random people and they hold them in terror tunnels and they're starving them in order to force Israel to do something. That is a hostage. When Israel is putting people in jail, it's not just like going and like random people going and just grabbing random people. No, there is due process. They all are like there's a judge that signs each one of their arrest warrants. If it's for 24 hours, if they need to extend it. They do get to contact their families. They have representation. So comparing and putting those people hostages, it's just morally corrupt.
They can be seen by the Red Cross, Daniel. They can be visited by their family.
No, they cannot.
They're being held according to international law. So they are taken, if they are, no, it's absolutely true. We have the evidence for it. Absolutely true.
It's not true because it's fake. There's also New York Times article saying there's a starving and they use a child, and then they use a child that lives in Italy for the last 2 years. Like, get out of here, bro. Like, get out of here. It's fake. They go through due process. You want to learn? At least hear what's opposing. If you have a hard time believing one side, then it might be just your bias.
It's not my bias.
Your lack of, yeah, it is, because what we're telling you is not true. There is due process. There's no such thing. That doesn't happen. Now you're just making up lies. Show me a case where 20 years he's waited for his due process. Show me it. What are you talking about? Most of them are freaking caught by committing this terrorist attack themselves. Like, these ideas that they don't get charged is ridiculous. Because they're committing the crimes, and we have video of the crimes happening.
I just wanted to jump in, not interrupt Ace, but I wanted to say something because, sorry, Ace. Yeah, you're making a comment about this, right? I think there's propaganda from both sides, definitely. So I could understand how it could get confusing because it's really hard to know. No, but Daniel, you live there, right? No, but you have more information.
Yes, but to call it propaganda on both sides, comparing like 90% to, like, can you give me an example? Because I can give you like massive example. And I'm talking, when you talk of propaganda, I'm talking about manipulation, lies, like deliberate manipulation. Can you give me examples coming of Israel of deliberate manipulation?
I'm not judging the or doing that comparison.
No, hold on. It's weird to me that people are saying like general claims, and then when I ask them for details, and this is the second time you said it. First you said that Egypt is helping, and I asked how you don't know. Now you're saying that Israel is getting propaganda, and I'm asking you how you don't know. So I'm trying to understand how do you come to the conclusion? Someone is eating your food for you?
Okay, I will send you the video of Ahmed I just saw it yesterday, okay? So it's on his Twitter. I will send you the video. And he was on Jubilee. I thought he did a phenomenal job. I will put that in the chat for you, no problem. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not comparing the two sides. I'm saying that you could understand when people are not from that region and they don't know all the information that's going on, right? I'm not sure if Ace, you don't have to share where you live, right? But there's a lot of people that don't know what is true or not anymore at this point. And I don't blame them because, like, you have, look at, for example, the case with the Ethiopian woman, right, with the sterilization. That was reported by the UN. Are we crazy to believe the UN? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, cut people some slack. They might not know. To believe the UN?
Yes,
okay, then let's not trust anything then, okay? Okay.
What do you mean? Hold on. You said that the UN is an unbiased and reliable source of truth. This is your claim.
Believe that? Yeah. You're
no. Okay. So let me ask you. Do you know what Agenda 7 is? 7 or 6? 7.
We're in a new world now. Everything is confusing. Yeah.
Are you listening to me?
No, but there is a disinformation war,
Hi.
Daniel.
Hi, hello, hi, are you with me? I'm asking you a question. Do you know what Agenda 7 is?
No.
Okay, so in the UN Human Rights Council, there's a schedule of what they're talking about, okay? Like, we'll talk about this, and then we'll talk about this, and then we'll talk about what's happening in China, and then we'll talk about the Yemen starvation. But there's one fixed agenda, only one, okay? Meaning that it's always on the schedule, it will always be number 7, and it meaning that there will always be a condemnation. Can you guess which country has a permanent seat, and the only country that has a permanent, when I mean seat, it means that there will be a resolution about it. Yes, you've got it. It's Israel. Meaning that every time that they meet, there will be a condemnation of Israel of human rights violation. Not on Syria, not on Yemen, not North Korea. Don't talk about bias. You want to talk about UNRWA? Tell me, in all of its existence, to how many Palestinians did they really help in resettlement? The answer is 0. None. They are just growing in numbers, more jobs for UNRWA, and more people that are on welfare. And then they vote to keep UNRWA alive because there's a lot of money going on.
Okay, so can I ask a question?
One last question. Where do you think the UN gets the numbers from? From UNRWA, which has complete incentive of making this humanitarian crisis. The UN is not helping anyone. They are part of the problem.
No, I agree. Yeah. Sorry, no, Simon. I agree. And Simon, I know the term just war when Obama was talking about it in his Nobel Peace Prize speech, but on side note, so I've heard of that before. But what I was gonna say really quick, right, with Daniel, do you think they hold Israel to a higher standard because of it being a democracy and they have like a lower expectations for Hamas and so on? Do you think that's the answer?
No expectations to Hamas. Everything is our responsibility. Listen, in the numbers that you get of death in Gaza, it's literally every single death in Gaza, including them executing their own people, and we see the videos. You cannot say it's not happening. You know, when they plant like IEDs all over Gaza and people blow up, yes, it's also on the IDF. When people die of cancer, of old age, it's all on the IDF. There's like zero responsibility to Gaza. This is the first time in history, and you can go check it, that an army that was attacked had to provided food for the enemy's population, because the enemy's government doesn't give a shit about their people. Actually, I will correct it. I will just finish this one sentence. No, I said that they don't give a shit. Actually, it's the opposite. The more dead Palestinians, the better for the cause.
And just to prove the concrete, Daniel, we've seen this through COVID, what incentives actually did. There's a lot of hospitals that misidentified purposefully COVID deaths so that the government would give them more money to allocate more resources. So they would write down more COVID deaths, if it was cancer or if it was if people were dying for other causes, they would mark it as a COVID death. So imagine in a state of war when you're trying to run a propaganda campaign, just to solidify.
And you know what's funny? This is coming from a people who's the revolutionary leader, the revolutionary leader, okay? As they call Al-Qaeda Inqilabi, right? So, when you know what's funny? You know why I keep bringing this up? Because it shows the chinks in their supposed pretense of moral consistency and this idea of morally condemning. You want to morally condemn someone? You want to desecrate their grave? Go and find the grave of Arafat, Yasser Arafat, the desecrate, and shit on his grave, and I will become your 5%er for life. You know why? Because when Saddam Hussein, the desecrate, was busy using nerve agents and sarin gas that murdered 5,000 people who did not even know if the sun was up. They came out to see if the sun was up. They killed 5,000 people, Muslims, in Halabja. Do you know when When they asked Yasser Arafat what was his reply, what did they expect? For Saddam to rain roses on them? Shower them with roses? So when Gaza voted for Hamas as an alternative to the corrupt and thuggish Fatah, and then Hamas decided to say, we're not going to invest money in the lives of these people. No, we're going to gamble with these people and attack an army that even God himself does not dare to attack. You forgot your lessons. You will learn another lesson. Every single soul that has died, wittingly, unwittingly, in Gaza, is on the head of Hamas. On the head of Hamas. What did you think is going to happen? That you're going to commit October 7th, and IDF is going to say, oh my goodness, we're going to put our arms down. Maybe Netanyahu's going to come and say, I apologize, right? And Golda Meir is going to resurrect from the grave and say, that's it, we're going to remove Israel. Is that what were you expecting? No. Hamas knew exactly what it will do.
I think everyone that disagrees with us left. I'm just saying.
Obviously.
No, Ace is here. Ace is a shill for the Hamas. She's still here.
Don't be a liar. Who the fuck's gonna have a show?
No, it's true.
No, don't.
Oh, come on. Yeah, she's not that.
But I want to know.
She is 100% a shill for Hamas all night long in the mayor's room. 100% true. Let's be honest.
I have my own.
Be proud.
Well, she's here listening to
Okay,
you
well,
guys.
look, I've never heard this person speak, so I mean, you know, I'll take her word for it. I'll take her word for it. She's what?
Oh, Ace, you mean? No, Ace. Yeah, Ace is all night long monitored in the mayor's room, promoting Hamas and anti-Semitism. And she's earning her career by doing it too, but she doesn't care.
She's very
I bet your
respectful.
parents care though. I think your parents are gonna care.
No more.
Hi, Zaira.
What about her talking for herself? What about that?
100% let her talk for herself.
I think she can speak for herself. She doesn't need. What about that?
Her record is clear. She's welcome to speak for herself, and I'm also welcome to speak the truth. She's not going to disagree with me.
But she's actually Palestinian, though.
No, she's not. She's a...
Who is Palestinian?
Ace.
Who is that?
No, she just said she's not. She's not.
Oh, sorry,
There's too many. Stop! Everybody, stop talking. There's too many people speaking for this woman. Either she could make the arguments for herself, and I could hear them for myself. I don't know who was just talking.
She could find.
She could make her own.
$100 on a map. No, I can't.
So let us speak, guys. So let us speak. Guys, so let Ace speak. I don't even know what about, but everybody's speaking for her. Ace, go ahead.
No, she wasn't
me neither.
speaking.
Hold on. If I'm gonna vote,
Okay.
I co-sign everything that's being said in that room. I have my own opinions and my thoughts. I've
Well-
never said I'm a shill for Hamas. I've never been anti-Semitic. So please stop making accusations because I have no idea why you do that, Elmo. It's ridiculous.
Ace, it's not that you said that you're a shield for Hamas. I mean, listen, let's be honest for example, for a second about what is Amir's room where you hang out a lot, okay? Every day he opens a room where you guys demonize Israel, and a lot of it is just you guys make stuff up and no one is calling it out. And you know, if you want to be an intelligent person,
Shill for Hamas, demonizing any of the actions that Israel has done that's just wrong, that means that you're anti-Semitic and you're a shill for
what? I don't understand your
So if
what?
somebody demonizes Israel, the country, does that automatically make you anti-Semitic and does that make you a shill for Hamas?
No, we have a rule for that. But
Listen,
that
I
room-
think-
that room is homophobic. They scream about gay stuff all day long. That room is
No, hold on, but
Okay, go ahead.
no, because I mean, Hamas, they don't fight us on the ground, okay? They fight us by basically making us the pariah state, like, you know, making all those images. They produce the humanitarian crises, the starvation, and once you basically go
And instead of helping Palestinians and pointing the fingers at who is really oppressing them, and I think that if you really cared, you would agree that Hamas is the one that is oppressing them. We see that they cannot protest. We can see how they execute them and they write like stuff on their back before they shoot their knees. I've seen so many videos of Hamas people shooting the knees of people. I doubt it that you don't see it, but you're gaslighting the Palestinians. You want to keep them suffering to attack Israel. So I understand that you don't know, but yes, you guys are operating in behalf of Hamas. Hamas, the reason that Hamas doesn't do any ceasefire right now, because he sees that it's working, and the global, as you guys, the perception against Israel is against Israel. Yes, you guys are working at basically putting pressure on Israel on behalf of Hamas. Instead of putting pressure.
Hold on, have you Clubhouse does that for some reason? That's how powerful
What?
that is? Like, are you serious?
No, listen, it's not a centralized operation. It's many people, and look at Twitter, how many people went from being nobodies to being influencers just by being against Israel. It's a cloud. The reason that people go into Amir's room is because of this. It's not like
I want to make.
let's be honest.
100%. I want to make a clear distinction though, because like I don't fully agree with that, because the thing is, like, I make this distinction very clear when I say that I think, like, I'll make a parallel, but I think, socialists, communists, all these people are evil, but just because a person has an idea that might lead to that doesn't mean that these are the actual people explicitly advocating for these types of ideas. They it could be out of sheer ignorance.
Well, did you hear?
I'm not saying that it's a. Yes, a lot of time it's out of ignorance, and most of them are used for idiots. Amir knows exactly what he's doing, but the flock around him, a lot of people say, "Wow, I learned so much." They actually believe it. It's like everything, like they echo, they work in it, and whenever we try to talk against them, we cannot.
These are the normal positions.
Whenever you can put me in the queue, Daniel or Normal.
Hi, Anne.
Did you hear what our friend Shlomi said this week?
I'd like to hear from Matt in this case.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to just make that statement.
Okay, yeah, you're in the queue. Just
our friend Shlomi. It was reported in a couple of news media this week. He was speaking, I think in Haifa this week, and he said that his captors, our friend Shlomi was a hostage, and he was liberated by the IDF last June. And he said that his captors told him, "We have people at Columbia University we're paying." So Hamas has put people on the ground in American universities to have them stir up the idiots.
all I'm saying is I'm not gonna put people who actively support Hamas in the same camp of just like ignorant people. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's why he said the shit for Hamas.
Well, you can tell the difference between the rhetoric and people explicitly saying, "I'm pro-Hamas."
Right, but I think that there's a point that's being missed here, which is that they don't know that they're pro-Hamas.
But that's my point. That is exactly my point. Unless you explicitly say and advocate.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
No, Simon.
No, it's not. It's not. Like,
you're saying,
everybody who's economically illiterate is socialist.
They support everything Hamas does, but they are against Hamas because it's illegal and they're kind of protecting their assets.
Daniel, even more, if I can just flesh it out a little more. Simon, right now where I live in Portland, Maine, since October 7th, over the past 2 years, Ann is calling me, but Ann, I can't talk right now. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, Ann, I'm going to call back. She's calling me right now, but I'm going to call her back. So
she's crying because I kicked her out.
Okay, she's probably crying because you kicked her out. So I'm going to talk to her in a minute. But let me just stay focused here because I don't want to waste your time.
We shouldn't kick people out, though, guys.
Okay. Let me just finish my idea. I'm getting more and more distracted by the second. So my point is this. Over the past 2 years...
What is your point?
I'm making it. Over the past 2 years... Okay, fuck you. Over the past 2 years, there have been a lot of protests. And all the people, Simon, in my town who are protesting, they're doing mostly two things. They're shouting at people on the street, and they're writing to the local Congress people. They're writing things like, please divest from Israel. We care about Palestinians, blah, 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 blah. If you ask these people, do you support Hamas? They would say, no, I'm opposed to Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization. But because they're standing on the street shouting Hamas propaganda, which has been debunked, and because they're spending their time, hours and hours of time, writing dozens of letters to congresspeople, even though it's been debunked, they are, as Daniel's saying, they are doing the work of Hamas, even though if you ask them, they don't support Hamas, and I think that that is problematic.
Well, again, so that's another distinction we could draw. If you're actively taking steps to do that, then I would put you in that camp, because now it's not just rhetoric, right? It's you're actually taking steps to promoting that. So
but you're an idiot, Simon. They're not doing it knowingly. They think that they're doing it because it's the humane thing.
The motivation.
The Palestinians are suffering and starvation and genocide and all this. They actually believe this.
The motivation, but the motivation is irrelevant. I'm simply saying, if all you're saying is, oh yeah, I think like Israel's doing like evil stuff. Okay, fine. It's you can have that opinion. It's wrong, but it is what it is. If you're actively in the streets protesting, sanctioning Israel, you're writing to your Congress, you're actively doing it, okay, I'll put you in the camp for advocating for Hamas. I think you're an evil human being. And that's what it is. Because the actions are following the rhetoric. If it's just, and that's why I draw the parallel between like socialists, because a lot of people have a lot of socialist ideas that leads to that. I think it stems from absolute ignorance rather than a hardcore stance for advocating for that idea. So I draw the same parallel between people who just, Israel's bad because of X, Y, Z, versus, well, Israel's bad, I'm going to go vote, I'm going to go out, I'm going to advocate against this, because if you're going to stand on business on that type of idea, well, then you better know what you're actually doing. And that's why I make that distinction between the rhetoric versus the actual action.
You're giving them too much moral credit and too little intellectual credit. They know very well that they're lying, and they're doing it deliberately. Their anti-Semitism is coming through. They see an opportunity to lie about Israel, and they take it. Any person who knows 1 + 1 = 2 knows the difference between people who have been detained for criminal activity like throwing rocks at cars or being involved in terror, and some old ladies and little babies who were taken in their pajamas after their family was slaughtered out of their homes and are being held in a terror tunnel under the ground in Gaza, and they won't let the Red Cross even see them or tell their family that they're alive or not. And not know the distinction. Go ahead, Greg.
No, go ahead. I'll finish.
To not know this distinction defies the imagination. And these are not people who are, not all of them are uneducated. Some of them are indoctrinated with one agenda only, to hate Jews and to hate Israel. And you hear this in Amir's room, and certainly anybody modded in Amir's room, Ace, you hear this all day and all night. There's one purpose only, and that is to hurt Jews and to hurt Israel. And they say this in this room all day long. They also use the N-word. They scream it at the top of their lungs for hours at a time. They also, yes, they do. And they also hate black people and gay people.
Oh, you are a liar.
No, it's true. I can quote it. Listen, the rooms are all recorded. The rooms are all recorded, Ace. It's absolutely true. I've been there for it. And I've seen you on the stage, not a lie, it's the truth. It's the truth. I've seen it. I yell against them because I correct their lies. That's why. I correct their lies. I go up on either in the chat. Yes, I am. Either in the chat. No, I'm not lying. I'm telling the absolute truth. If you keep interrupting me, I correct. Black Rabbi is my brother. I correct their lies in the chat or when they have me on stage with my mouth. That is what I do there. And you do the opposite. You endorse their anti-Semitism, homophobia, and racism. And I've been there for it. That's a fact.
You're a liar.
No, I'm not a liar. Nope.
You're a liar.
Okay, but look, all we have to do, all we have to do, listen, are you against homophobia? Homophobia. Are you against gay people? Do you have a problem with their acts?
Me, no.
Of course not.
Well, okay, so there you go. She's not. So
I want to know something this is very strange. In no other kinds of protests or any kind of demonstrations or any kind of supposed cause have I seen so many different quote-unquote causes simply become an amalgamate of one cause. I simply don't understand how you can be a homosexual person and advocate for gay rights, but at the same time you support the a movement that literally and publicly calls for your death.
Are you referring to like Queers for Palestine? Like that kind of?
Queers or gays or lesbians. I mean, look, the fatwas of Sabri Akrama are still there. Okay? Sabri Akrama. The fatwas of Hassan Yusuf and Ahmed, and what's his name? And Ahmed Yassin are still there. The father of Mus'ab Hassan has fatwa, legal rulings against gay people. If you're going to go out there and say you're against a war against anybody, then make it clear. Make it clear. Use your brain. But don't go out there and say gays. I want to know, what does that mean? What is that supposed to mean? What is gays for Palestine? What is that supposed to mean? I want to know.
Well, these are the contradictions that people, engage in. There was a guy I was speaking to. He was a gay Iranian guy this week, and he was like, "Oh, I changed my entire position on Palestine. I used to support them to the death, and he's like, now I'm very, very pro-Israel." I was like, "Oh, that's interesting. Like, why did you? What was the main point?" And he goes, "Oh, yeah. What was the deciding factor?" He goes, "Oh, the main thing, and the biggest thing for me was because I found out that Palestine didn't support gay people." I was like, that's the fucking...
Actually,
that's
Simon,
so retarded. Out of all the things it could be,
what is that supposed
it's just because they're gay.
Palestine doesn't support gay people. I don't understand the relevance and the relationship here.
No, but my point is that it's such a nothing point. I mean, there's so many other things but because he's gay, because he holds some personal thing, it's not because of some principle of freedom or some principle of Israel is a fantastic state for human beings just in general. There's this one policy that I don't really support, and that I support, and because they don't support it, well, it is what it is, and that's why I changed my entire position of defending this nation of people that have a right to protect themselves. They don't support gay rights, and that's as far as my position goes.
Right.
That's willfully ignorant. That's just it is what it is. But.
Simon, did you see there was a video that went viral? I could put it in the chat as well. Of this, I think she might be Palestinian. This is another problem I find. Someone thinks me saying I don't know enough about it, and that the people who are from there probably have more information, right? That is me not dumbing myself down. It's just understanding that these people probably know more about it, right? Sorry?
Well, it's a logical fallacy. Just because you're from a country doesn't mean that you know everything about it more than
no. That's not what I mean. I'm saying if you're at least in the you could study these things, but what I mean is the point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of people claim to be Palestinian who are from multiple other countries like Libya, all these different countries, and they all just have all these opinions on the region. And it got to a point where and that's why Ahmed said, he's like, you're not more Palestinian than me, you don't know more about it than him, and so there needs to just be a little more respect around that. But anyways, the girl was in the video, and I don't know if she's Palestinian, but she went to Israel or Palestine, I don't know which place, and she's with her black friends who are black Americans. That's what she said. and she got upset with them. With them because they kept saying stuff. Oh, people are being very racist towards us, and we don't like it, and so on. And she was basically like gaslighting them and saying, "Leave them alone. They're the most oppressed people, in the world right now." And she's saying, "Oh, they're playing oppression Olympics," but she's doing oppression Olympics. You see what I'm saying? Like, leave their racist comments alone because they're oppressed. When the black students were going on a trip to help them. Do you get what I'm saying? I was like, I don't know if you saw that
No,
video.
it's not clear. Why don't you use a topic sentence?
I'm not really following, to be honest.
Take one sentence, Sabina, and express what
Yeah.
you're trying to say.
Okay, so you know how that person. Okay, so Simon said that there was a person who was queer, right? And he changed his entire opinion on the region because of that,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
I'm saying that same thing happened with Black Americans and an Arab, I guess, Palestinian woman. I don't know what she identified herself as, right?
She's
But she looked like-
excusing racism. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
You summed it up.
Okay.
Yeah, so she's excusing it. Yeah.
Well,
The racism
but this
in
is
there-
this is the thing. If you're like a single issue voter, which there are many in America, like I'm putting that in the camp of just like sheer ignorance. Like you're just not informed of like what's actually happening in the world. That's why you'll cling to this one issue that some political party is doing, and it's all you know. And as long as like they say, oh, my party didn't do this, oh, I can't support them anymore.
Which is
So
bizarre.
I put that in like the willfully ignorance, and it's fine. Like you don't have to be educated on this type of stuff. If it bears no mind, but I would say like don't vote in that instance then, because
Sit it out.
you don't actually know.
Right.
You know what we're alluding to, Simon, is that there is a pretense that this is a progressive cause, when in fact it is extremely reactionary. The people who are claiming that this is a progressive cause are in fact, they're anti-Semitic, they're racist, they're homophobic, they are regressive. Hamas is a fundamentalist jihadist, meaning violent struggle against non-Muslims group that has a fatwa against homosexuality. They kill gay people. They push them off buildings. They're racist against black folks. And they're
Not to
anti-Semitic
forget they
against
throw
Jews.
acid in the face of women who did not wear hijab. Let's not forget that too.
Very, very well put. Is this, are you the Jordanian guy?
No.
Okay, I thought,
But I just
okay.
wanted to mention that as well because
Yeah.
when they came to power in 2005, Hamas sent out basically agents that would throw acid in the face of women who were not wearing the scarf or the hijab in particular and
Sharia
disappear.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're like,
Basically terrorize the whole Gaza into wearing hijab.
Yeah, they're a very reactionary, primitive. They also turn their children into shaheeds. They also turn their kids into suicide bombs. They strap vests on their children and send them out to die. This is what the UN has also done reports about this. So the idea that this is a progressive cause is laughable. It's literally the opposite. It's Orwellian. It's double think. Up is down and down is up. That's the only point I want to make. They're anti-woman. They're anti-Jewish. They're anti-gay. They're anti-black people. They're anti-equal rights. They're anti-democracy. They haven't had an election forever and ever and ever. They're a reactionary force. They're anti the United States.
They also believe that the very cause of disseminating knowledge about human rights and universalizing human rights to be an act of colonialism. Isn't that interesting?
Well, I mean, if you look at like the intellectuals like spearheading these types of movements, I mean, it's all of like these insane leftist like communist people.
Oh, you mean the retard called Judith Butler? Yeah, she's a retard. Yeah, a retard.
I mean, it's even worse than that. I mean, like you have like Marxist Leninists. You have.
What
like,
about the guy who was busy, who the P Diddy of the '60s in the medical garb, Michel Foucault, whose friend?
Yes, I mean, yes, yes,
with
exactly.
kids in cemeteries in Algeria.
Oh god.
Yes,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
the spearhead.
I hate Foucault. Yeah.
Exactly. It's like it's people like Foucault. It's people like Sartre. It's people. You have a bunch, and then you have like governments that actually also go. Like you had the Russian government in the '60s sending some of their best trained militia, not militia, their top military leaders to Palestine to train them. And you even had Russia. You also had Japanese communists also go in to train.
Isn't
So
that
I mean,
funny, Simon? Isn't that funny that the quote-unquote Arab world has been feeding the ignorant public, or should I say the gullible and susceptible public, to a narrative, to absorb a narrative and ingrain a narrative in their mind that the Soviet Union was simply a work of Jewish conspiracy, but at the same time, these same governments that disseminated this propaganda and as a veneer to guide their anti-Semitism, of course, they're the same leaders that praised and commended and welcomed the training of the Soviets. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, and you guys know. Sorry, you guys know about the Soviet connection, right? With Palestine. You guys know all about that, right? Like everything.
You just referred to it.
Yeah, I know you just
literally said it.
No, but I didn't know how much, like the scarf, all that whole like they were told that if you create yourself into some kind of resistance movement that would be similar to Mandela or whatever, like Westerners would be eating off the palm of your hands. That's literally what they were told.
But that's
and
my
it's
point.
just gone.
And
Yeah,
this
and
is why it's not a war. It's not a dispute over. It's not really a dispute over religion. It's not a dispute over land. This is a dispute versus primitivism versus civilization. It's barbarism versus civilization. This is what these people defend: barbarism, primitivism. If you're anti-Western civilization, you cannot be on the side of Israel.
Oh, you mean like
you cannot.
You mean like the overpaid defunct? I call him defunct because he's a fucking retard. He has no academic credibility or integrity. People like Terry Eagleton, who recently published an article calling civilization violent. Really, Eagleton? Why don't you go live in Afghanistan for 10 years? And
That's actually funny.
Yeah, really.
Civilization requires
piece of shit.
non-violence. That's what like the principles you can abstract from what civilization requires is the barring of physical violence.
I just seen this
civilization by definition cannot be violent.
I just seen this white guy saying that Sharia law would be good for Canada and this for America, and it's like did you miss the part where they don't like that they'll kill infidels? Like did you forget that part?
Go to Kabul. Go to Riyadh.
Well, I mean Canada is fucked. I mean realistically Canada is fucked. Like,
I know, sorry.
Yeah,
really?
but not like figuratively. I mean like literally fucked. Like there is no turning this around for Canadians. Like the amount of people on Facebook that I see crying about, or even on Instagram, crying, "Oh my God, I can't believe I can't afford groceries." Well, you're literally voting against like your own interests. Like the same people crying are the same people voting for the people to do this to them.
One thing, by the way, in late July, the Times of Central Asia reported that Kazakhstan actually banned the face coverings in public. Now, in the same way that these retards, yes, I'm talking to you, progressive, you're not even leftists, because the people who sit on the left side of Louis XVI, right, they wanted liberty, right? You support reactionaryism, so you're really a disgrace to the very traditional left, okay? You're a disgrace to people like Jabotinsky. You're a disgrace. You just are a disgrace, okay? But I'll say this, Simon, while we're on the subject. Kazakhstan recently banned the burqa and the niqab, right? And in many places the hijab or the jilbab, right? Where is the protest in front of the Kazakh consulates in the same way that they protest against the French for banning these Arabic balaclavas from the public schools. Where's the outrage against the Kazakhs?
Or when Turkey did it, and I know they
Right?
took it back, but yeah, no one said shit when Turkey.
I mean, I don't see these, I don't see these heaven-promised Muslims and their useful idiots parading the streets on a weekly basis against the hijabi prostitutes in Istanbul.
Alpha, it gets even more crazier when you realize that you're not allowed to wear a burqa in Mecca. When you go into Mecca to do your
Of
Hajj.
course not, because the Saudi government is still paranoid that the person in the burqa might be another IRGC agent ready to take over the Kaaba. I mean, you guys do remember, right? 1979 when the Kaaba was taken over, right? And the Saudi had to appeal to the French infidels to come rescue the Kaaba, remember?
I remember that.
And I think that's why it's so important for people who are sort of pushing the movement or agenda or ideas to make the Jews into like the white people and the Palestinians or the Arabs into the brown people, because especially to get people like Black Americans on their side or whatever, other sort of progressives that are quote unquote tired of the West, because they believe that that if people believe that, then because they're people, especially from the Black perspective, they're kind of tired of being told that their ancestors were barbarians and that they were quote unquote civilized by the white people. And I think by bridging those connections together, they're garnering sympathy from the greater world. And a lot of people, even poor white people or whatever, white people in America that educated white people, however you want to think about some of them, they are also sort of anti this Western colonialization. They don't want to be seen as being part of like spreading colonization. Although they don't realize that some of these people also want to spread colonization, but just more like Arabized colonization to the West.
Right. So basically, if let's say if an Ethiopian mother decides to name her child Serena, then we should call that internalized cultural imperialism. But if an Afghani calls her daughter Aisha, what do we say to that? Organic evolution of culture? What do we
That's
say
the way
to
they
that?
try to make it sound.
And this is why I call out bullshit.
Right.
This is why I call out Middle Eastern bullshit.
Because there's no such thing as Muslim names, right? Like if you wanna call your kid, Muhammad, that's fine. My sibling, name is Muhammad. I don't have anything wrong, and some of the names are, pretty names, So I don't have
You just doxed your brother.
Oh no, there's literally it's the most common name, Simon. How would they find him? Anyways, I'm not scared of these people. That's the thing. I'm not a coward, right? And this is the issue I find really offensive, right? The first thing that I got really upset about when coming on this app was that if you had different opinions about this region, you were automatically called a murtad, which is a disbeliever, right? That is so insane, right? That they think that if you are not supporting this nation state, that you might as well not even be Muslim. Are they serious? Since when, like?
Because it's conditioned.
Tribalism.
It's conditional. The very idea of the bay'ah or the allegiance to Muhammad is predicated on the idea of you being subservient to Arab culture. It's simple as that.
It's simple tribalism. That's why this divulges into very quickly just primitivism. Because tribalism conditions you to think in a certain way that the tribe is, this ultimate being that you can't go against, and everybody who's against the tribe is this evil, do-gooder.
Simon, by the way, just to let everybody know, you can fact check this because I know fact checking has become such a dashed word for everybody to just blurt out most of the time out of context. But fact check me on this. The Ottoman Balfour, as they call it, Daniel Pipes did a wonderful job by publishing an article on this, a very, very credible.
Can you post the link to the article, please?
I'll definitely do that in a moment, Sam. There's something called the Ottoman Balfour. Now, when I did a comparison between the Balfour Declaration and the proposal of the settlement of Jews in ancient Israel, the land of ancient Israel, which was known as the Holy Land for a very long period of time in human history. Now, when I did the comparison, there in many documents, there's not a single word such as colonialism used by the Jews or the British, but the Ottomans explicitly used the term colonization. That we forfeit the land as the mandatory power of the land, which they were. We forfeit the land, and the Jews to colonize this land. I'll put the link in the chat. Do a comparative study, and maybe these progressives and these so-called irredentists, right, and these genealogists. If you do a little bit of genealogy, you should be protesting the Turkish consulate. So the next time that Recep Tayyip Erdogan comes to your city, you make sure you get your crowd and you beat the living shit out of him. You make sure you do that. You beat him up, you beat his security up, right? And maybe you should call Mamdani before he becomes mayor, right? Maybe Mamdani can do an intifada against Erdogan the next time he visits New York. Because Erdogan's ideological ancestors explicitly told the Jews to come and quote unquote colonize, right? Their own land. Funny. You coming home, right? You come home after 2,000 years, after Roman imperialism, after Roman genocide, Roman ethnic cleansing, and Islamic imperial ethnic cleansing. You do all of that, and you still come home so resiliently. And it's funny. I really find this stuff funny. That they have the audacity to tell Jews, right? How dare you intermingle with Europeans, right? You're a European Jew. Go back to Poland. Really? So who did you mingle with? Why is it that in Khan Yunis, you have all of these eponyms like Al-Kurdi, Al-Jazairi, Al-Armani? Why do you have these names? Why? Why not Arabi? Why is it Armani? Why is it Al-Jazairi? Why is it Al-Maghribi? Why is it Al-Turki? Why is this? Al-Ashuri? Why? Why these tribal names and ethnic names? Why?
So another reason why it's actually important for some of them to like make this seem to like a quote unquote indigenous movement, right? An issue of like indigenous rights is because of what you just said. When especially when it comes to things like the Balfour Declaration and the Ottoman Balfour, it's call it. I'll read it and when I get a chance. But they want it is to make the Palestinians before 1948 to seem as if they were primitive, and the quote-unquote European Jews to seem as if they came in with, like, as somebody said earlier, beads, like they did with the Native Americans, and they were tricking them. And they don't realize that these Muslims and Christians have been around for a long time, and many of them were very literate. Many of them were educated. Like Islam is a legalistic religion, and they were also writing in Turkish. They weren't writing in English or like some European language. They're writing in Arabic and Turkish. You look at a lot of the deeds that the Jews present from when they bought the land from Ottoman times. It was written in Arabic or at least Turkish.
Well, that's one of the reasons why the Arabs actually colluded with the British to revolt against the Ottoman Empire or the Ottoman Caliphate. Let's call it what it is. I'm sick and tired of calling it an empire. It's not just an empire. The Ottoman Caliphate, Al-Khilafat al-Uthmaniyya. That's exactly what it is. Okay? It was an Islamic caliphate. Now, the Arabs revolted against it simply out of the fact that, well, Hijaz, aka Mecca and Medina and its vicinity, should become the capital of the Muslim world. And the Arabs believe that we are of the same ethnicity of Muhammad, therefore we should be the rulers of the empire and we should be the overseers of the Muslim population. See, people don't mention this because they know that the moment they mention this, one thing becomes very clear, and that is the political machinations that is so common to human beings all over the world for a very long time in human history. And they don't want to do that because they want to portray this cause as a cause of divine morality, this divine morality that is giving this cause impetus.
The internet is gonna kill Islam because right now people don't need a book. They can just Google it and they can find it.
And we're proud of that.
Exactly. Like if you look at like Afghanistan, if you look at Egypt, the Kurds are good people. They don't believe in that shit. And like if you look at the life of Muhammad, Muhammad is a warlord. He's a pedophile. He's a sex offender. He's a child molester. And this is why they're trying to recognize Palestine, because Macron has 10% of his population that is Muslim, and in England it's like 9%. When you go to London, it looks like fucking Islamabad. It doesn't even look British. It's terrible. It's a terrible place to visit. And if you visit Ontario, Canada, Canada looks like fucking Islamabad, or it fucking looks like New Delhi, but without the Indians. It's New Delhi with the Muslims. It's a terrible place to live. It's terrible. That's why America has to get rid of these people. Look at America. They have to deal with an election of Mamdani, a terrorist from Uganda, he could probably get elected in the United States. This is what they do in London. Sadiq Khan is the mayor, for Christ's sake. And these people, they come to London, they come to New York, they have like 12 fucking kids, and the average person can't even afford to buy a house. It's a terrible thing what these leftist people are doing. That's why they're scared of the Muslims. That's the only reason it's taken off, not because they give a shit about Muslims. That's it.
I want to say something. Alpha, you lived in India for quite a time, so you know about the Gujaratis, right?
Yes.
So what happened that Zorhan Mandani said recently there that, Narendra Modi, he's a fascist and he butchered all the Gujarati Muslims in 2002. And when I say people that I'm a Gujarati and I'm a Muslim, they're like, oh my God, I think you guys were extinct. And all this bullshit, like 65,000 Muslims live in Gujarat at least. What the fuck is he talking about?
See, look, in what happened in the Gujarat riots was people see the Gujarat riots. They don't see what the riot was for, what was the background story. Okay? A similar thing happened in one of the Kurdish populated cities where the Yazidis were attacked. And people said, well, they retaliated. No, it's because you didn't go into the background. You just saw you saw the gunshot, like you heard the gunshot, but you didn't see the slap before the gunshot. So you didn't see the bully, but you saw the victim fighting back. You didn't see the bully. And this is not to justify violence at all. But from Mamdani, Zoran Mamdani coming around calling Modi a fascist, give it a break, Mamdani. And what does this have to do with New York politics exactly?
It's, in one of his speeches, he just lied about that all the Muslims in Gujarat are dead or something. Like, you can just Google it up.
Because Gujarat is actually one of the largest states to have a majority. Like, it really has a major Muslim population. So, where did that come from? Where did he get the statistics exactly?
Exactly. He's the very face of elitism. He claims that he is socialist. Like, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Bro, the capital of the state is named Ahmedabad. So, what is he talking about?
Exactly.
No, I'm totally asking. And also, what does this have to do with New York politics exactly? New York mayoral election exactly?
No, like he's trying to get that sympathy. We are persecuted people vote for us. That he's a minority. His community was exiled from India. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? My
exiled. By who?
Exactly. By who?
I mean, the Jews.
By Manmohan Singh? By the Jews?
I don't know.
Definitely the Jews.
the Jews, yeah, the Jews were controlling Manmohan Singh, right? My goodness. You gotta love these people. What the hell? Come on, New Yorkers. I mean, look, I love New Yorkers, man. Bro, New Yorkers gotta step it up. This is dumb.
There are people who are protesting against him. It's not like he's going on with the full support. There are people who are saying that this is a scam. He's a con.
Singh is just the Punjabi translation for Cohen. So it's the Jews. They're just LARPing as not Jews.
Jeff, is it me or New Yorkers have really lost the plot?
I mean, on a lot of levels. On a lot of levels. I mean, you're right, though. I mean, to me, the most, never mind the stupidity of being wrong and bigoted and just ignorant. Never mind all that. But why are you running on foreign policy when you're running to be the mayor of Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Exactly.
He said that he would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he comes to New York.
Well, I will give him credit. At least he's wrong, more or less within the scope of what he shouldn't do as mayor, right? Like, he's not just criticizing, like, American policy. He's not just criticizing foreign nations. At least he's saying, as mayor, part of my job, I will do this with the power I think I have as mayor. Like that's just wrong, stupid, offensive. That's all a bad thing. But at least it's something that, as mayor, he has somewhat of a right to speak up.
You mean the right to make an ass out of himself? Sure, I'll
completely. But it's at least somewhat close to his job description.
But your point stands, though, Jeff. I don't understand. This is why I asked Avi, You're running for mayor. Why the foreign policy?
He wants
I think it's really clear. Being anti-Israel in New York is a very, very strong activator these days. So it's no different than harping on abortion or immigration. They've done the research. You'll get people to the polls if you want to save the poor Palestinian children, the widows and the orphans.
Like, I want to reply to that.
Avi, not to cut you off, but I'm really shocked. Look, when I study the history, when I look at the history of New York, bro, some really, really wise people have come out of New York as a state, not just as a city, as a state. What I've been seeing in the past, at least 5 years from New Yorkers, what's going on? This is not what New York was known for. Well, how'd you lose the plot? How'd you lose the plot? Really, I'm genuinely asking. How did you lose the plot? I mean, California was the state known for Silicon Valley. How'd you lose the plot? How'd you become so dumb to buy into just dumb shit? How did that happen? How?
Do you actually want the answer?
I'm genuinely do, Jeff. I genuinely do.
It really all goes back to, and I hate to say that as someone who's somewhat right of center, but it really goes back to allowing New York, particularly Manhattan, but New York altogether, to like there used to be a ton of diversity. You used to have families that lived there.
Yes.
When New York became unlivable for families, both economically and for other reasons, and now New York is basically a city overrepresented in young people and single people. You shift the politics far to the left because you have people with little experience. You have people who are still very selfish in their approach to life, and that's basically your average New Yorker, and it's most New Yorkers. You don't have the the family, and you don't have the family with 3 kids, just trying to get by, and and thinking about practical things. You've got the single person who has no concerns other than where they're going to go party tomorrow night. I'm oversimplifying, but that has led to this far left.
That actually makes sense. That makes sense. I'm just shocked because when I look at New York and the history of New York and the political history of New York, it's really, Avi, if you haven't studied or read about the history of New York, I love reading the history of the different states and all that. And what I see happening in New York and California, it's like, bro, what, you guys have lost the plot. But Jeff, Jeff's point stands too, because when you read the history and the context, the historical context, it makes sense. Like Thomas Sowell speaks about it a lot of times, where people were, worrying about practical things. So that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. People were not worried about some foreign policy. They're worried about, okay, job securities and work tomorrow and my kids' college tuition and stuff like that. And the domestic policies don't match that, I'm not voting for you. I'm not electing you. But now it's like, so what Jeff said, now it's like, hey, who can hate Israel more? Let's see what you hate more and I'll vote for you. That's a fucked up approach to election, though.
I mean, New York is also a very university-heavy city. You've got these big major universities that have been fostering this far leftist ideology for decades, unchecked. So, I mean, you combine all these things, you end up with a kind of brainwashed, young, stupid population that's going to go for all this shit.
This is sad to me, man. This is sad. Honestly, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I have a soft spot for the United States of America. I do, and I don't hide it. I really don't.